Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan made audio stories.
Ninja World, the third leader. The three legends support me. Part 1. March, Konoha Year 57. Today was a fine day for an outing. But at this moment, on this pleasant day, the bulletin board outside the Konoha Ninja Academy was swarming with people. Countless parents and prospective students were searching for something on the board. Shijian squeezed and twisted through the crowded throng alone, eventually managing to stand in front of the bulletin board thanks to his small stature. Ignoring the crowd, his gaze quickly fell upon the announcement board, scanning row by row from top to bottom. Finally, when his eyes landed on a spot in the middle of the list, his gaze paused for a moment, as if he had finally found what he was looking for, and his racing heart finally settled. Today was the day the admission list for the new class of the Konoha Ninja Academy was made public. Although he was very confident in his grades, as an unremarkable transmigrator, he was still a bit worried. That's right, Shi Jian, surname Shi, given name Jian. Although he was indeed a villager in his previous life, he wasn't a local here. Of course, in this world, as an ordinary commoner, he shouldn't have a surname. Unlike other transmigrators, he didn't have the Uchiha bloodline, nor did he become a child of the Hyuga branch house. Similarly, he wasn't a child of any ninja clan in Konoha, he was just a child from a very ordinary commoner family. One could even say he came from an outside village. His mother was an outsider. After her husband passed away, unable to survive outside, she brought her newborn child to Konoha to seek refuge despite her illness. Normally, it's very difficult for outsiders to join a great ninja village like Konoha, let alone an adult. However, it was said that his great-grandfather had done Konoha a favor, a very significant one at that. Coupled with the fact that his mother was an ordinary commoner, her joining Konoha ultimately went very smoothly. As for what that great favor was, Shijian didn't know. Regardless, after their family arrived in Konoha, they received significant care from the village, allowing his mother, a single parent, to live here successfully with her child. So, one could imagine the extent of that kindness. Of course, he guessed it was a favor left over from the early days of Konoha's founding. Unfortunately, his mother had come to seek refuge in Konoha alone with a child, and she hadn't brought many things with her. Furthermore, since she passed away from exhaustion when he was 4 years old, he still hadn't discovered exactly how great that favor was. To summarize, transmigrator, orphan, ordinary person, 6 years old this year, and in the same class as the future children of prophecy who would save the ninja world, Naruto and Sasuke. Normally, as an unremarkable ordinary person without talent or resources, being a ninja wasn't a great choice. Finding a way to make some money and becoming the richest man, like in some other stories, might have been better. But having finally come to this world, how could he not try being a ninja? So, when the Ninja Academy began enrollment, he signed up, and it seemed he had been successfully admitted. All that remained was to submit his documents and wait for the start of school on April 1st, when he would officially become a first-year student at the Konoha Ninja Academy. He had even planned out his future, provided there were no accidents. Study hard for 6 years at school, become an official ninja after graduation, then coast through missions while avoiding Naruto and Sasuke's Chunin exams. A few years later, he would apply for the Chunin exams, and after successfully becoming a Chunin, he would immediately apply to return to the Ninja Academy as a teacher to spread the will of fire. After that, save some money and buy a house. Of course, it would be great if he could buy a plot of land on the Hokage Rock. Finally, get married, have children, and strive to live on. This was perhaps the happy life an ordinary Konoha ninja could lead. However, when things are supposed to go without a hitch appears. The night before the Ninja Academy admission list was released, which was last night, his golden finger finally arrived. Right now, on the bustling street, a young boy with short black hair was walking while talking to the air in front of him. To others, it looked like a scene of a madman talking to thin air, but in Shi Jian's eyes, it was like making a video call on a smartphone in his previous life. On the other side of the screen were 3 figures, one with long black hair, wearing a black tight-fitting combat suit with red layered armor on the outside. His eyes were slightly red and sharp, as if he were scrutinizing whether the scene before him was an illusion. He looked like a man who wasn't easy to get along with. Another also had waist-length black hair, wearing the same style of black tight-fitting combat suit and armor. His eyes were full of curiosity, and he looked like a quite amiable man. The last one was also a man. Although he wore the same style of black tight-fitting combat suit, he had short silver hair and blue layered armor. His eyes were full of scrutiny and contemplation, making him seem a bit out of place compared to the other two who were wearing matching outfits. Although they were people from decades ago, Shijien recognized who these three were at a glance. From left to right, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama, and Senju Tobirama. The big three of Konoha's early stage. This was the golden finger he obtained last night, the ability to connect to the Konoha of the past. He remembered last night, while sorting through the belongings his mother had left behind, he unexpectedly found something that looked like an eyeball carved out of jade. At the time, he was wondering what it was and why his mother would leave such a thing, which appeared to be very precious. But he soon stopped caring and put it in his mouth, intending to bite it to see what material it was made of. He even thought about selling it for some money to see if he could buy a house and move out of that cramped single-room apartment. As a result, after curiously channeling a bit of chakra into it, a window directly formed. It really does look like Konoha. I didn't expect that bead to be so miraculous. I just funneled a bit of chakra into it, and I could actually contact the future. Hey, little guy, oh, right, little Shijien, hello. Child of the future Konoha, I am Senju Hashirama. Can you see me? After hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Shijien reined in his thoughts. He looked up at Senju Hashirama, who was hogging the entire window, bringing his face very close and greeting him. But before he could say anything, there was a thud from the other side. It seemed someone had punched the first Hokage's head. Calm down, brother. We can't be sure yet, perhaps this is just an elaborate trick. And if this were real, how could the person on the other side not recognize you? Looking at the first Hokage who was clutching his head and looking aggrieved, Shijien's lips couldn't help but twitch. However, he still nodded, agreeing with Senju Tobirama's words. I do recognize you, Senju Hashirama, the founder of Konoha, and also. However, before he could finish his sentence, Senju Hashirama leaned in again, as if he were about to crawl out of the window, and said with a grin, so I really am remembered. By the way, did Madara become the Hokage? Thud tilde. Awoo, Tobirama, what are you doing? Can't you see I'm chatting with a junior from Konoha? Right, little guy, tell me quickly, has Uchiha Madara become Hokage yet? He must have, right. Konoha looks so peaceful. That's great, it seems like Uchiha Madara and I succeeded. Hearing Tobirama urging him again, Shijien fell silent, his gaze sweeping across. Especially when he saw Tobirama frowning with a hesitant look on his face, Senju Hashirama looking expectant and happy, and Uchiha Madara looking happy, expectant, and curious. For a moment, he didn't seem to know how to speak. After this strange atmosphere lasted for a while, Tobirama looked deeply at the kid opposite him, then finally turned his head to look at his older brother, opening his mouth with an expressionless face, big brother. But before he could finish his sentence, you wait a moment. The previously happy Senju Hashirama became serious, sitting upright with his arms crossed over his chest, looking at Shijien opposite him with a serious expression. It seems quite a lot has happened. Little guy, tell me, has Uchiha Madara become Hokage? Lord Madara, Uchiha Madara did not become the first Hokage. Looking at the serious Senju Hashirama, Shijien hesitated for a moment but didn't hide it. Anyway, it wasn't something from his own era, so why hide it? The first Hokage of Konoha is you, Senju Hashirama. X3. The three of them fell silent instantly, but apart from the look of astonishment on the faces of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, a sneer appeared on the corner of Tobirama's mouth. Until a moment later, Uchiha Madara didn't become the first Hokage. Senju Hashirama also calmed down from his astonishment, returning to his original playful expression, scratching his head. It seems that's really the case. What a pity, I had promised to let Uchiha Madara become the first Hokage. As he said this, he knelt directly on the ground and kowtowed heavily to Uchiha Madara. Sorry, Uchiha Madara, I didn't let you become the first Hokage. This sudden kowtow immediately stunned the two people beside him. No, even Shijien on the other side couldn't help but be stunned. He had long heard that the first Hokage loved to kowtow to people. Seeing it today, it was indeed not just a rumor. Big brother, what are you doing? Tobirama came back to his senses from his daze, roaring at his big brother with a dark face, there is a junior from Konoha here. You are the future first Hokage of Konoha, how can you do such a rude thing? Oh, Tobirama, don't pull me, I clearly promised. Senju Hashirama, being tugged by Tobarama, complained dissatisfiedly, but before he could finish his sentence. HMPH. Senju Hashirama, you broke your promise. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's voice also sounded. He snorted coldly, looking at Senju Hashirama who was kneeling on the ground being tugged by Tobarama, his tone cold and indifferent, but I don't care about that. As long as that white-haired fool isn't the one who becomes Hokage, that's enough. Get up quickly, don't lose face in front of the junior. Saying this, he turned his head again, looking at Shijien on the other side, the corners of his mouth curling up involuntarily, and our dream from back then, succeeded, didn't it? Uchiha Madara, you. Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, Senju Hashirama's face also showed a moved expression, but he quickly adjusted himself, stood up, put his hands on his hips, and laughed loudly, ha ha ha, that's right. Uchiha Madara tilde. Looking at Uchiha Madara, his gaze followed his to look at the other side, yes. Our dream succeeded. We established a peaceful village, allowing children to stay away from war and enjoy a peaceful life. Establishing a village to protect the children, and building a school to let children train, complete missions, and set ranks, thereby keeping children away from war. This was the dream he and Uchiha Madara shared when they were young. Now the village exists, the school exists, and it looks very peaceful. He and Uchiha Madara really succeeded. Thinking of this, Senju Hashirama didn't dwell on who became the first Hokage anymore. He smiled again, hands still on his hips, looking at Shijien on the other side. Little guy, although Uchiha Madara didn't become the first Hokage, then Uchiha Madara must have become the second Hokage, right? Konoha must have ushered in peace under my and Uchiha Madara's protection, and everyone is living happily in the village. When these words fell, not only was Senju Hashirama looking at Shijien, but even Tobarama and Uchiha Madara on the side also turned their heads together, their faces serious, gazing at Shijien. It seemed like they also wanted to know who the subsequent Hokage was. Shijien. Being watched by so many people, Shijien, who had originally been watching the show, came back to his senses. His mouth twitched, and he swept his gaze from left to right, as if he didn't know how to speak. This Senju Hashirama is really, why does he always step on the red line? It is estimated that it's only because Lord Madara has not yet seen the stone tablet in their clan's secret place, and coupled with the fact that the Third Ninja World War just ended not long ago here, although there are still local wars in the ninja world, Konoha village is generally in a peaceful atmosphere, which has deceived Lord Madara with this scene of future peace. Otherwise, Lord Madara might have flipped out just now. But he also roughly guessed the timeline on the other side. Konoha was just established, the early stage of selecting the first Hokage, or rather, there were already calls within the village for Senju Hashirama to be Hokage, but it hadn't been confirmed yet. However, just as Shijien was thinking, Senju Hashirama's head leaned in again, with an expression of dissatisfaction on his face, as if he were clawing at a window. Hey, little guy, why are you daydreaming? Are all ninja in the peaceful era prone to distraction? Why don't you hurry up and say it? Did Uchiha Madara become the second Hokage? It must be like that, right? This. Shijien paused for a moment, but after seeing Senju Hashirama's expression, he sighed, and with a helpless tone, said, Uchiha Madara did not become the second Hokage. X3. As soon as his voice fell, the three of them were stunned on the spot again. Immediately after, Uchiha Madara lowered his head in disappointment, his hands clenched into fists. A look of contempt and an, as expected, expression appeared on the corner of Tobarama's mouth, while Senju Hashirama remained stunned, though his art style seemed a bit dim. No. How is this possible? Could it be that Uchiha Madara became the third Hokage? But soon Senju Hashirama recovered, lie on the window again, looking at the opposite side angrily, fake, this must be fake. How could Uchiha Madara not become Hokage? Tell me, what kind of conspiracy do you have? Are you here to sow discord between me and Uchiha Madara? HMPH, I knew it was fake all along. Shijien looked at him speechlessly. Clearly, this guy was the first one to believe he was from the future, okay. And last night, he hadn't even explained yet, and the other side already believed him. As a result, now he's flipping out and denying it. Shijien held his head helplessly, hesitating about how to explain, but before he could speak. Thud. Tobarama punched again, directly pulling his older brother away. You calm down. Saying this, he looked at the opposite side again, his eyes and tone full of calm. That guy actually didn't become Hokage. Hey, it seems quite a lot of things happened in the future. Once these words fell, before Shijian could say anything, Senju Hashirama, hearing his younger brother's words, perked up again, quickly crawling to the window, his playful smile restored. Something must have happened in the future. Could it be that Uchiha Madara became the third Hokage? This, Uchiha Madara did not become the Hokage of Konoha. Impossible. Little guy, lying is not good. Hearing Shijian's words, Senju Hashirama became angry again, looking at the opposite side dissatisfiedly. How could Uchiha Madara not become Hokage? If Uchiha Madara didn't become Hokage, then what was Uchiha Madara doing? Did he die? He did indeed die. No, rather, never mind. This time, Shijian did not hide it anymore. He realized that hiding it or not was useless. If he wanted to communicate with the other side, they would find out sooner or later. He sighed. According to the history of Konoha, Uchiha Madara later defected, and then, was beaten to death by the first Hokage, that is, you. Before he finished speaking, snap tilde. The screen suddenly disappeared. Senju Hashirama, Tobarama, Uchiha Madara. The three who were listening intently fell silent instantly. Huh, is the time up? Shijian looked in surprise at the empty air in front of him. After sighing, he touched the bead he had crafted into a pendant and hung around his neck. The connection to the other side could only be opened for 1 hour each day. After the hour ended, the bead would automatically shut down. He didn't know if it was due to insufficient energy, but even if it was, he had no idea how to replenish it. Chakra seemed useless after the initial activation. Shijian didn't dwell on it further and simply put the bead away. This bead wasn't anything special. Even if worn openly, no one would notice anything unusual. Others would just assume it was a unique pendant. It's getting late. Shijian glanced at the street where the streetlights had already been turned on. Although the technology in Konoha developed in a somewhat peculiar way, the living facilities were quite well developed. At this moment, the streets were bustling with pedestrians. The parents and children who had finished checking the list on the bulletin board at the Ninja Academy had already dispersed. Those who were successfully admitted were full of joy and laughter, with some parents even planning to take their children out for a big meal. As for those who failed, they either went back looking dejected or were dragged home by their parents with dark expressions. Coupled with the surrounding shops hawking their wares, it was quite a lively scene. If Senju Hashirama had seen this earlier, he probably would have been moved to tears again, shouting, "We did it! We did it!" Shijian shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and walked to the side. Time to go home and cook. There was still a hungry little blondie waiting at home. As for those three, he felt sorry, but for now, he could only pray that nothing would happen to them. Meanwhile, on the other side, the moment the call suddenly ended, the three of them fell into silence, looking at the air in front of them with confusion in their eyes. They didn't say a word. It was unknown how much time had passed. Senju Hashirama turned his head, looking embarrassed. Scratching his head, he looked at Uchiha Madara with a hee laugh. Right, Uchiha Madara, did you hear that clearly? What did they say earlier? You were what by me? By you. Uchiha Madara's face darkened. He crossed his arms over his chest, his face gloomy, and gritted his teeth. Killed. Impossible. How could I possibly kill you? Senju Hashirama's voice rose sharply as he shouted at the air in front of him, "Brat, come back. Come back quickly. Why did you just run off like that? Hurry up and tell me, what exactly happened to Uchiha Madara by my hand?" But no matter how he wailed, or even pulled out the bead and frantically poured chakra into it, it was still of no use. After a moment, seeing that there was still no change in front of him, Senju Hashirama stood up, made a fist with his right hand, and gave 2 fake coughs near his mouth before putting on a serious expression. That must be fake. That kid must be trying to sow discord between us, Uchiha Madara. At this moment, he looked at the frowning Uchiha Madara with eyes full of bonds. Do you trust me? That look, that tone, instantly softened Uchiha Madara's cold gaze. He still had his arms crossed over his chest, head held high. Although his posture and expression remained incredibly imposing, the original coldness had dissipated at that moment. Just as he opened his mouth to say something. HMPH. Don't dream, older brother. Watching the two looking at each other, Senju Tobarama intervened, his lips curling into a sneer. I've said it before, the naturally evil Uchiha cannot be trusted. These words instantly redirected Uchiha Madara's anger. His aura exploded, his eyes flashed crimson, the Mangekyo pattern in his pupils spun wildly, and he stared coldly at Senju Tobarama. What on earth are you talking about? If anyone is trying to sow discord between me and Senju Hashirama, it must be you, you despicable villain. Ridiculous. It is clearly you naturally evil Uchiha who cannot be trusted. Faced with Uchiha Madara's angry rebuke, Senju Tobarama didn't care at all and didn't back down in the slightest. Didn't you hear what that well-behaved child said just now? It was because you betrayed Konoha that older brother killed you. I reckon. His mouth was full of sarcasm. You were even destroying Konoha, destroying that hard-won piece, which is why older brother took action against you. Evil Uchiha truly do not deserve to enjoy peace. I did not. In the shouting match with Senju Tobarama, Uchiha Madara was instantly at a disadvantage. He looked at Senju Tobarama, furious and embarrassed. If I did, it must be because you despicable and insidious guy, were sowing discord in the dark. Naturally evil Uchiha Madara. You, despicable and insidious villain. Naturally evil Uchiha Madara betrayed Konoha and was killed by older brother. You. Enough. Just as chakra was erupting from both Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama, Senju Hashirama, who was getting a headache, could no longer hold back. His own chakra exploded, instantly suppressing both of them, and he stood directly between them. He looked at Senju Tobarama with a serious expression. Senju Tobarama, don't say such things to Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara is also our partner. The village has just been established. If we cannot even accept Uchiha Madara, how can we protect peace? I believe Uchiha Madara would absolutely never do such a thing. Looking at his older brother's serious face, Senju Tobarama also put away the sarcasm on his face. Finally, after a helpless sigh, he said expressionlessly, older brother, haven't you realized it yet? That was not a genjutsu. Moreover, older brother being the first Hokage and him being the second Hokage were all within his original expectations. Honestly, he was now starting to suspect that it might really be the future. Of course, whether it could be confirmed in the end would still require some evidence. However, faced with his words, Senju Hashirama, as the older brother, shook his head, still looking serious. I don't believe that Uchiha Madara would betray Konoha because of that. This is the dream that Uchiha Madara and I once shared. As he spoke, he turned his head again, looking at Uchiha Madara in front of him with a solemn tone. Uchiha Madara, I trust you. HMPH. Looking at Senju Hashirama, who believed in him, and those eyes full of bonds, Uchiha Madara, who had originally been cold and ready to avenge his younger brother, looked away. He didn't meet Senju Hashirama's gaze, but let out a cold snort with an impatient tone. I know. Uchiha Madara. Hearing Uchiha Madara's response, Senju Hashirama immediately became happy. I knew you believed in me too. However, Senju Tobarama, who was watching from the side and felt the atmosphere was a bit off, snorted coldly and interrupted, you two shouldn't be happy too soon. That was not a genjutsu. If you don't believe me, ask this naturally EV. Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara. It is indeed not a genjutsu. Faced with Senju Hashirama's inquiry, Uchiha Madara was silent for a moment, then nodded, his tone full of pride, no genjutsu can deceive these eyes of mine. So, if it's not a genjutsu, then there are only two possibilities now. First, as a calm scientist, Senju Tobarama instantly analyzed various possibilities in his mind. The other side specially built a Konoha, a future Konoha, and then communicated with us through an unknown jutsu. But to be honest, I didn't feel any traces of a jutsu on it. This was also what he found strange. As a jutsu expert, he didn't think anyone could hide anything from him. And if that is really the case, what is that guy's purpose? To incite chaos within Konoha. And who could it be? But if the first guess is wrong, then the second. Speaking of this, Senju Tobarama's gaze swept over the two people in front of him, and he said in a serious tone, what that guy said is true. That is indeed the future Konoha. The future has connected with our present. As he spoke, his gaze glanced obscurely at Uchiha Madara again. There was one more thing he hadn't said. That was, it was also true that Uchiha Madara betrayed Konoha and was killed by older brother. Honestly, thinking about it was quite satisfying. Senju Tobarama's mouth curled up slightly, but it quickly disappeared. He didn't know the situation yet. He did indeed hate Uchiha Madara, but that didn't mean he would be used by others to get rid of Uchiha Madara. The three of them fell into silence, pondering what Senju Tobarama had said. But just at this moment, clap, Senju Hashirama suddenly hammered his right fist into his left palm, with a look of realization on his face, instantly attracting the attention of Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama. Older brother, what did you think of? Think of what? Nothing. Senju Hashirama laughed, hands on his hips, let's look at those things tomorrow. As long as we didn't start fighting, it's fine. I'm already hungry. Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobarama, let's go eat. X2. This guy. The former was more important. At the same time, in an old apartment building in Konoha, a certain blondie was hugging Shi Jian's leg, looking as if he had been hungry for a long time, wailing loudly. Ah Jian, you're finally back. Where did you go? I'm about to starve to death. It's absolutely delicious, Jian. Your cooking has already surpassed Aunt Haoi's. Shi Jian ate while watching the blonde-haired kid across from him, who was shoveling rice into his mouth and grabbing dishes, his cheeks puffed out and round. No, he should be called Uzumaki Naruto, the child of prophecy for this world's future. Aunt Haoya, his mother, was a single mother who had brought her child alone to seek refuge in Konoha. As for how he knew Naruto, it was actually an accident. He was born a month earlier than Naruto, and when he arrived in Konoha, a year had already passed since the nine-tailed incident. And the apartment his mother found happened to be right next door to Naruto. At that time, Naruto was just a one-year-old kid standing alone at his doorway. When his mother saw him, she warmly invited the child over for a meal. Over time, the third Hokage noticed, and she was entrusted by the third Hokage to take care of Naruto, receiving appropriate compensation for it. Thus, the two children became familiar with each other. Later, when he was 4, his mother fell ill and passed away, and the entrusted job ended. To tell the truth, although both he and Naruto were orphans, he was different from Naruto. According to the original regulations, he should have been sent to the Konoha orphanage at 4, but he refused. He was well aware of the darkness in the Konoha orphanage. Once he went there, he might be targeted by some one-eyed old man and then become a part of those who protect Konoha in the shadows. This kind of exhausting work without any security was not his dream. Although Root's recruitment requirements were quite high, needing so-called geniuses, and he wasn't sure if he qualified, what if they happened to come to the orphanage and suddenly found him appealing, recruiting him directly? So, after thinking about it, he decided against it. It just so happened that his mother had saved up some money, enough to support him for a few years. Plus, after Naruto saw him cooking and started coming over for meals, paying for his food, he now had enough money to cover his living expenses. Burp. I'm full. It was so delicious. When I become Hokage, I'll definitely repay you properly. No need for repayment, Shi Jian said with annoyance. Just sell me that piece of land above the Hokage rock when the time comes. Huh. Hokage rock. What do you want to do there? I plan to build a house on it. Why build a house on it? That's so weird. Hearing Shi Jian's words, Naruto scratched his head in confusion, but soon returned to his grinning expression. But okay. Since it's what Shi Jian says, I agree. When I become Hokage, I'll give that land to you. Then you'd better remember that. Hearing Naruto give away important Konoha land resources without hesitation, Shi Jian didn't pay much attention. After a dismissive remark, he unceremoniously ordered Naruto to work. Also, now that you're full, hurry up and wash the dishes. Got it, got it. Naruto grinned as he cleared the table, seemingly long accustomed to such arrangements. He took the bowls to wash them, and while washing, he said, "Oh right, where did you go today, Shi Jian? Didn't we agree to go to the Ninja Academy together? When I woke up, I didn't see you, and I couldn't find you after I went to the Ninja Academy. When I got up, you were still taking a nap. I couldn't wake you, so I went out by myself." Shi Jian explained casually. At that time, when he woke up and saw Naruto hadn't, he didn't bother him and set off for the Ninja Academy, even acting as a tour guide for those 3 guys on the way. Just as Shi Jian was recalling the events of this afternoon, Naruto had finished washing up and came over with a grin. We both got admitted. That's great, now I can go to the Ninja Academy with Shi Jian. Oh right, Grandpa Third also sent over ninja tool pouches. As he spoke, he pulled out a new ninja tool pouch from the side. This one is yours, I have one too. Grandpa Third said this one was prepared especially for you. Shi Jian took the new ninja tool pouch, seemingly surprised that the old man, the third, would actually prepare a ninja tool pouch for him. But he didn't refuse, it just happened to save him some money. A ninja tool pouch was a required study supply that had to be prepared before school started. He had originally planned to buy one later, but now it seemed unnecessary. To be honest, after coming to Konoha for so many years, he realized that the old man, the third, wasn't like what he understood from fanfiction in his past life, a hypocritical politician. On the contrary, the old man was actually quite decent. He just didn't know if it was truly a lack of ability or if he was just good at disguising himself. As for Naruto being bullied by the village, this really couldn't be blamed on the old man, the third. Many adults in the village knew that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. Even though Naruto himself didn't know, many ninjas and civilians were aware of it. However, those people still indulged their own children in bullying the son of the fourth. Perhaps the people in Konoha village really were just a bunch of unruly folks. Then it's a promise. Naruto looked at Shijian happily. We'll go to school together then. Got it. After getting Shijian's agreement, Naruto appeared especially happy, just like a child, skipping back to his room, which was next door. Shijian shook his head. He also understood, because he had no friends, Naruto treated him, the one person willing to play with him, as an important friend. He just didn't know who would be more important compared to the future Sasuke. But thinking of this, Shijian shivered all over. Why should he get involved in the bond between those two guys? He quickly shook the wild thoughts out of his mind. But having Naruto, the future 7th Hokage, as a friend, he believed his future retirement life could be quite good, and he might even actually be able to build a house on Hokage Rock. Pity tilde. Why does the village strictly prohibit anyone from building houses on Hokage Rock? Shijian sighed. Could it be that some predecessor before me had planned to build a house on Hokage Rock? After mentally grumbling about some unknown predecessor, Shijian picked up his clothes and went to take a shower. Don't look at how dilapidated this apartment was. Not only was it cheap, but it also had complete living facilities, with plenty of hot water supplied every day. After a comfortable shower, Shijian lay back down on his bed, picked up the bead he had made into a pendant, frowned, and seemed to fall into deep thought. The past and the present. If that was truly the past of Konoha, then with his intervention, had Konoha really not changed at all? Was it still the same as the plot he knew? Had he not done anything to the past? If not, then it was. Shijian muttered to himself, parallel world. And why couldn't his bead allow multiple people to watch together like Senju Hashirama's? But as he thought about it, he couldn't come up with anything. Shijian felt a bit sleepy, so he put the bead away again. Forget it, let those three big shots across the way handle such troublesome matters. Now, it's time to sleep. However, he didn't know that just as he closed his eyes to sleep, the ninja world in another timeline, at this moment, was still not calm because of his last sentence. Nadaime, 2nd, Sama. Arrange for people to keep an eye on the Uchiha clan. Under the dim light, Senju Tobarama looked at the member of the Senju clan kneeling on one knee before him, his face bearing a serious and cold expression. But remember, you must absolutely not let anyone else discover this, not even Big Brother, do not let him know. Hearing Senju Tobarama's words, the Senju clansman looked somewhat surprised, but still accepted the mission earnestly. Yes, Nadaime, 2nd, Sama. However, after speaking, he still hesitated for a moment. Nadaime, 2nd, Sama, is the Uchiha clan going to? You just need to execute the mission. Before he could finish, Senju Tobarama cut him off directly. He then paused for a moment, thought about it, and added, the Uchiha clan has not done anything out of line. I am just having you watch them. Tell those below not to do anything disrespectful. Yes, Nadaime, 2nd, Sama. And one more thing. Tobarama handed over a piece of paper from the table. Search within the land of fire for someone called. Never mind, just find someone who looks like this. This is a secret mission, likewise, you must not let anyone know. Hearing that it was another secret mission, the Senju clansman's expression tightened. But when he looked up and saw that the drawing on the paper was of a young child, his face couldn't help but freeze, seemingly confused as to why Nadaime, 2nd, Sama wanted to find someone who looked like a kid. But he still nodded respectfully. Yes, Nadaime, 2nd, Sama. You may go. After the clansman left, Tobarama withdrew his gaze, furrowed his brows, and began to ponder again. Since he had heard that Uchiha Madara might betray them in the future, how could he possibly just sit by and do nothing? As for Shijian from the future, if there really was such a person in the future, then perhaps he could find someone related to him now. Unfortunately, he didn't know what Shijian's elders were called, and trying to find such a person throughout the entire land of fire was quite difficult. It wasn't that he couldn't find him, but even if he did, he wouldn't be able to confirm if it was the person he was looking for, so he was just giving it a slight try. Under the dim light, Senju Tobarama's eyes flashed with a unique glint. Is that really the future? If it is, what exactly happened in the future? Why would Uchiha Madara suddenly choose to leave Konoha? Was it really just because he didn't become the Hokage? So that's how it is. At the same moment, in the Uchiha clan compound, inside the Naka shrine hidden beneath the Uchiha grounds, Uchiha Madara, having activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, stared with a gloomy face at the stone tablet passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan. That Uchiha stone tablet, which was rumored to hide the secrets of the Uchiha clan and could not be deciphered, was now, under the gaze of his eyes, completely revealed. A god divided the world into the two poles of yin and yang for stability. The interaction of these two opposing elements will create all things in the universe. Can true happiness only be obtained by gaining both powers? Uchiha Madara's eyes rotated crazily, and his expression became even gloomier. After hearing that kid who claimed to be from the future say that Hashirama had become the first Hokage, and that Hashirama's younger brother, that annoying, despicable person had become the second Hokage, he understood, it was impossible for him to become the Hokage of Konoha. Of course, he didn't care whether he could become the Hokage or not. Being able to achieve true peace and fulfill the dream he and Hashirama had when they were young was enough for him. Especially after seeing the peaceful scenery of Konoha, his originally restless heart had calmed down quite a bit. But Senju Tobarama, if that despicable person really became the Hokage, he knew that guy would definitely take action against the Uchiha clan. Therefore, he had to be on guard. Yet he hadn't expected that on a whim, after entering the Naka shrine and activating his Mangekyo, he would actually see this, the secret passed down through generations of the Uchiha. True happiness. True peace. Could the peace of the future he saw earlier all be fake? Although he didn't know exactly what happened in the future, he could now roughly guess why he would defect from Konoha. It was to achieve true peace. However, Uchiha Madara slightly raised his head, looking at that stone tablet, and muttered to himself, "Did I really die? What on earth happened in the future?" At this very moment, Uchiha Madara's mind was in a mess. His hands were clenched into tight fists, and his face turned from green to black, appearing exceptionally gloomy. Now, he desperately wanted to know what the future was really like. Soon, this restless night came to an end. Shi Jian, who had slept comfortably, had also woken up. However, just as he got out of bed, he saw the bead flashing incessantly and immediately understood, the other side had sent a video call request. But he didn't answer it directly. Those who know, he had just woken up, and there were more important things to deal with right now. Besides, he didn't want to see three grown men first thing in the morning. After relieving himself, washing up, and eating a simple breakfast, Shi Jian headed out. He knocked on the door next door, and seeing that Naruto still hadn't woken up, he didn't disturb him and let him continue sleeping, preparing to start his morning exercise. Although he was an ordinary person, he still exercised diligently. However, there were more important things to deal with right now. Looking at the bead that kept glowing, Shi Jian sighed helplessly, then injected chakra into it. When he saw the screen light up and three familiar figures appear, a smile appeared on his face, and he greeted those on the other side. Good morning. Moving time back slightly, Senju Hashirama, who had been dragged out of bed early in the morning by Madara, was currently looking at the red-eyed Madara with some helplessness. Madara, they probably haven't woken up yet. As a ninja, he wakes up so late. When I was his age, I was up exercising before dawn. Madara snorted coldly with an unsatisfied tone. The ninjas of the future are really good for nothing. Is he still not up? Not yet, and sleeping in. Hearing Madara's words, Hashirama laughed heartily. Doesn't this just prove that our efforts were successful? Upon hearing this, Madara lowered his head, his eyes, which had the Mangekyo activated, shifting subtly. Their efforts, were they really successful? However, before he could say anything, Senju Hashirama, who was continuously injecting chakra into the bead on the side, sensed something was wrong. Or rather, ever since he saw Madara early in the morning, he had felt that there was something strange about him. Could it be because of what happened yesterday? Thinking of this, Senju Hashirama sighed inwardly. Did his future self really kill Madara? He raised his head, his face wearing a complex expression, and just as he was about to say something to Madara, Senju Tobarama, who had been calmly watching the changes in the bead on his left, suddenly spoke up. He's awake. As these words fell, both Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara immediately raised their heads, looking at the window that had already appeared before them, before the two of them could even speak. The kid from the future on the other side had already greeted them. Good morning, Shodai, first, Sama, Nadaime, second, Sama, Lord Madara. Lord Madara. Why do you call Madara, Lord Madara? Hearing his greeting, Senju Hashirama's face leaned into the window again, his entire face nearly occupying the whole frame, filled with anticipation and happiness. Are you also a member of the Uchiha clan? I am not a member of the Uchiha clan. Didn't I say that before? I'm just an ordinary civilian. Realizing he had accidentally let slip a nickname from his past life, and noticing Senju Tobarama's even more scrutinizing gaze from the side, Shijien gave a sheepish smile. That was just a habitual way of addressing him. A habitual way of addressing him. Madara actually managed to earn such a title from a Konoha Jr. Hearing Shijien's words, Senju Hashirama's expression turned serious. He placed his right hand on his left and stroked his chin. It seems Madara must be highly respected in Konoha. Shijien. If one day Uchiha Madara truly defected just like in the original story, then this first Hokage would surely bear a huge responsibility. HMPH, the respect of a mere brat, what use is that? However, the praise from his close bond seemed to put Uchiha Madara in a much better mood. His originally gloomy face cleared up significantly. With his arms crossed over his chest, he walked behind Senju Hashirama and looked down at Shijien from over Senju Hashirama's head, his tone calm. Brat, what time is it now? To think you woke up so late. Madara, don't say that. He is still just a child. A child. Ridiculous. Back in our day, we were already on the battlefield at 6 years old. It seems the brats of future Konoha are becoming increasingly useless. Listening to the conversation between the two giants of Konoha, Shijien couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Not to mention, this scene was quite familiar. He never expected that as a transmigrator, not only would he one day hear Senju Hashirama say he was just a child, but he would also hear Uchiha Madara complaining that each generation was worse than the last. At this moment, Senju Tobarama, who had been watching the whole time, squeezed in. He looked at Shijien with a calm expression. What are you doing? I'm preparing to go exercise. I'm going for a walk, and it just so happens I can show you around. Exercise. Uchiha Madara scanned Shijien up and down, his tone seemingly curious. How do you exercise? Run a couple of laps. Just run like that. Yes. What about weights? What about shuriken training? None. Stupid, lazy. What is the point of training like that? Shijien looked speechlessly at the didactic Uchiha Madara. This time, it wasn't just Uchiha Madara, even Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama beside him nodded in agreement. Simple running is only for warming up. For a ninja, it doesn't serve the purpose of conditioning the body, it's just a waste of time. Senju Tobarama gave a professional explanation directly, frowning as he spoke. Are the children of future Konoha really this childish with their ninja training? At the very least, you should start by carrying 100 pounds of weight. I haven't started school yet. Strictly speaking, I shouldn't count as a ninja yet. Looking at the three men's views on training, Shijien's face showed helplessness once again. The Ninja Academy entrance exam includes a requirement to test a child's physical fitness. If you don't pass, you get rejected. Therefore, in order to attend the Ninja Academy, he had been training seriously during this period, and besides. Isn't that why I was planning to take you around to see future Konoha? Since you don't want to, I'm going to go exercise. I'm hanging up. As soon as he finished speaking. Wait. X3. The three men, who had been lecturing him, immediately reached out to stop him. Senju Hashirama. Cough, cough, cough. He is still just a child. It is perfectly normal to take a rest. Uchiha Madara. HMPH. Senju Tobarama. Balancing work and rest is also necessary. Each of them said a sentence, but the content had completely changed, making Shijien look at them with a strange expression. Cough, cough, cough tilde. Senju Tobarama was the first to adjust. Looking through the window at Konoha on the other side, he remarked, is that the future Konoha village? It looks quite quiet. That clan crest, that clan crest. At this moment, Senju Hashirama seemed to have discovered something and excitedly pointed forward. Madara, look quickly, that seems to be your clansman. Uchiha Madara beside him had also seen it. When he saw guys appearing on the street wearing the Uchiha fan crest on their clothing, he couldn't help but be stunned. But in less than a second, his gaze became profound again. Had he not already defected and been killed? Why was the Uchiha clan, his clansmen, still living in future Konoha? And that record on the stone tablet from last night, was it true or false? Could it be that he was truly wrong? It is indeed the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Uchiha research expert Senju Tobarama also cast his gaze upon the Uchiha clan. However, seeing the Uchiha clan acting so domineering, he frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, he looked at Shijien. What are those guys doing? Violent law enforcement, PFFT, I mean, maintaining the stability and peace of Konoha. Shijien explained, the Uchiha clan is Konoha's military police force, primarily responsible for maintaining internal order in Konoha village. The Uchiha clan is protecting the peace of Konoha. Hearing Shijien's words, Senju Hashirama burst into laughter. That really is a nice sight. But as he laughed and laughed, he seemed to feel that something was wrong and scratched his head. But why does it feel like everyone seems to dislike those Uchiha clansmen? Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara beside him had also noticed, his brows knitting together again. His eyes held confusion and doubt, it seemed the thought he had just suppressed was emerging once again. But before he could speak, Shijien's voice rang out again. Those are the unruly citizens of Konoha. Unruly citizens of Konoha. X3. Don't worry about them. Looking at the three confused men, Shijien shifted the topic without hesitation. He laughed it off and said, up ahead is Hokage Rock, take a look. As he spoke, he moved the camera to focus on Hokage Rock. You guys probably haven't carved the Hokage Rock over there yet, right? As his words fell, the attention of the three was transferred to Hokage Rock. Although after yesterday's events and the calls within the village, the first Hokage was basically confirmed, the Hokage Rock indeed hadn't been carved yet. I see it, I see it. That's me, it's carved quite handsomely. The second one is indeed Tobarama. Senju Hashirama, who was originally happy, paused after seeing that the second one was Senju Tobarama. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at the gloomy-faced Uchiha Madara and opened his mouth. Madara. But Uchiha Madara ignored Senju Hashirama, still staring gloomily at the faces on Hokage Rock. Although he had already heard last night that he hadn't become Hokage, when he saw it with his own eyes, a surge of anger rose in his heart. Especially when he saw that the second Hokage was indeed that despicable villain, plus the stone tablet he saw last night, it made him increasingly doubt whether his decision was actually correct. As for Senju Tobarama, he seemed to have noticed Uchiha Madara's strangeness. After glancing at him discreetly, he scanned the Hokage Rock again. Finally, his gaze fell on Shijien. Has it already reached the fourth Hokage? Is the village currently under the management of the fourth Hokage? No, it's still the third Hokage. X3. The village is still being managed by the third Hokage now. The third Hokage. Hearing Shijien's words, Senju Hashirama shifted his gaze over, his face filled with curiosity. What about the fourth Hokage? Are you an idiot, big brother? Before Shijien could speak, Senju Tobarama mercilessly retorted to his big brother, then looked at Shijien with a serious expression. It seems the fourth Hokage has already sacrificed himself. Did he die on the battlefield? The battlefield. Senju Hashirama was stunned. Does that mean the war hasn't ended yet? The war didn't end long ago. No, it should be said. Shijien shook his head. Not much time has passed since the end of the Third Ninja World War. The Third Ninja World War. Senju Hashirama was taken aback, and then his expression became serious again. That means there was a first and a second one, right? Please tell me, Shijien. Indeed, there were a first and second Ninja World War. The first Ninja World War broke out shortly after you, first Hokage, passed away. Shijien paused for a moment, thought about it, and decided to say it. After that, there was a period of peace, then war broke out again, and the same happened for the Third Ninja World War. When these words fell, the three of them fell silent again. Especially Senju Hashirama, who had always longed for peace, was stunned on the spot. Why is there still war? As for Uchiha Madara, he clenched his fists, his Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly, and his rugged face became sharp. The war did not end. Even if the village was founded, the war did not end. So, what he thought, was it the right way? Calm down, big brother. That's a matter for the future. Why are you worrying about it here now? Compared to the other two, Senju Tobarama seemed much calmer. His eyes flashed slightly, and he gave Shijian a meaningful look. It seems I must have died by that time as well. The First Ninja World War didn't last long before you, second Hokage, died. Is that so? Senju Toburama didn't have much of a reaction to his own death, merely frowning slightly before looking at Shijian again. So, the fourth Hokage died in the Third Ninja World War. No, the fourth Hokage only took office toward the end of the Third Ninja World War. He did not die in the war. Shijian didn't hide it. Instead, he sacrificed himself to seal the nine-tailed. Seal the nine-tailed. Not long after the second Hokage sacrificed himself, Uzumaki Mito became the first nine-tails Jinchuriki. Since he had already said this much, Shijian didn't hesitate. Afterwards, the fourth Hokage's wife became the second nine-tails Jinchuriki, but during childbirth, an accident occurred, causing the nine-tailed to go berserk. To seal the nine-tailed, he chose to sacrifice himself. Mito became the nine-tails Jinchuriki. Hearing his wife's name, Senju Hashirama was stunned again, and then his expression became serious. It seems the nine-tailed is very strong. Even the fourth Hokage had to sacrifice himself. It looks like I'll have to be careful in the future. Shijian looked at Senju Hashirama with a strange expression. Was this why Senju Hashirama would later grab the nine-tailed by the neck and say it was strong? At this moment, no one noticed a strange glint flashing in Uchiha Madara's eyes nearby. Nine-tails Jinchuriki, huh? It seems a lot has happened in the future. At this moment, Senju Toburama frowned again and asked, who are the third Hokage and the fourth Hokage? The third Hokage is Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the fourth Hokage is Minato Namikaze. The Sarutobi clan. Hearing this name, Senju Toburama was also surprised. A couple of days ago, the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan had sent envoys, saying they hoped to join Konoha. He didn't expect that someone from the Sarutobi clan would actually become Hokage in the future. As for Minato Namikaze, the Namikaze clan, which clan is that? Minato Namikaze should be a commoner. A commoner also became Hokage. Hearing Shijian's answer, before the surprised Senju Toburama could say anything, Senju Hashirama smiled and said, that's really not bad. It seems that child is very talented. Talent, you say? Senju Toburama largely agreed with his big brother's words. Being able to reach the position of Hokage as a commoner was definitely not simple, but Senju Toburama still frowned. Looking at Shijian, why did the fourth Hokage sacrifice himself? Did the third Hokage not protect the new Hokage well? That I don't know. Hearing Senju Toburama bring this up, Shijian really didn't know how to explain it. He gave a dry laugh, lowered his voice, and said sneakily, but there are unofficial records stating that the fourth Hokage saw his wife couldn't survive, and in the end, he chose to commit suicide out of love, leaving the third Hokage with no time to rescue him. X3. Committed suicide out of love. A generation of Hokage chose to commit suicide out of love. And listening to what was just said, the war shouldn't have ended yet. As Hokage, he abandoned the village and actually committed suicide out of love at such a critical moment. How is this possible? What about his capacity as a leader? The three of them had dark expressions. Senju Toburama snorted coldly. How on earth did this kind of unofficial record spread? Aren't they afraid of corrupting the children? As he spoke, seemingly remembering something, he looked at Shijian and said, little one, go up to the Hokage rock. Shijian was stunned, seemingly confused as to why he was suddenly asked to go to the Hokage rock. Can't he see it from here too? But after thinking about it, he didn't refuse. Anyway, this place was right under the Hokage rock, and it was just a few more steps to get there. As for stepping on the Hokage rock being a great disrespect to the previous Hokage. Rest assured, if caught for such a trivial matter, he would at most be criticized. Besides, he had received the order from the second Hokage. Strictly speaking, it was legitimate. In a short while, Shijian arrived at the Hokage rock and turned the camera, filming the entire Konoha from above. The scenery of the future immediately brought smiles to the corners of the three men's mouths. Even Uchiha Madara, who was questioning his own choices, felt his heart calm down quite a bit under this quiet and peaceful scene at this very moment. He also saw the Uchiha clan's clan. Wait, where is the Uchiha clan's compound? Why can't he see the Uchiha clan's crest? Did they move? Before Uchiha Madara could ask the question in his heart, Senju Toburama's voice sounded again, a nice view. It seems we can also use this for reference in the construction of our village. Then, he said to Shijian, go to the top of my Hokage rock head. Shijian gave Senju Tobarama a confused look, but still honestly walked onto the head of the second Hokage. But it wasn't over yet. Just as he jumped over, Senju Tobarama's voice sounded again, circle around my head. On the left side, take 3 steps forward. Follow what I say, form the hand signs, tiger, rat, hare. Although he was confused about what Senju Tobarama wanted to do, he still honestly formed the hand signs. However, the moment the 3 hand signs were finished, on the ground in front of him, suddenly, with a poof tilde sound, a cloud of smoke appeared. Shijian looked down in confusion and immediately saw a kunai engraved with a special mark appear in front of him. X4. Looking at that familiar kunai, the 4 of them were immediately surprised. Why is there a special kunai of Tobarama, that guy, the second Hokage, here? No, never mind the second Hokage's Hokage rock, even the first Hokage's Hokage rock over there isn't finished yet. But just when the 3 were dumbfounded, Senju Tobarama instantly recovered from his surprise. Then, seemingly having expected it, he nodded, and with deep eyes, looked at Shijian, who seemed to have seen something incredible. I believe you now. Your side is indeed the future. X3. The 3 of them stared in unison at Senju Tobarama, who stood with his arms crossed over his chest and the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. At this moment, even Uchiha Madara, who had always detested this guy, was doing the same, seemingly having no idea what he was actually doing. But as an Uchiha who absolutely loathed this despicable white-haired Senju, Uchiha Madara suppressed his curiosity and didn't ask. Meanwhile, his older brother, Senju Hashirama, was quite direct. He blinked and stared blankly at his younger brother. Tobarama, how did you manage that? Isn't our Hokage rock not even carved yet? Besides, he wasn't even the Hokage yet. Hey tilde, feeling the gaze of the 3, Senju Tobarama shot a contemptuous smile at Uchiha Madara. Ignoring Uchiha Madara, whose forehead veins were bulging, he turned his gaze to his older brother and said in a flat tone, the future, it was the future me who hid it. When these words fell, Shijian and Uchiha Madara immediately understood what was going on. Both of them, even Uchiha Madara, looked at the guy with a hint of admiration. He could actually do that. However, Senju Hashirama, known as the god of ninja and the future first Hokage, was even more confused. He scratched his head. What future? Did you live until Shijian's time? I don't need to live until then. Besides, didn't I say earlier that the future me died at the end of the First Ninja World War? Seeing his older brother's expression, which was full of wisdom, he directly covered his face. He didn't expect that Uchiha Madara would understand, and the kid on the other side would understand, but his own brother wouldn't. I only need to live until my Hokage rock is carved. Just a moment ago, I gave myself a suggestion. When the Hokage rock is carved in the future, I will set a seal on my own Hokage rock. That is also the reason why I asked Shijian to walk around my Hokage rock earlier. As he spoke, a flash of solemnity crossed his eyes. He looked up and through the window at Shijian opposite him. That is indeed the seal, traces, and special kunai I left behind. Absolutely no one can imitate it. The future. They had truly connected to the future. But, kid, why do you look even more shocked than us? No, it's nothing. Hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Shijian looked up and gave a sheepish smile. This actually isn't a parallel world. But if this is the same world, then why had nothing changed? If the other side is the past and his side is the present, shouldn't his interference with the past cause changes in the present? However, facing his words, Senju Tobarama's eyes grew deeper, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he said calmly, what are you still standing there for? Time is tight, hurry up and take us around for a tour. As these words fell, Senju Hashirama, who had been scratching his head in confusion, immediately stopped thinking about it. He put on a grinning expression, leaned against the window again, and looked at Shijian. Yes, 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 little one, let's go see other places. As for the rest, having Senju Tobarama here was enough. Why should he think so much? And Uchiha Madara, having also realized some things, his expression became even gloomier. If that was the future, did that mean he chose to rebel even after knowing he would? Other places. At this moment, Shijian also regained his focus. Although his heart was still filled with confusion, he didn't dwell on it. Regardless of the past, at least his side was the present. He turned the window, climbed down from the Hokage rock, and continued walking forward. When he reached the Hokage building, he paused for a moment and turned the camera toward the Hokage building, and the three of them looked at the Hokage building with curiosity. Shijian didn't know where to go, so he just walked forward, turning the camera to let them see for themselves. At this moment, suddenly. Wait a minute. Senju Tobarama's voice came again. Shijian. He leaned toward the window with a look of confusion, but before he could speak, Senju Tobarama continued in a grave tone, turn to the right. What exactly is happening over there? Shijian was still confused, but he followed Senju Tobarama's instructions and turned to the right, about 50 degrees. Seeing the scene in a nearby alley, he was stunned for a moment, but quickly regained his composure and said in a flat tone. Bullying. It's quite common in Konoha. But you could even spot that. What kind of eyes do you have? Bullying. Hearing Shijian's words, Senju Tobarama frowned, seemingly realizing something, and his tone became serious. This is common in Konoha. It's very common. The civilians of Konoha will bully everyone equally. Whether you are a young master of the Uchiha, or a young lady of the Hyuga, whether you are lazy or trained diligently, whether you are poor or rich, whether you have a harmonious family or are an orphan, and whether you are from outside the village or inside, they bully whoever they want. Seeming to recall something, Shijian sighed with emotion. Even I, a child from a single-parent family, have been bullied by that group of brats. X3. This statement caused the three to fall silent instantly. Immediately after, Uchiha Madara seemed to think of something as well. He crossed his arms and a cold sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. That's right, they are just a bunch of unruly people. He hadn't even done anything to those civilians, yet the way those people looked at him was as if he had committed some heinous crime. No. Impossible. Perhaps it's just a misunderstanding. Senju Hashirama glanced at the bullying scene again, his tone filled with a lack of confidence. Maybe everyone just wants to play together. Play together. This nonsense, let alone Shijian, even his younger brother Senju Tobarama didn't believe it. Senju Tobarama said with a dark expression, does the school not care? Basically, they don't really care. Never mind the school, even the parents don't really care. Shijian spread his hands. Because someone once said that a so-called ninja is someone who can endure everything. If you can't even endure this, how can you be a ninja? Furthermore, if you don't even know how to resist, you have no qualifications to become a ninja. A so-called ninja is someone who can endure everything. Senju Hashirama rubbed his chin. Who said that? It actually makes sense. This is fallacious logic. Don't forget the purpose of you building the academy. Do you have to learn how to bully others before you can become a ninja? Didn't you hear what that kid said? The civilians of Konoha are becoming unruly, bullying whoever they want. Senju Tobarama retorted with a dark face. The latter part has some sense. If you don't even dare to resist, even if you become a ninja, how will you have the courage to face difficulties? It's just that the way the kid looked at his older brother was weird. Could it be that his older brother said this? At this moment, HMPH, not even daring to fight back, what a disgrace. Uchiha Madara seemed to have become impatient from watching, perhaps also recalling his own past experiences. Kid, go up there. Beat that group of guys up. Only cowards bully the weak who dare not resist. Shijian was stunned, but before he could speak. This naturally evil Uchiha is right. Senju Tobarama rarely expressed approval of Uchiha Madara. He also crossed his arms, looked at Shijian who was still frozen in place, and seemingly thinking of something, said to Shijian, beat those brats up hard. If you fight well, I might be able to grant you one request. Shijian's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Senju Tobarama, never deceive children. It's a deal then. To be honest, I also detest bullying. A sinister smile appeared on Shijian's small face. Then you guys better watch closely. I've been a professional anti-bully for 30 years, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. X3 you're supposed to be only 6 years old. The three looked at Shijian with helpless expressions, but didn't say anything more. They watched quietly, intending to see how this kid would handle it. Uchiha Madara caught a glimpse of a strange glint in the eyes of that naturally despicable white-haired Senju and immediately understood that this despicable, sinister villain didn't just want to watch the kid beat people up, there was some other hidden motive. As for what the motive was, he wasn't clear, but he didn't care much. It wasn't targeting the Uchiha clan, so why care about that guy? He directly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Let me see just what level the taijutsu of future ninjas has reached. However, the moment his Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin, just that instant alone made him close his eyes again. What the hell is this? As for bullying, Shi Jian truly despised it. Back when he was a student in his previous life, he had been bullied by a few brats from well-off families simply because his own family was poor. Now that he had transmigrated, if he still let himself be bullied, wouldn't that mean his transmigration had been for nothing? Therefore, when he was being bullied alongside Naruto, he had struck back without the slightest hesitation. He had beaten those brats, specifically the three brats in front of him, to a pulp. Now that he had encountered them again, to tell the truth, even if Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama hadn't said anything, he was already prepared to beat this group of brats up again. He wasn't some young master of the Uchiha or a young lady of the Hyuga clan who wouldn't even dare to resist. Without any hesitation, Shijien rolled up his sleeves and charged in. The brats in the ninja world had decent physical constitutions, so there was no need to worry about killing anyone, therefore, he could beat them within an inch of their lives. Taking advantage of the fact that the bullying trio hadn't reacted yet, Shijien stomped heavily onto the toes of the short, skinny brat. Who tilde? A shrill scream rang out instantly. That single strike sent the brat to the ground, clutching his foot. However, the other two brats reacted at this moment. Yet, upon seeing that the guy who had come was that despicable orphan, the two brats seemed to remember something, and their faces instantly turned green. However, when facing bullying, Shijien would not give the bullies any chances. Taijutsu, monkey steals the peach. This taijutsu, inherited from his previous life, was skillfully executed. He grabbed fiercely, followed by a look of disdain on his lips. Then, who tilde? Another scream, and the second person curled up and lay down. In the blink of an eye, two of them had been taken down, causing Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama, who were watching intently, to fall silent. Wait, did he perform hand signs? The ram sign. Watching Shi Jian, who had circled behind the last one and formed the ram sign with his hands, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara finally became interested. It seemed this brat had learned a bit of ninjutsu after all. However, their interest had just been piqued only to vanish instantly, and their expressions turned rather dark. They saw the brat crouch down slightly, and then, with his hands still in the ram sign, thrust them straight upward. The ninja world's orthodox taijutsu, 1000 years of death. Who tilde? Finally, the last one lay down as well. The fight ended very quickly. In the blink of an eye, only that brat was left standing alone. Like a powerhouse, he looked down upon the three defeated opponents. Until the three of them stood up with difficulty, some clutching their fronts, others their backs, or hobbling on their feet, pointing at Shi Jian with faces full of shame and anger. Despicable. We will be back. Finally, after leaving behind a harsh threat, they scurried away. Shi Jian, wearing the cool composure and smile of a powerhouse, turned his head to look at the three people opposite him. How was my taijutsu? X3. Senju Hashirama and the others watched this scene in silence, and immediately afterward, the expressions of Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara became even darker. What kind of bullcrap taijutsu was that? This didn't look like taijutsu at all. Even Senju Tobirama, who had originally wanted to observe something from the fight, had to admit that he hadn't seen anything at all. A very interesting fight. It's just that, little Shi Jian, your taijutsu, you still need to practice it properly. The honest Hashirama was quite supportive, saying with a smile on his face, and that was. He frowned slightly, looking behind Shi Jian. Are your eyes not feeling well? As soon as he finished speaking. Thump tilde. Senju Tobirama mercilessly hammered his older brother on the head, then put on a serious expression and looked over as well. That is, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan. Has that equally powerful ninja clan also joined Konoha? Hearing Senju Tobirama's words, Hashirama, who was holding his head, realized what was happening. Wasn't it said that this ninja clan was very cautious and xenophobic? I didn't expect that they would join in the future. I had previously sent people to ask the Hyuga clan, and they said they would consider it. It seems they must have agreed. Although Senju Tobirama was a bit surprised, he wasn't shocked. It's just unexpected that the children of the Hyuga clan have become so weak. Not even daring to resist. Little Shi Jian, that brat from the Hyuga clan seems to be talking to you. Actually, he didn't need Senju Tobirama to remind him, he had already seen it. Or rather, Shi Jian hadn't expected that the one being bullied today was the young lady of the Hyuga clan, Hinata. It wasn't even dark yet. Could it be that the young lady of the Hyuga clan had actually been bullied all along, until one day she was saved by a certain blonde guy? Thank you Tilda. No problem. Hearing that soft, sweet voice, Shijian came back to his senses. He glanced at the flowers Hinata was holding in her arms. When she was getting beaten up just now, she had protected the flowers in her arms with all her might, but even so, the flowers were already ruined. These flowers of yours. Flowers, oh no, the flowers. Hinata came back to her senses as well. Looking at the flowers in her hands, her white eyes instantly became moist, but she held back, seemingly not wanting others to see her cry. She looked as if she was about to cry but was holding it back. It's okay, I can just give them to my mother tomorrow. Giving them to her mother, carnations, and this road, it was the road leading to the hospital. Shijian seemed to realize something. Come to think of it, Hanabi should have been born, and not long after, the mother of Hinata and Hanabi passed away. So, were these for her hospitalized mother? He should have hit them harder just now. Even Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara on the opposite side seemed to have realized something. After a moment of silence, unexpectedly, Uchiha Madara spoke first, his tone complex. Brat, take this child to buy another bouquet of flowers. I'll pay for it. Not to mention Senju Tobarama, even Shijian was astonished. He looked at Madara with a strange expression. Was Lord Madara actually this caring? However, this look made Lord Madara jump up in embarrassment and anger. Hey, brat, what kind of look is that? It's nothing. Seeing Lord Madara's murderous eyes, Shijian didn't hesitate at all. He grabbed Hinata, who was bowing again to thank him, and ran towards a nearby flower shop. Ignoring Hinata, who wanted to say something, he bought the same flowers she had been holding on the spot. Before she could react, he immediately stuffed them into her hands. That's it, go deliver them. Hinata's little face was dazed and adorable. She looked at the bouquet in her hands, then looked up at Shijian opposite her, seemingly wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. Shijian waved his hand. What are you still standing there for? Aren't you going to see your mother? Go. No need for thanks, this was bought by a guy who has a sour face but a good heart. Was he talking about himself? His face wasn't sour. He was a good person. But this time, Hinata didn't refuse. She carefully hugged her bouquet tight, bowed down, and said in a grateful tone, though her voice was extremely soft, thank you, I will pay you back. After saying that, with her little face flushed red, she ran towards the hospital. The three people watching this scene opposite them also showed smiles, especially Hashirama, who cheerfully let out a sigh of emotion. This is the peace that I protect. However, Shijian, having completed the request, looked longingly at the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Although he didn't say anything, Senju Tobarama understood what the kid meant. Crossing his arms, seemingly in a good mood, he said with a curled lip, although you fought terribly, the result was not bad. Speak. What do you want me to do? Or rather, what ninjutsu do you want me to teach you? He could tell, this brat was indeed a commoner and didn't have any clan-inherited ninjutsu. As for ninjutsu, we can talk about that later. However, Shijian waved his hand, rubbed his hands together, and looked at Senju Tobarama with a grin. I just have a small request, and I hope the future second Hokage-sama can agree to it. What request? Hearing that it wasn't about learning ninjutsu, Senju Tobarama frowned, but immediately continued in a serious tone, Kid, you should know that we are not living in the same space-time. If it's a difficult request, I might not be able to do it. You can do it, it's just a very simple request. Hearing this, Shijian said happily, I just want you to revoke the regulation that forbids the sale of the land on top of the Hokage rock. For the second Hokage-sama, this is nothing at all. I plan to build a house on the Hokage rock, but unfortunately, that land cannot be sold, so I want you to change it. Build a house on the Hokage rock. When these words were spoken, the three of them fell silent. What kind of request was this? And, the regulation forbidding the sale of the land on top of the Hokage rock. Senju Hashirama scratched his head and looked up at Senju Tobarama in confusion. Does the village have such a regulation? Build a house on the heads of the Hokage. Even if his older brother didn't care about dignity, he did. Senju Tobarama's mouth twitched, and he said with a dark face, there wasn't one before, but now there is. Shijian. No, there wasn't. Right, there isn't even a Hokage rock yet. Wait. At this moment, Shijian seemed to realize something. Could it be that this regulation only came into existence because of him? Give me another one. Senju Tobarama rejected Shijien's request without hesitation, looking at him with a dark expression. If you make such unreasonable demands again, don't blame me for going back on my word. He only wanted to buy a plot of land, how could that possibly be considered an unreasonable request? However, upon hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Shijien could only give up with regret. As expected, he would have to pin his hopes on the future 7th Hokage. But what exactly should he ask for? It wasn't that he didn't know what to ask for, but rather that he was agonizing over what to choose. As everyone knows, the second Hokage is called a master of forbidden jutsu in the ninja world. Throughout his life, he created countless forbidden jutsu with astonishing power, and even in the Boruto era, his forbidden jutsu haven't become obsolete. Furthermore, although he was a Hokage, the second Hokage was also a peerless expert in water release ninjutsu. One can imagine how valuable that is. As a master of forbidden jutsu, any single technique he taught would be enough for a civilian ninja like him to learn. Seeing Shi Jian deep in thought, Senju Tobarama waited quietly. He stood with his arms crossed, saying nothing, though a unique glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Shi Jian. It was as if he were curious about what kind of ninjutsu this kid from the future would choose. At this moment, Shi Jian seemed to have made up his mind, or rather, he hadn't thought about it for very long. Although he had been conflicted, since he had a choice, did he even need to ask? I want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. If bloodline limits are crucial in the ninja world, a powerful bloodline can instantly transform a weakling into a powerhouse. And for a civilian without any bloodline limits who wants to catch up to those ninjas who possess them, there is no doubt, the Flying Thunder God technique is the meta answer. As long as you master it, even if you don't become a top-tier powerhouse, you can still manage to slack off and survive until the final round. The Flying Thunder God technique. Hearing Shi Jian's words, Senju Tobarama looked somewhat surprised, his gaze lingering on Shi Jian meaningfully. I didn't expect a kid like you to know about the Flying Thunder God technique. It seems that after I died, someone else learned it. Yes, after you died, the 4th Hokage learned the Flying Thunder God technique, Shi Jian nodded. And rumor has it that he even surpassed you, the developer. Surpassed me. Senju Tobarama curled his lip in disdain and let out a cold scoff. Although I don't believe the later Hokage would choose a weakling as a successor, I certainly don't think someone who learned space-time ninjutsu and still died could surpass me. Big deal. Seeing Senju Tobarama's confident expression, Shijien rolled his eyes and retorted irritably. There was another person who knew the Flying Thunder God technique, and didn't they end up dying while covering the rear too? X2. When these words were spoken, Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama were both stunned. As for Senju Hashirama, he looked up in surprise and stared at Senju Tobarama. Tobarama, someone else learned your Flying Thunder God technique, eh? Hearing his elder brother's words, Senju Tobarama's face turned black. That was me. Ha 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 tilde. Uchiha Madara, upon hearing that Senju Tobarama died while covering the rear, was somewhat surprised and also gloating. He didn't hide his feelings at all. This is truly pleasant news. It seems that your ninjutsu isn't all that impressive after all. You naturally evil Uchiha Madara, don't get too carried away. Facing Uchiha Madara's ridicule, Senju Tobarama's dark expression vanished instantly, replaced by a mocking one. I died in the war, but you, Uchiha Madara, not only betrayed Konoha, but were also killed by Big Brother himself. This time it was Uchiha Madara's turn to have a dark face, he even clenched his fists. But looking at the window in front of him, he forced down his anger, let out a cold snort, and said in a muffled voice, that wasn't me. Who knows? You naturally evil Uchiha Madara. You naturally despicable villain Senju Tobarama. Alright. Watching the two begin to bicker again, Senju Hashirama, caught in the middle, hurriedly tried to mediate. Do me a favor and stop arguing, everyone. We don't have much time left. X2. Upon hearing this, the two calmed down, realizing that now was not the time for arguing. After glaring at each other, Senju Tobarama composed himself again. He looked at Shijien opposite him, crossed his arms, and wore a serious expression. Kid, space-time ninjutsu isn't that easy to learn. In fact, if you want to master space-time ninjutsu, talent is quite important. As he spoke, he looked deeply at Shijien. Since you know the Flying Thunder God technique, you should be aware of just how difficult it is to master this ninjutsu. I'm telling you, you only have one chance. If you can't learn it by then, don't blame me. The words had barely faded. Hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Shijian fell silent. Space-time ninjutsu is indeed very difficult to learn, and the Flying Thunder God technique is the most critical of them all. In the entire history of the ninja village over the past 100 years, only 6 people have managed to learn it, and 3 of them had to combine forces to use it. Even Boruto's later Flying Thunder God technique was not the original version, but a space-time ninjutsu similar to the Flying Thunder God technique that he created himself, relying on the space-time talent of his Otsutsuki bloodline. Compared to the genuine space-time ninjutsu, it has its advantages. You don't need to specifically leave behind a formula, and you can teleport as long as you sense the special metal. However, the disadvantages are also quite obvious. It cannot achieve the same level of freedom as the Flying Thunder God technique created by the second Hokage. The difficulty of learning it can be imagined. As a child from an ordinary family, and an orphan at that, compared to learning such a difficult ninjutsu that he might not even be able to master, perhaps a B rank or A rank ninjutsu that matches his body's chakra nature would be more suitable for him. As for the Flying Thunder God technique, as long as the connection between the past and the present is not broken, he believes he will find a chance to learn it in the future. Therefore, there is no doubt. Shijian, with a firm look on his face, looked at Senju Tobarama opposite him. I want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. Receiving Shijian's answer, Senju Tobarama couldn't help but be stunned, his brow furrowing again. Didn't I say that this technique isn't suitable for you right now? What you need now isn't a ninjutsu with a very high learning difficulty, but a simple, practical one. For example, Water Dragon Bullet, Water Bullet, and other such practical and easy to learn ninjutsu. I know, but, Shijian nodded, a smile appearing on his youthful face. The Flying Thunder God technique is just cool. Besides, these others, I can learn them later just the same. Since I've obtained a request from the second Hokage, I can't just waste it like this. As he spoke, he looked at Senju Tobarama suspiciously. No way, no way. Lord Second Hokage, you aren't planning to break your promise and refuse to teach me, are you? This guy. Senju Tobarama looked at the sneaky Shijian with black lines on his face, but he took a deep breath and said irritably, suit yourself. Since I have already promised, I will abide by it. HMPH, the brats of future Konoha are really arrogant. Don't blame me if you fail to learn it later. And you should be clear that no ninjutsu is absolute. Just as you said before, even I, who learned the Flying Thunder God technique, and the future fourth Hokage still died. I know, if I can't learn it, I'll give up. Hearing the guidance from Senju Tobarama, Shijian's expression became serious. He knew, the second Hokage wanted him to understand not to rely too heavily on powerful ninjutsu. Besides, it wasn't that he didn't truly want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique. No, if he could learn it, he certainly wanted to, but if he truly couldn't, he would have to give up. For him right now, he had just started school, so it wouldn't be too late to learn other ninjutsu later. Good, as long as you know that. Seeing the look in Shijian's eyes, a satisfied smile appeared on Senju Tobarama's face, and he continued, since you have looked into the Flying Thunder God technique, you should know the difficulties in learning it. The difficulties of the Flying Thunder God technique. Shijian pondered, recalling the anime from his previous life, reflexes and perception. Correct. Hearing Shijian's answer, a flash of surprise crossed Senju Tobarama's eyes, but he still nodded, it is indeed reflexes and perception. This is also why I do not approve of you choosing this ninjutsu right now. For a child who hasn't even started school yet, achieving these 2 steps precisely is simply too difficult. Seeing that Senju Tobarama had truly begun to teach, Shijian became serious and noted down everything Senju Tobarama said, yet he failed to notice, at this very moment, a trace of deep meaning flashed through Senju Tobarama's eyes. As he spoke, he observed Shijian's reactions, but before he had said more than a few sentences, at this moment. Wait, Tobarama, stop for a moment. Senju Hashirama, looking headache-stricken, interrupted Tobarama's teaching, there isn't much time left. Are you planning to teach him right now? I was planning on looking around some more. As he said this, he pointed to a group of guys nearby wearing clothing with the Uchiha clan crest. Isn't it said that the Uchiha clan serves as the military police force in Konoha? Why does it look like, I always feel that the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village isn't very good. When these words fell, Senju Tobarama also realized that now was not the time for teaching, and he said to Shijian, you should focus on training your body first. Space-time ninjutsu also requires a resilient physique. After saying this, he also looked in the direction his older brother was pointing. Uchiha Madara, who was beside Senju Hashirama, had already looked over, but upon seeing the future Konoha villagers showing expressions of disgust toward his future clansmen, Madara's expression darkened once again. The stone tablet from last night made him doubt the future peace, but seeing the future peace of Konoha made him question the records on the Uchiha stone tablet. However, now that he saw his future clansmen being loathed, it made him start to doubt again. Was the future truly as he had imagined? Even Senju Tobarama felt the same. Looking at the scene before him, his brows furrowed. Although he did not like the naturally evil Uchiha clan, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan had fought for generations, so he knew that the Uchiha clan's emotions were very unstable and they could easily descend into extremism. This was also the reason he called the Uchiha clan naturally evil. It wasn't just because he disliked the Uchiha clan, although, of course, he did truly dislike them. But nowadays, the Uchiha clan was also a part of Konoha. Although the Uchiha clan had been defeated by the Senju clan and then accepted by his older brother to join them, there was no doubt. Konoha was jointly established by the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Even he knew that no matter how much he disliked the Uchiha clan, he could not take action against them at this time. He even had to assist the Uchiha clan in integrating into Konoha. Otherwise, once action was taken against the Uchiha clan, it would not only cause anxiety among the ninja clans that had just joined Konoha, but the newly established Konoha might also collapse in an instant. Could it be that his future self had failed to successfully integrate the Uchiha clan into Konoha? However, a mocking expression remained on Senju Tobarama's face. So many years have passed, and the naturally evil Uchiha clan is still that arrogant. Can they not even integrate into the village? Regarding these words, Uchiha Madara, who had always disliked Senju Tobarama, did not refute them. In fact, his face even darkened a little. After all, Senju Tobarama was right. If this despicable person were still alive, it would be another matter. Needless to say, it would definitely be this guy targeting the Uchiha. But this guy was already dead, and the future Uchiha clan still hadn't changed at all. They were simply a bunch of trash. Little one. Senju Tobarama pondered for a moment, as if he always felt something was wrong. Looking at Shijian, who was also gazing at the Uchiha clan, he said with a grave tone, did something happen? Why do I see that those villagers don't just dislike the Uchiha clan, but actually hate them? Could it be that after so many years, the hatred between the clans hasn't been eliminated? And even if there were hatred, it would be the hatred between ninjas and ninja clans. What did it have to do with these civilians? Nadaime, second, Sama is not mistaken. Hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Shijian also withdrew his gaze, his face filled with emotion. It is indeed hatred. X3. Before the three of them, who were full of confusion, could react, Shijian continued. Didn't I say before that the fourth Hokage chose to sacrifice himself to seal the nine-tailed? At that time, the nine-tailed suddenly went berserk, attacked Konoha, killed many people, and brought fear to the entire Konoha. That's not right. At this moment, Senju Hashirama furrowed his brows again and asked skeptically, what does the nine-tailed killing people have to do with the Uchiha clan? Senju Tobarama, who was on the side, seemed to understand something. His expression became grave, and he looked at Shijian seriously. Are you saying, the future nine-tailed incident was related to the Uchiha clan? Yes. Shijian nodded. After the nine-tailed incident ended, some people saw that the nine-tailed had been controlled that night, and they suspected it was controlled by the Uchiha clan. When these words fell, this time, everyone understood what was going on. A mocking expression appeared on Senju Tobarama's face again. No wonder, as expected of the naturally evil Uchiha. Wait, Tobarama, don't say it like that yet. Senju Hashirama still did not want to believe that the Uchiha clan had manipulated the nine-tailed to attack Konoha. With a serious expression on his face, he looked at Shijian. Why say it's the Uchiha clan? Did someone see the Uchiha clan doing it with their own eyes? It's not that others saw it with their own eyes, it's just that it was rumored that the attacker at the time possessed the Sharingan. Having reached this point, Shijian did not hide anything anymore, and at that time, the Uchiha clan did not send any ninjas to support. No support. Upon hearing this sentence from Shijian, the three of them were stunned once again. What on earth were the future Uchiha doing? At this moment, even Uchiha Madara did not know what to say. Since they had chosen to join Konoha, and upon seeing Konoha being attacked, they did not go to support, what else was there to say? But before the three could ask, Shijien turned the camera away, counting the time, it should be about right. Let's not say so much, let's look around some more. As these words fell, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara finally realized that there really wasn't much time left, and a child probably wouldn't be able to answer much anyway. Especially Uchiha Madara, who had originally planned to ask Shijien about the stone tablet today, but when he really wanted to ask, he hesitated. After all, he didn't know if in the future, the secret of the stone tablet had been exposed. However, just as Shijien turned the camera, at this moment, Senju Tobarama stopped him. Wait a moment. Shijien looked at him with a puzzled face. I have one last question. Senju Tobarama's expression became serious, but I hope you can answer me honestly, Shijien. What question? Looking at Senju Tobarama, who had suddenly become serious, Shijien looked somewhat surprised. Is it about the Uchiha clan? No, it is not about the Uchiha clan, but about you. Senju Tobarama paused slightly, looking at Shijien with sharp eyes. This suddenly weird atmosphere also made Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara feel confused. They seemed puzzled about what Senju Tobarama, this despicable person, wanted to do again, but before they could ask, Senju Tobarama did not even blink, staring intently at Shijien opposite him. His whole body seemed to radiate a terrifying aura, which, despite being separated by decades, seemed to be enveloping the future Shijien. He said word by word, Shijien, who exactly are you? What do you mean, who exactly is he? Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara both looked in confusion at Senju Tobarama, who had his arms crossed over his chest and his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the person opposite them. Especially Uchiha Madara, although he loathed this despicable man who had killed his younger brother, he couldn't deny the guy's intellect. Had this guy discovered something again? Tobarama, what are you talking about? Senju Hashirama was more direct, scratching his head as he asked Senju Tobarama in confusion, didn't we already go over this? Shijien is a child from the future Konoha, and haven't you already confirmed that it really is the future? What's going on? Why are you still asking who he is? As he spoke, he gave his younger brother a tug. And tone down that gaze of yours, don't scare the child. Senju Tobarama's expression slumped as he looked at his elder brother helplessly. With his brother acting like this, he could no longer maintain his sharp, intimidating aura. With a resigned tone, I'm not denying that the other side is the future Konoha, but this kid. His gaze shifted back to Shijien, who had recovered his composure in the blink of an eye after his initial panic. Senju Tobarama paused for a moment before adopting a serious tone again. He knows too much. Upon hearing those words, Uchiha Madara seemed to understand something as well. Without further hesitation, he also crossed his arms and looked across with a solemn expression, just like Senju Tobarama. But Senju Hashirama was still looking at his brother in a daze. What do you mean by, knows too much? What does he know? Brother, you. Senju Tobarama looked at his elder brother and sighed again. It wasn't that his brother wasn't smart, it was just that in certain aspects, his cluelessness was sometimes a real headache. Even Uchiha Madara had figured it out, yet his own brother still hadn't. Nonetheless, he turned back to look at Shijien. Do you remember Shijien's identity? A child. A commoner from an outside village. Oh, you mean that? Yeah, so what? Forget it, just listen to me. Senju Tobarama gave up on trying to lead his brother's thoughts and instead patiently explained, a 6-year-old commoner happens to be extremely familiar with the internal affairs of Konoha. Isn't that normal? Senju Hashirama scratched his head again. He's lived in Konoha for a few years. That's not the kind of familiarity I'm talking about, Senju Tobarama said helplessly once more. It's. His tone sharpened slightly. He's not only very familiar with our deaths, but he also knows the manner of the fourth Hokage's death, and even the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama finally grasped the situation, though he still frowned. Maybe someone in Konoha told him. I don't think any future Hokage would tell a 6-year-old, especially one from an outside village, about me being killed while covering a retreat or about the nine-tailed being controlled. After retorting irritably, Senju Tobarama's gaze sharpened again as he looked at Shijien with a stern tone. Furthermore, this kid actually knows about the Flying Thunder God and is so familiar with the Flying Thunder God technique. You should know how important a ninjutsu is. Even if the future 4th Hokage learned the Flying Thunder God technique, as a ninja, I doubt he would easily share information about his own technique with others, let alone a 6-year-old from an outside village. And based on the current timeline, when the 4th Hokage died, this kid probably couldn't even walk yet. From the moment he heard the other side was the future Konoha, he had been suspicious. Even after confirming it was indeed the future Konoha, he hadn't lowered his guard. Instead, he had continuously probed through various means to gather information. Ultimately, he had analyzed the current information. The other side was indeed the future Konoha, and Shijien was indeed a commoner who hadn't learned any ninjutsu, yet this guy actually knew about the Flying Thunder God technique. So, in this situation, Senju Tobarama looked at Shijien with a calm yet piercing gaze. Either he obtained this information through some special means, or, there's someone else behind him, someone who knows Konoha and us very well. Once those words were spoken, Senju Hashirama understood what was going on as well. Suddenly, all three of them were staring at Shijien. Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara had looks of interrogation and caution on their faces, while Senju Hashirama opened his mouth as if to say something, but didn't know how to put it. Who would have thought a child could hide so many secrets? But seeing the child scratching his head across from them, he sighed helplessly. Crossing his arms, he sat cross-legged on the ground and said solemnly, Tobarama, Madara, stop asking. Those are matters of the future, and he's a child of Konoha. I believe. As he spoke, a smile returned to his face. Little Shijien is a good kid, perhaps it's just inconvenient for him to say. Besides, to those over there, we are already people of the past, people who have died. No sooner had he finished speaking. Hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Uchiha Madara opened his mouth to speak, but seeing Hashirama's serious expression, he simply curled his lip. Suit yourself. I'm not interested in a brat's business anyway. As for the ever-cautious Senju Tobarama, hearing his brother's words, he became exasperated once more. Brother, you. However, before he could finish his sentence. It's not like it's something I can't talk about, Shijien sighed, cutting off Senju Tobarama. To be honest, he knew that if he spent too much time with these three Konoha giants, his secrets would eventually be discovered. After all, he knew far too much. One slip-up would inevitably expose some secrets. But he really hadn't expected to be found out so quickly. How should he put it? As expected of the second Hokage. Every single question from the very beginning had been a probe. Looking at the three men whose gazes were fixed on him because of his words, Shijien opened his mouth, but seemed unsure of how to proceed. Finally, he could only say in a helpless tone, you might not believe me if I told you. Not believe you. It seems the secrets you're hiding are quite significant. Senju Tobarama's brow furrowed as he looked at Shijien meaningfully. Let's hear it then. Let's see just how unbelievable it really is. Beside him, Uchiha Madara also curled his lip in disdain, a cold sneer on his face. Brat, you think too highly of yourself. They had lived through the chaotic Sengoku period, could they not tell if something was believable or not? Unbelievable. It's simply laughable. In an impatient tone, if you're going to talk, hurry up. I don't have all day to listen to your nonsense. Senju Hashirama also nodded, though his expression was much gentler. He said with a smile, it's fine, go ahead and tell us. All right then. Hearing the three of them, Shijien could only sigh again. After nodding helplessly, his face took on a serious expression, and he said in an earnest tone, actually. I'm someone from another world. What the heck? Is this kid messing with them? The three of them, who had been waiting for some incredible secret, were suddenly speechless with dark lines on their faces as they looked at Shijien. But just as they were about to say something. At that moment, suddenly. Crack tilde. Time was up again. Shijien. His previously serious expression collapsed at this moment, and he looked helplessly at the bead in his hand, which had dimmed once again. No, why did it turn off at such a critical moment again? His tone became melancholy again as he shook his head. The other side should believe it, right? To be honest, he had originally thought about making up an excuse to fool them, but after thinking for a long time, he decided against it. After all, who were the people on the other side? The god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama, the forbidden jutsu master, Senju Tobarama, and the battle Rose. Asura of the ninja world, Uchiha Madara. These three were all world-renowned figures in the ninja world. Furthermore, they wouldn't just be interacting for these few days, who knew how much longer it would last. Therefore, there was no need to hide it. Whether it was coming from another world or knowing the past and future, it would be discovered sooner or later. It was better to be honest now, perhaps it could save some trouble. Shi Jian put away the bead in his hand and stopped overthinking. Whatever happened, he would deal with it tomorrow. As for now, it was time for him to go practice. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the Konoha of the past, the three, not again, gone at such a critical moment. All of them had dark lines on their faces as they stared at the bead before them, which had also lost its glow. But, from another world, that kid couldn't be treating them like fools, could he? HMPH. Uchiha Madara's eyes held dissatisfaction. Are the brats of Konoha's future all this dishonest? One look and you can tell. His gaze flicked towards Senju Tobarama. It was learned from a certain despicable person. He actually dares to fool us. Alright, don't be so angry. Shi Jian is just a child. After a while, Senju Hashirama stopped caring and even turned to comfort Madara with a grin. Maybe we pushed too hard, or maybe the child has secrets he can't tell us. However, as he spoke, his brow furrowed again in thought. What could it be? Could it be, what the child said is true? But saying this, he scratched his head and burst into loud laughter. How could that be possible? Then, noticing something, he looked up and saw Tobarama beside him with furrowed brows, deep in thought. His face showed surprise as he spoke in a strange tone. Tobarama, what are you thinking? You don't actually think it's true, do you? Whether it's true or not is unclear for now, but it's undeniable that other worlds do exist. As a master of space-time ninjutsu, Senju Tobarama could roughly guess some secrets of the universe. However, I'm not thinking about that. Whether it's true or not, we'll just ask tomorrow. There's no need for us to guess wildly here. Senju Tobarama shook his head, his eyes falling on the bead. His brow furrowed as he spoke in a serious tone. Haven't you noticed a problem? What problem? But before Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara could speak, Senju Tobarama said slowly, it's gotten longer. Meanwhile, just as Shi Jian went to practice, inside the Konoha of the present, a small figure carrying flowers finally arrived at the hospital. She carefully lowered her head and bowed to the adult before her, who also possessed a pair of Byakugan. Sorry, father, I'm late. However, facing his daughter's apology, that man showed no reaction. He didn't even move, his hands still tucked into his sleeves and crossed over his chest. He looked flatly at his daughter holding the flowers. To become a qualified ninja, a proper sense of time is essential. You are late, Hinata. I'm sorry, father. Watching Hinata become flustered because of his single sentence, Hyuga Hiyashi fell silent again. Then, as if spotting marks on Hinata's face and clothes and guessing what happened, his brow furrowed slightly, but he said nothing. This sudden silence made little Hinata's heart tighten. She didn't dare look up and stood there cautiously. Had she disappointed her father again? However, the silent atmosphere didn't last long before Hyuga Hiyashi's flat voice rang out again. Although a ninja is one who can endure everything, if you are bullied, you must retaliate. I do not want the future head of the Hyuga clan to be a weak and incompetent fool. I'm sore. But this time, before Hinata could finish, Hyuga Hiyashi turned his back to her and said, go inside and see your mother and sister. And don't stay too long, they still need rest. Yes, father. Hearing that her father had finally allowed her to go in, a happy expression appeared on Hinata's face. Her previously dejected mood vanished instantly. She didn't seem to care about what had happened before as she skipped toward the hospital room with the flowers. Watching his daughter's happy expression, Hyuga Hiyashi's brow furrowed again, but it soon smoothed out. He merely sighed helplessly in his heart and asked in a faint tone, Natsu, what happened? As soon as he finished speaking. With a whoosh, a woman wearing a maid outfit, also possessing the unique Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, knelt on one knee behind Hyuga Hiyashi. Hiyashi-sama. After respectfully saluting the head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Natsu spoke in a serious tone, Lady Hinata was bullied by those brats again on her way here. According to your instructions, I did not intervene. Those brats again. Hearing Hyuga Natsu's words, Hiyashi's brow furrowed again. He had long heard of those brats in the village, but to train the future head of the Hyuga clan, he had ordered that no one interfere. Such issues were minor for a ninja clan. Back then, the young master of the Uchiha clan had also been bullied, but that child resolved it with his own strength and has now become a powerful ninja. So, He also hoped his daughter could solve that small problem herself. But looking at it now, it seemed a bit different from what he had imagined. Then, Hyuga Natsu continued respectfully, at that time, another child came out to help Lady Hinata. After Lady Hinata's flowers were ruined, it was that child who helped Lady Hinata buy new ones. Who? I have already investigated. He is a civilian orphan and a new student this year, just like Lady Hinata. It shouldn't be an intentional approach. His name is Shi Jian, but that child lives next door to the kid called the Demon Fox. Hearing Hyuga Natsu's words, Hiyashi's expression flickered with surprise, but it quickly vanished. He waved his hand. As before, do not interfere in Hinata's affairs. You may leave. Yes, clan head. Having received the order, Hyuga Natsu left without hesitation. Hyuga Hiyashi remained in place, his brow furrowing once more as if he were pondering something. Shi Jian, that child. Legend has it that in the early days of Konoha's founding, a mysterious person saved the legends of the ninja world, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. However, no one knew the name or appearance of that mysterious person. In fact, aside from the first Hokage, second Hokage, and Uchiha Madara, no one had seen him, not even the third Hokage. All that was known was that the mysterious powerhouse's surname was Shi. Therefore, most people treated that rumor as an unreliable hearsay. After all, those two were legends of the ninja world, why would they need someone else to save them? It was simply a joke. If the third Hokage hadn't heard it personally, and if a woman hadn't brought a child here before, probably very few in Konoha would know about it. Thinking of this, Hyuga Hiyashi couldn't help but sigh with emotion. To be able to save those two's lives, just how powerful would that mysterious powerhouse be? Jian, you're here. Li. Shi Jian arrived at the place where he often trained. In a relatively remote forest, someone was already there training. Looking at the small figure with a stylish center-parted hairstyle, he greeted him familiarly. Sorry, I'm a bit late. It's fine. The small figure shook his head, seemingly very happy about Shi Jian's arrival. He stopped his training, placed his hands on his hips, and gave a sunny smile. Life always has moments where you pause, but don't forget that after resting, you must stand up and keep moving forward. Just looking at him, that small body already made one feel a surge of hot-blooded passion coming at them. That's right, this child was Rock Lee, one of the future Konoha 13. Although the child didn't have the bowl cut yet, nor was he wearing that special green jumpsuit, one could still see the shadow of his future self in his small frame. Meeting Rock Lee was also an accident. Worried about being rejected during the Ninja Academy entrance exam, he had looked for a place to train his body. Eventually, he found this spot and met Rock Lee here. After hearing that he was a new student preparing for the exam, Rock Lee, who called himself a senior, very enthusiastically taught him how to train. He even comforted him, saying that even if he failed the exam, it didn't matter because the academy would give new students a chance for a makeup exam. Jian, I've already seen your name on the list, congratulations. At this moment, Rock Lee gave a thumbs up with his bandage-wrapped right hand. His mouth quirked into a grin, and a glint seemed to flash under the sunlight. As expected of the junior, I have high hopes for, but don't get too complacent. For you, the path of a ninja has only just begun. I'll be waiting for you up ahead, don't stop. Quote. Looking at Rock Lee trying so hard to maintain the posture of a senior, Shi Jian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Others might not know, but how could he not? Don't be fooled by how strong Rock Lee would become later. Right now, Rock Lee was just a dead last in the academy who was constantly bullied. That's right, this child was also a victim of bullying at school. It had to be said, those unruly brats were truly overbearing. They bullied those with good grades, they bullied those with bad grades, they bullied the young ladies of ninja clans, and they also bullied commoner children. It was terrifyingly intense. Of course, Rock Lee hadn't met the teacher who would change his dressing style and hairstyle yet. So, at this time, Rock Lee's strength wasn't great. Or rather, he was only decent in terms of physical fitness, while other aspects could be described as a total mess. It wouldn't be until the day he switched to the bowl cut and that iconic green suit that he would truly display his youth. Previously, he had thought, if he couldn't find other ways to get stronger, he would use Lee to find an opportunity to take Might Guy as his master and learn the 8 gates. Although that might require shaving his head into a bowl cut, wearing a green jumpsuit, and shouting about youth, all of that was acceptable in order to survive in this ninja world. Unexpectedly, his cheat system arrived suddenly. And he wouldn't have to get a bowl cut or wear a green jumpsuit. Of course, Shi Jian was quite polite and didn't expose his pretense, he even very seriously provided him with some emotional validation. Yes, Senior Rock Lee. Regardless, he had to thank the guy for his guidance during this period. Tilda, seemingly very satisfied with this title, or rather, hearing this title made Rock Lee feel as if he'd been injected with adrenaline. His passion, like the morning sun, became even hotter. He put his hands on his hips again and laughed heartily toward the sky. Very good. Junior Jian, let's train together today. To not let my junior down, I've decided to punch the tree 1,000 times today. As he spoke, without waiting for Shi Jian to say anything, Rock Lee began to punch the tree on his own like an idiot. Seeing this scene, Shi Jian shook his head helplessly, but he also began his training for the day. He also found a suitable tree and started punching it. He didn't notice that at this moment, on a tree not far behind him, a black figure took a deep look at his direction and then directly disappeared. This was deep underground in a remote forest of Konoha. Under the dim light, one could see the grandeur of this structure deep beneath Konoha, yet it appeared eerie. And on a chair in the innermost part of this building, a figure was sitting, resting his chin on his right hand, seemingly deep in thought. At that moment, with a whoosh, another figure appeared before the one sitting in the chair and knelt on one knee. Lord Danzo. You're back. Hearing someone call him, the man known as Danzo, who was sitting in the chair, withdrew his thoughts. He looked up at the masked individual before him, and his flat, cold voice rang out. Did you investigate anything? Apologies, Lord Danzo, I didn't find anything strange. The masked individual remained kneeling on one knee and lowered his head, speaking in a respectful tone. After that kid left the Hokage Rock, he wandered aimlessly through the village. During that time, he helped the bullied princess of the Hyuga clan, and afterward, he went to the mountain behind the village. He is currently training with a commoner named Rock Lee. I have already investigated that commoner. He is a second-year student at the Ninja Academy and is just a talentless dead last. It seems the child has been deceived by that dead last. Is that all? Hearing his subordinate's report, Danzo Shimura's brow furrowed again. But after a moment of reflection, he seemed to think of something. Do you know what that kid obtained on the Hokage Rock? In response to Lord Danzo, it has been investigated. It was a kunai, but the kunai seemed to have a technique formula on it, suspected to be. At this point, the masked individual paused before continuing seriously, the flying Raijin kunai specially made by the second Hokage. Teacher. Hearing the mention of the second Hokage, Danzo Shimura was momentarily stunned, but he quickly recovered. His gaze fell back onto his subordinate. I understand. You may leave. Yes, Lord Danzo. Receiving his superior's command, the masked ninja did not hesitate and disappeared instantly with a body flicker technique. After he left, Danzo Shimura withdrew his gaze, his brow slightly furrowed as if he were deep in thought again. After a moment, he slightly raised his head. Under the dim light, his eyes flickered slightly. Once again, his voice was cold and flat, but this time, a trace of anticipation was hidden within his tone. That legend, is it actually true? After a moment, Danzo Shimura withdrew from his thoughts, his right hand resting on the armrest of his chair, tapping it gently. He had only heard of that legend by accident. Originally, he thought it was just a fabricated tale. After all, being able to save the legends of the ninja world from back then, Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Don't make me laugh. Even though he was very young at the time, as someone who had lived through that era, he was well aware of how strong those two legends of the ninja world were. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them ninjas who wielded the power of gods. And that was precisely why he had always craved the abilities of those two men. That was a power only a god could possibly control. Therefore, a mysterious powerhouse with the ability to save gods, someone who only left behind the Tsurnameshi, without any other description, seemed like nonsense no matter how one looked at it. But this nonsense was something he had accidentally learned from his teacher, the second Hokage of Konoha and the younger brother of the god of shinobi, Tobarama Senju. Consequently, he didn't dare to be certain whether it was truly nonsense or not. Or rather, he had previously thought it was nonsense. Even when that woman brought a child to Konoha seeking help years ago, he had been dismissive, thinking it was nothing more than an exaggerated story. He never expected that today, while going to discuss the disposal plan for the Uchiha clan with Hiruzen, he would unexpectedly see a brat walk onto the teacher's Hokage rock. Furthermore, the boy even formed hand signs toward the top of the teacher's Hokage rock head and then took something out from within it. At that moment, his eyes were filled with disbelief. One must realize how long the teacher had been dead, yet now, a brat had actually discovered a seal on the teacher's Hokage rock, cracked it, and obtained something from inside. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible for the teacher to have told him personally, so there was only one possibility: the child had obtained hidden secrets from within their clan. Therefore, that legend might be true. At this thought, Danzo Shimura's heart grew fervent once again, a light flashing through his eyes. But soon, he took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and resumed tapping the armrest with his right hand. A rhythmic tapping sound once again echoed through the silent root organization. Countless memories flooded into his mind. He remembered the first time he met his teacher. At that time, the first Hokage and Madara Uchiha were both present. Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobarama, Lord Madara. Sasuke, you've arrived. Tobarama Senju glanced at the ninja before him wearing the Sarutobi clan's crest, then his eyes flickered to the two children following behind Sasuke Sarutobi. His eyelids twitched slightly as he seemed to have some suspicions, but his face remained calm as he said, "These two children are. This is my son, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and this is the young clan head of the Shimura clan, Danzo Shimura." He happened to be with Hiruzen, Sasuke Sarutobi said with a smile to Tobarama Senju. "So, I brought them along to pay our respects to Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobarama, and Lord Madara." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Hashirama Senju, who had been chuckling and grinning on the side, suddenly had his eyes light up upon hearing that familiar name. He lowered his head to look at the child named Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Isn't this the Futu, MMMPH? Before he could finish his sentence, his mouth was covered by Madara Uchiha from the side. "You idiot, shut up." Although he didn't know what the future held, was this the kind of secret that could be blurted out so casually? Even Tobarama Senju on the left looked at his elder brother with a look of exasperation. As he watched Madara Uchiha covering his brother's mouth, his dislike for the man even lessened slightly at this moment. Just a tiny, insignificant bit. Unbeknownst to them, this scene caused a flash of surprise in Sasuke Sarutobi's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of realization in his heart. Rumors really are unreliable. The rumors said that although the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan had allied, Lord Tobarama harbored great loathing for Madara Uchiha and the Uchiha clan. Looking at it now, the relationship between these three was nothing like the rumors. It made sense. If they truly loathed each other, how could the Senju clan have allied with the Uchiha clan and worked together to establish a ninja village? If they hated each other, why would they cooperate? Don't be ridiculous, wouldn't they be afraid of being stabbed in the back? However, Hashirama Senju's words just now, he seemed to know his son. Could his son's reputation have already reached the Senju clan? That didn't seem right. His son was only 5 years old this year and had always stayed in the clan's rear, having hardly seen a battlefield. At that moment, a coughing sound reached his ears. Sasuke Sarutobi suppressed his curiosity and focused his gaze back on Lord Tobarama. He saw that Lord Tobarama had walked up to him at some point, a kind smile on his face as he reached out to pat his son's head. "You're Hiruzen Sarutobi, right? A fine child." Over the past 2 days, he had also come to understand some things from the future. He had died unexpectedly back then, and this child was appointed at a time of crisis to become Konoha's third Hokage, successfully protecting Konoha until the time of Shijian in the future. Although he didn't know the specific details of the future yet, judging by the peaceful scenes he had seen these past few days, this third Hokage must have been a good and responsible leader. Tobarama looked up again at Sasuke Sarutobi and said in a solemn tone, "Train him well. This child will surely become a pillar of Konoha in the future." Hearing Tobarama's words, Sasuke Sarutobi's face was filled with disbelief. Although he was also a famous and powerful ninja, compared to these three, he was still far behind. He never expected that Tobarama Senju would think so highly of his child. No, even Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha on the side seemed to agree with Lord Tobarama's words. This was simply incredible. Was his son really that talented? Deeply honored, Sasuke Sarutobi hurried to bow in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, Lord Tobarama. I will definitely teach Hiruzen well. Very well, I will be keeping an eye on this child." Additionally, the Sarutobi clan's compound has already been allocated, Tobarama Senju added with a satisfied nod. You can take your clansmen to see it first. If you're not satisfied, you can come and tell me. Yes, Lord Tobarama. Then I won't discharge. However, before the excited Sasuke Sarutobi could finish, Danzo Shimura, who saw that these three powerful ninjas thought so highly of Hiruzen but were ignoring him, showed anxiety on his face. He quickly took a step forward and said, Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobarama, Lord Madara, I am Danzo Shimura, and I bring greetings on behalf of the Shimura clan. The Shimura clan. This voice drew Tobarama Senju's attention. He nodded with a smile. I see. The Shimura clan's compound has also been allocated, remember to tell the adults in your family. Danzo Shimura. I've never heard of him. But the Shimura clan was also a powerful ninja clan, so he assumed he would surely become a pillar of Konoha in the future as well. It was just that this child's personality seemed a bit impatient. Seeing that Danzo Shimura wanted to say more, Tobarama Senju waved his hand. It's getting late. Go down and rest early. Yes, Lord Tobarama. Hearing Tobarama's words, Sasuke Sarutobi immediately grabbed Danzo Shimura and said sternly, Danzo, don't disturb the rest of Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobarama, and Lord Madara. With that, he didn't hesitate and pulled Danzo Shimura directly toward the exit. As for Danzo Shimura, seeing that Lord Tobarama really didn't know who he was, he lowered his head in disappointment. But that look soon faded as he clenched his fists and stared solemnly at the dazed Hiruzen. Hiruzen, I didn't expect your reputation to have already reached here. You were actually acting in front of me. I will definitely catch up to you. Unbeknownst to them, after they left, Hashirama Senju excitedly grabbed Tobarama. Tobarama, look, look. He appeared. Konoha's third Hokage has appeared. He looks mediocre to me, Madara Uchiha said with a cold, disdainful sneer. To think such a fellow would be chosen as Hokage. It seems your judgment, you despicable man, isn't very good either. Still better than the inherently evil Uchiha clan, Tobarama Senju retorted without yielding an inch. Then he frowned and fell into thought. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, perhaps I can ask about this child tomorrow. He wondered how this third Hokage had managed Konoha, but judging from the future he had seen, it must have been very good. And Danzo Shimura, he could ask about him too. He felt a deep bond between those two children. Perhaps he could gain some unexpected surprises from these two children. At this thought, the future second Hokage's lips curled up slightly. What an exciting future. The next day, as soon as dawn broke, Uchiha Madara had already opened his eyes. After getting up and washing, he planned to head out. The stone tablet and the matters regarding the future had been lingering in his mind, making it impossible for him to sleep. However, regarding the stone tablet, he didn't dare to speak of it easily. Although that kid seemed to know a lot, he wasn't sure if the kid would know about something as critical as the ultimate secret of the Uchiha clan recorded on the stone tablet. When two opposing forces cooperate, all things in the universe will be created. Would his future self be killed by Hashirama? Simply ridiculous. If that kid didn't know this secret, then this was his chance, he could make preparations in advance. Uchiha Madara recalled the things recorded on that stone tablet once more in his mind. After a moment, he pulled back his thoughts, took a deep breath to adjust his mood, and pushed open the door. The moment he pushed the door open and saw his clansmen who had been waiting behind it for a long time, Madara gave a cold nod and ignored them, walking toward the temporary Hokage office. The future Hokage building was already under construction but had not yet been completed. Therefore, Konoha village was temporarily using a dilapidated wooden house as the temporary Hokage office. Before long, he arrived at the temporary Hokage office. But the moment he pushed the door open and saw Senju Tobarama inside handling affairs, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his brow furrowed as he scanned the room. Where is Hashirama? Stop looking. Seeing Uchiha Madara enter, Senju Tobarama's brow also furrowed slightly, but he quickly returned to that cold expression. Big brother is still sleeping. Besides, it's still early. Do you want to disturb a child's sleep like you did yesterday? Ridiculous. A child. Madara let out a disdainful cold snort. At 6 years old, one can already go to the battlefield. But isn't the point of us establishing a hidden village to keep children off the battlefield? A mocking smile touched the corner of Senju Tobarama's mouth. As expected, the naturally evil Uchiha Madara only has war in his head. Hearing Senju Tobarama's mockery, the veins on Uchiha Madara's forehead bulged. He really could not get along with this despicable villain. However, thinking about today's matters, he didn't continue the argument with this despicable Senju Tobarama. He turned around, intending to go drag Hashirama out of bed. You should be preparing, shouldn't you? Senju Tobarama's voice came again, making his footsteps halt instantly. His Mangekyo also activated in a flash. But before he could speak, Senju Tobarama's voice rang out once more. Your future self chose to defect. Will your current self also choose to defect? Naturally evil Uchiha Madara. Are you spying on me? Uchiha Madara turned around abruptly, his eyes flashing with red light as he glared at Senju Tobarama, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Truly a despicable fellow. I am monitoring the Uchiha clan. But I must say, after seeing the visions of the future, my view of the Uchiha clan has changed somewhat. At least it seems those fellows also long for peace and didn't defect along with you, their clan head. Senju Tobarama didn't care at all about Uchiha Madara's activated Mangekyo. The chakra in his body began to surge, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. As for you, seeing that evil face last night, I don't even need to monitor you to guess. Question mark exclamation mark. This guy. Hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Uchiha Madara's gaze became profound as he looked at him. It had to be said that although this fellow was despicable and shameless, he was much smarter than the naive Hashirama. However, this fellow was right about one thing. If he really defected, did the Uchiha clansmen of the future really not follow him? But Madara quickly snapped back to his senses, a mocking smile on his lips. But I can also guess, that if a fellow like you becomes the second Hokage of Konoha, the future of the Uchiha clan will surely be terrible. Perhaps. Senju Tobarama didn't deny Uchiha Madara's words. Even as he said this, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. But from the look of it now, the future Uchiha clan is still living peacefully in the village. Didn't you see that yesterday? Naturally evil Uchiha Madara. When those words fell, the sheer mockery and playfulness made Uchiha Madara unable to restrain the anger in his heart any longer. With a boom, a massive amount of chakra erupted. Facing this scene, Senju Tobarama on the opposite side didn't back down in the slightest, his own chakra erupting as well. The two chakras immediately collided and stood in opposition, neither gaining the upper hand. Only the crude wooden house began to tremble under the pressure of the chakra, with countless dust falling from the roof. But just as Senju Tobarama pulled out a flying Raijin Kunai and Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo spun. Enough! An angry roar suddenly broke the confrontation between the two. Senju Hashirama, who had arrived at some point, looked at the two in front of him with anger on his face. What on earth are you two doing? I could feel both of your chakras from my bed. Didn't I say that the hatred between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan ends with us? No one is allowed to provoke a fight again. X2. Hearing Senju Hashirama appearing between them, Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara glanced at each other and simultaneously withdrew their chakra. They knew, with Senju Hashirama, big brother, here, they simply couldn't fight. That's more like it tilde. Seeing that both were being obedient, Senju Hashirama didn't ask what had just happened. His serious expression vanished in an instant, replaced once again by his usual cheerful look. Really, I was sleeping so well until you two woke me up. You fellow, what time do you think it is? Hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Uchiha Madara's eyelid twitched, and he could no longer help but roar at Senju Hashirama, how can a ninja be so lax? Oh, come on, hasn't it been quite busy these past few days? Not only do we have to chat with the future, but we also have to arrange for the shinobi clans joining Konoha. Senju Hashirama gave a sheepish laugh and waved his hand. After you left last night, another shinobi clan came by, so I was handling things until very late. But this excuse, I was the one handling things last night, Senju Tobarama exposed him mercilessly. Then, he returned to his flat tone. Anyway, since Big Brother is here, let's begin. As he spoke, he looked at Uchiha Madara with a meaningful gaze. Someone is already impatient. This early. Hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Senju Hashirama scratched his head. It's not very nice to disturb a child's sleep. No, it's about time. Senju Tobarama looked at the clock on the wall. That child woke up around this time yesterday as well. Alright, alright. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama directly pulled out a bead. After inputting chakra, the bead instantly emitted light, but after a short while, it disappeared again. Seeing this scene, the three of them twitched their eyelids, understanding, the other side hadn't woken up yet. Senju Hashirama continued to input chakra into it, but there was still no response until the sixth time. That familiar window finally lit up, and Shi Jian appeared in the window. Looking like he had just woken up, he yawned and spoke with a helpless tone. In the future, can you wait until noon before calling me? What time do you think it is? You're actually still sleeping. Looking at that lazy figure, Uchiha Madara said with dissatisfaction, HMPH, laziness will never allow you to become a powerful ninja. I'm still just a child. 6 years old is old enough to go to the battlefield. Sorry, I'm currently only at the age of just starting school. That's enough idle chatter. Seeing the two of them somehow starting to chat, Senju Tobarama interrupted directly and looked at Shi Jian with a serious expression. Kid, it's time to talk about what happened yesterday. Hearing this, Shi Jian calmed down, then scratched his head with an awkward smile, seemingly not knowing where to start for a moment. But Senju Tobarama didn't give him time to hesitate, crossing his arms with a meaningful look in his eyes. Are you still trying to figure out how to make up a story? Otherworlder from another world. Alright, but I'm not lying. After a sigh, Shi Jian no longer hesitated and said directly, I am indeed from another world. Following Shi Jian's brief narration, a flash of shock crossed the eyes of the three men, and they looked at Shi Jian with a mix of disbelief and doubt. Reincarnation. From a world without chakra. At this moment, all three fell silent. Senju Tobarama's face was thoughtful, though he was skeptical, he didn't doubt it entirely. Veins bulged on Uchiha Madara's forehead, suspecting this kid might be fooling the three of them. As for Senju Hashirama, his eyes were filled with shock and curiosity. Because of this, Senju Hashirama was the first to snap out of it. He clung to the window and looked at Shi Jian with an excited tone. It's incredible. I didn't expect another world to truly exist. Shi Jian, tell me what your world is like. Without chakra and ninjas, does that world have no war? Other than having no ninjas or chakra, it's basically the same, just with slightly more advanced technology. Shi Jian pondered for a moment. As for war, although there is no chakra, war still exists. Even without chakra, there's still war. Alright, let's discuss such matters next time. At this point, Senju Tobarama directly interrupted Hashirama, even pushing aside his older brother whose face was almost filling the entire window. He looked at Shi Jian. For now, let's treat your claim of being from another world as the truth. But even if you are from another world, that doesn't explain how you know those secrets. Or rather, coming from another world, you should be even more of a stranger to this one. Well, since it had come to this, Shi Jian didn't hide it anymore. Looking at the three of them, he said in a serious tone, although it's incredible, it's true. As for how I know, it's because my world has stories about your world. Under Shi Jian's further explanation, the three were stunned once again, their expressions even more shocked than when they first heard about the other world. A story. The story of Naruto. How is that possible? Stop joking. Our world is just a story. Uchiha Madara could no longer restrain himself, looking at the boy with a dark expression. Brat, there should be a limit to how much you fool people. That's right. Senju Hashirama also nodded seriously. Shi Jian, how could our world possibly be a story? Although it's unbelievable, I'm not lying. As for why, I don't know either. Shi Jian spread his hands, then seemed to remember something. Of course, there is a saying in our world. Every book is a world. It might be appropriate to use it here. Every book is a world. That is indeed a philosophical statement. At this time, the contemplating Senju Tobarama also nodded. Then, looking at Shi Jian, he said, although I still have doubts, after all, this is a very incredible thing, I can also believe that it's true. However, how are you going to prove it? As those words fell, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara calmed down slightly, and the three looked at Shi Jian once again. Prove it. Shi Jian wasn't surprised by this. If someone told him his world was just a story, he would probably doubt if the other person had a brain problem too. He fell into thought. Let me think about how to prove it. Proving it is actually quite simple. A unique light flickered in Senju Tobarama's eyes, a meaningful smile on his lips. Just tell us a secret of this world that you've seen. The secrets of this world. Before Shi Jian could finish, Uchiha Madara seemed to think of something. A crimson light flashed in his eyes, and he said in a serious tone, I actually have a very good secret right now. As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Shi Jian. If everything you said is true, then does that story mention the secret hidden in the Naka Shrine? The secret of the Naka Shrine. Just as those words fell, before Shi Jian could speak, Senju Hashirama chimed in curiously, Madara, what secret is hidden in the Naka shrine? Shut up. Alright. This one is actually quite good. Seeing Hashirama obediently shut up with just one word from Madara, the corner of Shijien's mouth couldn't help but twitch, but he still nodded and said, the secret hidden in the Naka shrine. Lord Madara must be talking about the stone tablet guarded by the Uchiha clan for generations. Question mark exclamation mark. This guy really knows. When these words were spoken, Madara could no longer control himself. His Mangekyo eyes began to spin instantly. If the two weren't separated by 50-odd years, Madara would have probably rushed in front of Shijien by now. Speak, what exactly do you know? Seeing this scene, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama both glanced at Madara, and Tobarama's gaze became deep. The secret of the Naka shrine. Judging by the reaction of this naturally evil Uchiha Madara, was it a very important secret? Don't worry, don't worry. You're probably talking about the records on the stone tablet. After reassuring Uchiha Madara, Shijien added in a serious tone, but I can tell you, what's recorded on it is fake. Fake. That's impossible. Uchiha Madara's voice suddenly rose. How could it be fake? That is the stone tablet guarded by the Uchiha family for generations. His reaction, which looked like he was about to have an episode, startled both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Especially Senju Tobarama, who understood the situation of the Uchiha clan and even pulled out his specially made kunai. As for Senju Hashirama, he placed his right hand directly on Madara's shoulder with a serious expression. Madara, calm down. Let's hear what the other side has to say first. Feeling the heavy and powerful hand on his shoulder, Madara calmed down a bit. He took a deep breath, looked at Shijien again, and after a moment of silence, said, sorry, please continue. I'm not lying, it really is fake. No, it would be more accurate to say it was tampered with. Hearing Madara's apology, Shijien was a bit surprised, but after a moment of silence, he continued, I got one thing wrong before. Although Lord Madara was killed by Lord Hashirama, he didn't actually die. Question mark exclamation mark. X3. Didn't actually die. How is that possible? Before the three could even ask, Shijien said again, no, Lord Madara should have really died at that time. It's just that he used his Sharingan to cast Izanagi, rewriting the reality of his death, and thus survived. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories. Hello everyone, this is Fanfic Audiobook. Here you find original fan-made audio stories.
Ninja World. The Third Leader. The Three Legends Support Me. Part 2. Foolish Death to Escape. After hearing Shijien's explanation, these 4 words immediately popped into the minds of the three, and they instantly understood Shijien's meaning. Especially Uchiha Madara, his expression became even more gloomy. Originally, after hearing that his future self defected from Konoha and was killed, combined with what he saw on the stone tablet, he indeed intended to use a fake death to escape if he really were to defect, thereby deceiving Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. He didn't expect that this plan would now be spoken aloud so directly. And it was spoken under the premise of knowing the future. Is the future already predestined? It seems what that guy said is true. Senju Tobarama, who had been secretly watching Uchiha Madara from the side, noticed Madara's reaction immediately, a cold sneer appearing at the corners of his mouth. Izanagi. To think the Uchiha clan still possesses such a secret technique. As expected of the naturally evil Uchiha Madara. However, after saying that, his brow furrowed again. If the future is predestined, and now he also knows that the future Uchiha Madara will fake his death to escape, would he still give Uchiha Madara the chance? Obviously not. Then how did the future Uchiha Madara successfully fake his death and escape? Seeming to have thought of something, Senju Tobarama looked up at Shijien opposite him, his expression becoming serious. Shijien, in the story you told, are you not in it? Yes. Hearing Senju Tobarama's words, a flash of surprise crossed Shijien's face. He hadn't expected Senju Tobarama to notice such a detail so quickly, but he shook his head. According to the information I've gathered from Konoha over the past few years, the Battle of the Final Valley did not disappear, and Uchiha Madara did not die. The battle between Big Brother and this guy didn't disappear. Tobarama's brow furrowed again. Then why are you so sure that Uchiha Madara also didn't die, but instead foolish his death to escape? That would have to start with the Nine Tails Rebellion. The Nine Tails Rebellion. Hearing the familiar words again, Tobirama began to ponder once more. Could it be that the Sharingan user who attacked Konoha was Uchiha Madara? At this, the flying Raijin kunai appeared in his hand again as he looked coldly at Uchiha Madara. As expected of the naturally evil Uchiha Madara. Beside him, Senju Hashirama also looked at Madara with surprise and seriousness. Madara, you. How many years had passed by then? How old would Madara be at that time? He could still go and attack Konoha. But before the gloomy-faced Madara could say anything, Shijien shook his head and spoke again. The Sharingan user who attacked Konoha wasn't Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Obito. Looking at the three who showed confusion upon hearing another unfamiliar name, Shijien didn't give them a chance to speak and continued. Uchiha Obito was a subordinate and student of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, but he died as a hero during the Third Shinobi World War. X2. At this point, except for Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Madara immediately understood what was going on. Uchiha Madara's face was gloomy. Uchiha Obito didn't die. And he was saved by me, my future self. Yes. Shijien nodded. This is the same as the plot without my involvement. Therefore, I am certain that Lord Madara, still successfully foolish your death and escaped. Wait a moment. At this time, Senju Tobirama frowned again and asked, even if Madara saved that Uchiha Obito, why would Uchiha Obito attack Konoha? Wasn't the 4th Hokage his teacher? Moreover, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki at that time was the 4th Hokage's wife. Could it be that the 4th Hokage and his wife had a grudge against that Uchiha Obito? Not at all. Shijien shook his head. In fact, the 4th Hokage and his wife were quite good to him. X3. The three looked at Shijien in confusion again. Then why? Because of love. Shijien sighed with emotion, his tone strange. At the end of the Third Shinobi World War, when he was saved by Lord Madara, the girl Uchiha Obito loved, Rin Nohara, died. Later, in an accident, he heard that the 4th Hokage's wife was about to give birth, and on a whim, he carried out this plan. X3. Is this what you call foolish love? No purpose, no plan, just because of a whim he killed the teacher and teacher's wife who were good to him. The three looked at Shijien with dark lines on their faces. Love. It indeed is love. But after a while, Senju Tobirama took a deep breath and then gave a cold huff. This is the naturally evil Uchiha clan for you. Love can suddenly become extreme, even eventually evolving into hatred. Blaming his teacher for not saving the girl he loved. To this time, Uchiha Madara on the side didn't say anything in response to Senju Tobirama's sarcasm. However, this has nothing to do with me. Uchiha Madara unhesitatingly distanced himself from Uchiha Obito. I only saved that guy. If I'm not mistaken, I should have been dead by then. Lord Madara was indeed already dead. Seeing Shijien nod, Senju Hashirama immediately breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Madara with a grin. As expected, how could Madara possibly do such a? However, before Senju Hashirama could finish his sentence, but, from Shijien opposite them immediately sent their hearts into their throats. But it cannot be said that this matter has nothing to do with Lord Madara. After opening up about everything, Shijien also found that he no longer needed to be as constrained when talking to these three. He could say whatever he wanted. Because Rin Nohara's death was orchestrated by Lord Madara himself, with the aim of guiding Uchiha Obito into the darkness. Actually, Uchiha Obito was quite pure and kind when he was young. When these words fell, X3. The three were stunned again, apparently not expecting this to be the reason. Immediately after, Senju Tobirama, with a darkened face, looked at Uchiha Madara and pulled out his flying Raijin kunai. As expected of the naturally evil Uchiha Madara. Wait a minute. But before Senju Tobirama could make a move, he was stopped by his big brother, Senju Hashirama. Then, Senju Hashirama also looked at Madara with a serious expression. Madara, it's wrong for you to do that. Madara remained silent with a dark face for a moment, then said in a muffled and aggrieved voice, that wasn't me. Humph. Not you. Then it was your future self. Senju Tobirama snorted coldly again, looked up at Shijien opposite him, and asked, then what exactly was Uchiha Madara's purpose? Why did he want to guide Uchiha Obito into the darkness? Hearing this, Madara also looked up at Shijien. Yes, why? Why? Shijien seemed to have entered a storyteller mode, his voice full of emotion. That would have to start from the words recorded on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet. However, before he could finish, Uchiha Madara opposite him seemed to remember something. With a look of reminiscence in his eyes, he murmured to himself, a god, seeking stability, divided the world into yin and yang. Two opposing forces, working together, create all things in the universe. Back then, before Lord Madara escaped by foolish his death, because he was constantly defeated by Lord Hashirama, in order to obtain Lord Hashirama's abilities, he bit a piece of flesh off Lord Hashirama's body. My flesh. Hearing Shijien mention him, Senju Hashirama was also completely bewildered. What did he want with my flesh? Did he plan to gain my power by eating it? How could such a thing be possible? It is possible. However, Shijien nodded with a serious expression. Perhaps it was out of spite, or perhaps he knew something. After Lord Madara bit off your flesh, although there were no changes at first, in his later years, an amazing transformation occurred. Saying this, his gaze fell upon Uchiha Madara. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan. Rinnegan. Upon hearing these three words, the pupils of the three men suddenly constricted. As three individuals standing at the peak of the ninja world, they naturally understood what the Rinnegan was. Those were the eyes possessed by the legendary six-path sage, but wasn't that just a legend? It's not a legend. Before the three could speak, Shijien already understood what they wanted to say and spoke directly. The eternal Mangekyo did indeed evolve into the Rinnegan. Furthermore, Lord Hashirama, don't underestimate yourself. Your flesh continued to influence the ninja world even much later. It could be called a supreme treasure of the ninja world. Senju Tobarama rubbed his chin, his eyes suspiciously scanning his older brother's body from top to bottom. Don't do anything reckless, Tobarama. That look gave Senju Hashirama a fright, and he quickly stopped his younger brother. Then, he scratched his head. Is my flesh really that miraculous? As for Madara, after hearing Shijien's words, he froze on the spot and muttered to himself, yin and yang, opposing elements, all of creation, so that's what it meant. And after obtaining the Rinnegan, Lord Madara saw the latter half of what was recorded on the stone tablet. One who possesses the power of Rinne, when approaching the moon, in order to realize the infinite dream, shall open their eye under the glow of the moonlight. At this moment, as the three were deep in thought, Shijien's voice rang out again. And activate the infinite Tsukuyomi. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi can save the Uchiha and bring true peace to the world. Infinite Tsukuyomi. X3. Hearing the unfamiliar term again, the three were stunned once more, looking at Shijien with shock and confusion. And Uchiha Madara, at this moment, he finally understood why he would defect. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Save the Uchiha. Bring true peace. So this was the truth behind his future defection. However, after a short while, Madara's face darkened again because he realized, this secret was no longer a secret. How exactly did his future self fake his death and escape? True peace. Senju Hashirama snapped out of his shock, a serious expression appearing on his face as he looked at Shijien. Can doing that really achieve true peace? Hearing Hashirama's words, Madara also came to his senses, his tone filled with excitement. Could it be that Hashirama helped him? Yes, it must be so, because Hashirama, like him, was also pursuing peace. Thinking of this, Madara looked at Hashirama with touched eyes and said excitedly, Hashirama, you. However, before Hashirama could finish, Shijien's voice rang out again. That is, of course, a lie tilde. Senju Tobarama. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara. The three had three different expressions. Senju Tobarama's face showed realization and mockery, with a faint hint of regret. Senju Hashirama's face showed pity, and Madara's face was covered in dark lines and complete bewilderment. But before the three could speak, Shijien continued, the stone tablet was tampered with. What's recorded on it isn't true. The infinite Tsukuyomi would plunge the entire ninja world into an illusion, their chakra would be drained, and they would be turned into white Zetsu. In fact, the infinite Tsukuyomi was actually meant to rescue Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was sealed by the six-path sage. Six-path sage. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Never mind Otsutsuki Kagaya, but even the legendary six-path sage had appeared. Otsutsuki Kagaya is the mother of the six-path sage and the progenitor of chakra in the ninja world. She gave chakra to the six-path sage, who then spread it throughout the ninja world. Seeming to see their confusion, Shijien didn't hide anything and said directly, as for Otsutsuki Kagaya, she is a member of the Otsutsuki clan, an extraterrestrial who came from beyond the ninja world to plant a chakra tree. However, the Otsutsuki clan always comes in pairs. One of them must sacrifice themselves before the chakra fruit matures to allow it to fully ripen. extraterrestrials. Besides Shijian, were there other aliens? Upon hearing this, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were stunned once again, but Senju Tobarama had already regained his composure. He looked up at Shijian and asked, "So, the one sacrificed was the other Otsutsuki clan member who came with Otsutsuki Kagaya?" "No, it was originally supposed to be Otsutsuki Kagaya who was sacrificed. But to avoid being sacrificed, she launched a sneak attack on the other Otsutsuki clan member and ate the fruit herself." Shijian shook his head. Finally, fearing she would be discovered by her clan, Otsutsuki Kagaya planned to create weapons to fend off the Otsutsuki clan. Weapons. The white Zetsu I mentioned earlier. White Zetsu. X3. The three were surprised once more. Draining chakra and turning ninjas into white Zetsu. Is white Zetsu very strong? No, they're quite weak. Their strength is just average. Weak. Then why turn them into white Zetsu? That, I don't know. Before the three could ask, Shijian spread his hands. Maybe there was some other plan. But it wasn't mentioned in the end. It wasn't mentioned. Hearing Shijian's words, Senju Hashirama immediately grumbled in dissatisfaction. Who wrote this story? Leaving such a plot hole. Don't waste time on such trivial questions. Senju Tobarama cut his brother off and looked up at Shijian again. I think I understand. The Uchiha clan's stone tablet was left by the Six-Path Sage, but it was later tampered with to include the infinite Tsukuyomi to rescue Otsutsuki Kagaya. But, who tampered with the stone tablet? As Senju Tobarama's words fell, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara also realized. That's right, the stone tablet, who tampered with it? Why go to such lengths to rescue Otsutsuki Kagaya? Hearing this question, Shijian said directly, it was also a son of Otsutsuki Kagaya. The Six-Path Sage. Not the Six-Path Sage. Shijian shook his head, thought for a moment, and then said, Otsutsuki Kagaya had 3 sons. The eldest, Otsutsuki Hagoromo, is the Six-Path Sage. The second son is Otsutsuki Hamura. As for the third, strictly speaking, he should be considered the will of Otsutsuki Kagaya. He was created solely to rescue his mother and is called Black Zetsu. However, saying this, he looked at Lord Madara with a strange expression. That guy pretended to be Lord Madara's will and kept fooling him. Finally, when resurrecting his mother, he straight up pierced through Uchiha Madara's heart. X3. Fooled Madara and pierced his heart. The three were stunned. Then, Hashirama started to snicker while Madara's face darkened. As for Senju Tobarama, he burst into hearty laughter, even clutching his stomach, laughing until tears almost fell. Ha ha ha, this truly is a great story. The naturally evil Uchiha Madara was actually fooled and had his heart pierced. This is indeed a fantastic future. Tobarama. Seeing his younger brother's smile becoming more and more arrogant and punchable, and seeing Uchiha Madara's face becoming darker and darker, Senju Hashirama hurriedly scolded him. Then he turned his head to look at Madara beside him, opening his mouth. Madara, you, sigh tilde. In the end, he said nothing and ended with a sigh. However, that expression, that reaction, and that sigh made Uchiha Madara's face turn even darker. Gritting his teeth, his voice was muffled and low, that wasn't me. Lord Madara, although it's not very good to say this. Hearing Madara's words, Shijian hesitated for a moment but still spoke up. But if your side really is the past, then I am your future now, and it looks like, the future seems to be set. These words caused Madara's face to instantly contort. How stupid would his future self be? He already knew everything, yet he would still proceed according to the original plan. Unless, what this kid said wasn't the real future. Not only is he the inherently evil Uchiha Madara, but he's also a stupid Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobarama once again shot a contemptuous and mocking look at Uchiha Madara. Then, his gaze fell on Shijian again, and he pondered for a moment. I think I understand. Assuming that story is the real future, without your interference, or rather, without us making contact, the future Uchiha Madara would fake his death to escape. Then, he would be deceived by the son of an alien named Otsutsuki Kagaya, and in pursuit of peace, he would collect the nine-tailed beasts. That's basically what it means. In the end, the inherently evil Uchiha Madara had his heart dug out by that guy named Black Zetsu. Senju Tobarama said while pondering, so, the series of tragedies in the ninja world later on were all caused by this inherently evil Uchiha Madara who had his heart dug out. That's enough from you. Hearing Senju Tobarama repeatedly mentioning, having his heart dug out, Uchiha Madara could no longer restrain himself. The chakra in his body directly erupted, his dark face filled with shame and rage as he glared at Senju Tobarama. Heart dug out, just how many times are you going to say it? I haven't had my heart dug out yet. No, I won't have my heart dug out at all. Yes, the Uchiha Madara who hasn't had his heart dug out. You. Enough. Seeing the two of them about to argue again, Senju Hashirama also couldn't help but shout angrily, Tobarama, stop saying Madara's heart was dug out. The one whose heart was dug out is the future Madara, not the current one. You have also had enough. Uchiha Madara's angry gaze fell on Senju Hashirama. I told you, I haven't done those things, and I won't do them. Alright, I didn't mean it. Madara, don't be angry tilde. Ignoring his elder brother who was comforting Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobarama looked up again at Shijien. Uchiha Madara defected, but I see the Uchiha clan is still in Konoha. So, they didn't follow Uchiha Madara and leave together, or did only a part of them follow? When these words fell, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara's attention was drawn once again. It seemed they hadn't expected Senju Tobarama to ask this question. But both of them also understood Senju Tobarama's meaning. Senju Hashirama looked at Senju Tobarama with a complex expression, Tobarama, you. However, before he could finish his sentence, Senju Tobarama lowered his head and gave his elder brother a flat look. Although he said nothing, just a single look directly interrupted Hashirama's words. Then he looked up again at Shijien. Looking at the three people opposite him, Shijien was silent for a moment before he didn't hide it. According to the plot, there shouldn't have been. As soon as he finished speaking, hearing this, although Senju Tobarama felt some regret in his heart, he and Senju Hashirama both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Senju Hashirama even had a happy smile on his face. As for Uchiha Madara, his face darkened again, and he even looked a bit disappointed. At this moment, he didn't even pay attention to Senju Tobarama, whose eyes were filled with mockery. However, just then, but, Shijien's voice rang out again, drawing the attention of the three once more. In particular, Senju Tobarama's eyelid twitched. Did he think there was another twist? Could it be that the Uchiha clan pretended not to follow Uchiha Madara, but was actually in secret contact with him, secretly plotting some plan to destroy Konoha? But before Senju Tobarama could ask, according to unofficial history, the Uchiha clan had actually already agreed to follow Lord Madara and leave that day, Shijien said with a sneaky look. It's just that when the appointed time came that day, the Uchiha clan had packed their bags and were waiting at the village's back gate. Unexpectedly, even though it was a defection, Lord Madara left grandly through the main gate. The Uchiha clansmen, who waited all day and never saw Lord Madara, thought they had been abandoned by their patriarch and finally returned to Konoha. Meanwhile, Lord Madara, who waited all morning at the main gate, also thought no one was willing to follow him and left Konoha feeling disappointed and sad. X3. Unofficial history. There's even such a thing. Senju Hashirama came back to his senses from his daze, and then, as if he had heard something interesting, he burst out laughing, this is too funny. Madara, how can you leave through the main gate when you're defecting? Remember not to use the main gate next time. Idiot, that's fake. Madara looked at Hashirama with a face full of black lines, it's all nonsense from this kid. Ah. Is it nonsense? It seems the Uchiha clan didn't defect with this guy, which is quite unexpected. Ignoring the two beside him, Senju Tobarama gave a sigh of emotion and then looked up at Shijien. We'll talk about what happens next tomorrow. Time is almost up. If we keep chatting, someone will probably have to wake up early again tomorrow. Then, as if he had thought of something, by the way, if you have the chance, you should have others try to input chakra into the bead, but remember not to let anyone else notice. Your side is different from ours. Input chakra into the bead. Yes, didn't you notice the time has become longer? Did it? Looking at the bewildered Shijien, Senju Tobarama's mouth twitched. Was he the only one calculating the time every time? It's been extended by 5 minutes. But Senju Tobarama still took a deep breath and put on a serious expression. I suspect that inputting chakra into the bead on our side can increase the number of people in contact, while on your side, inputting chakra into the bead should increase the time. However, these are just my guesses, and I can't be sure if they are accurate. Speaking of this, his tone changed to one of helplessness. I've already had others try to input chakra on my side, but for some reason, they can't do it like us. I don't know if they don't meet a certain requirement, or if there's a limit of 3 people for the contact. So, I can't guarantee anything. You can try it and see the results tomorrow. Alright, I understand. Shi Jian, who roughly understood what Senju Tobarama meant, also nodded. Then, as if he had thought of something, by the way, for tomorrow, we might have to contact each other later. X3. Later. To ask them to contact later at such a critical moment. The three of them frowned together, looking at Shi Jian, just about to say something. It's not that I want to sleep in, but tomorrow. Shi Jian sighed helplessly, school is starting for me. He couldn't exactly make a video call during class, could he? School starting. But before the bright-eyed Senju Hashirama could say anything, the window in front of them disappeared again. And Senju Tobarama seemed to have already guessed it, nodding with realization, as expected, is it 5 minutes? The timing is just right. After saying that, he didn't hesitate and immediately pulled out a special kunai, just about to throw it at Madara. Suddenly, with Osmic, a familiar hand directly grabbed his hand. Senju Tobarama's brow furrowed as he looked at his elder brother, who had been all smiles just a moment ago but now wore a serious expression. After a moment of silence, he sighed and put away his flying Raijin kunai. On the other side, Uchiha Madara had long since noticed this. His Mangekyo was already activated, spinning wildly as he stared at the opposite Senju Tobarama. But seeing Hashirama stop him, Madara deactivated his spinning Mangekyo, merely letting out a cold snort without saying anything further. Big brother. Although Senju Tobarama had put away his kunai, his gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Madara, his voice cold. You should understand, if that truly is the future, then killing this guy now is the correct choice. The naturally evil Uchiha cannot be trusted. Tobarama, don't say such things. Didn't the Uchiha clan choose not to follow Madara when he left? Facing his younger brother's questioning, Senju Hashirama did not back down an inch. His eyes were full of determination, yet a smile played on his lips as his gaze also fell on Madara. Besides, I believe Madara will definitely not do those things again because Madara is no fool. As those words fell, Senju Tobarama said no more, merely giving his elder brother a meaningful look. He also knew his brother was right. Although he detested this naturally evil fellow who had his heart ripped out, he also understood that this guy was indeed no fool. However, are you certain that his future self won't do other things to threaten Konoha? Hearing his younger brother's meaningful words, the smile on Senju Hashirama's face faltered. He scratched his head with a sheepish laugh, then, as if thinking of something, he turned his head to look at Uchiha Madara with a joyful smile once more. We can make a promise, Madara. From now on, you won't harm Konoha. Right, let's establish a covenant seal together. However, facing Senju Hashirama, who was wagging his tail like a husky, Madara's lip twitched. He gave Hashirama a deep look and said in a flat, impatient tone, boring. With that, he ignored the two brothers and turned around, walking toward the outer gate. Just as he reached the door, seemingly sensing Hashirama's dejected expression behind him, he stopped in his tracks, and his flat voice rang out again. But you were right about one thing, I am no fool. After saying that, he didn't stay any longer this time and walked straight out. Hearing Madara's words, a joyful expression appeared on Senju Hashirama's face. He even put his hands on his hips and laughed loudly. I told you Madara wasn't a fool. However, he's not a fool, but you are. Just as Senju Hashirama was feeling happy and relieved, Tobarama's voice came from the side again. Don't forget the future, that naturally evil Uchiha Madara who got his heart ripped out still ended up on his original path. As these words landed, Hashirama's smile froze again. Seemingly remembering this as well, he quickly turned and chased after him. Hey, Madara. Let's still establish a covenant seal and make a promise. You have to guarantee you won't do those things in the future. Otherwise, you'll get your heart ripped out. That idiot. Watching his elder brother chase after Uchiha Madara, Senju Tobarama's mouth twitched, and he shook his head helplessly. In truth, his idiot brother was right about one thing, that Uchiha Madara was no fool. But then, why would he follow the original plot in the future? Was that truly the future? If it were true, would Uchiha Madara still choose to defect from Konoha and go into hiding even after knowing the original future? What would his goal be? And since both he and his elder brother also knew the future, why would they let this guy go into hiding and successfully fake his death? At this moment, Senju Tobarama felt his mind was a mess, but he still followed the existing information, trying to analyze as much as possible. After an unknown amount of time, Feeling like his head was about to explode, he rubbed his forehead and muttered to himself, if that really is the future, could it be that some accident happened? But, what kind of accident could it be? Meanwhile, on the other side, Patriarch Tilda. After shaking off that childish fellow, Madara returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. At this moment, his mind was also in a whirl. He had thought of the same things Senju Tobarama was considering. If that really was the future, could it be that his future self was truly a moron? Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Patriarch. Uchiha Madara's train of thought was instantly pulled back. He turned to look at Uchiha Hikaku behind him. Before he could speak, Uchiha Hikaku said respectfully, Patriarch, did something happen in the village? He paused slightly. I just saw Lord Hashirama chasing after you. It's just a small matter. Madara paused, not revealing the truth. With an impatient tone, he waved his hand dismissively. Dismissed. Yes, Patriarch. Although he could tell the Patriarch seemed to have a lot on his mind, Uchiha Hikaku did not ask further since the Patriarch was unwilling to speak. However, just as he had taken a few steps, Uchiha Madara's voice came again. Wait a moment. Uchiha Hikaku stopped and turned his head in confusion, looking at Uchiha Madara. Patriarch, do you have any other instructions? Despite being the one to stop Hikaku, Uchiha Madara fell silent when asked. The atmosphere suddenly became strange. Uchiha Hikaku didn't dare to ask again, maintaining a respectful and quiet posture. It wasn't until a long time had passed that Madara's voice rang out again. If I chose to leave Konoha, would you follow me? As those words fell, Uchiha Hikaku's whole body trembled. He looked up in shock and bewilderment at the Patriarch before him. He seemingly never expected the Patriarch to ask such a thing. Leaving Konoha, giving up peace, and returning to the life they had before. His mouth hung open, but he didn't know what to say. But this reaction was enough for Uchiha Madara to understand the answer. He let out a long, slow sigh. Fine, I understand. Patriarch, Shame appeared on Uchiha Hikaku's face, but he took a deep breath and looked at Madara firmly. Patriarch, may I ask what exactly happened? Is it related to Lord Hashirama? Or is the Senju clan planning to break the agreement? It's nothing. Facing Hikaku's inquiry, Madara merely snorted to express his dissatisfaction and didn't elaborate. Then, as if remembering something, he said, I recall that despicable man has already partitioned the village's commercial street. Sent someone there to buy a house. Despicable man. Buying a house. Uchiha Hikaku instantly guessed who the despicable man the Patriarch referred to was. Although he couldn't keep up with the Patriarch's somewhat erratic train of thought, he still nodded seriously. Yes. Then he asked hesitantly, is the Patriarch dissatisfied with our current residence? It's not for me to live in. Looking at the confused Uchiha Hikaku, Uchiha Madara was silent for a moment before deciding not to hide it. It's a gift for someone. Pick a good one, and remember it must have a training ground. A gift. Who in Konoha village right now needs a house gifted by the Uchiha? Haven't all the clans already been assigned their territories? Though he didn't quite understand what the Patriarch was getting at, Uchiha Hikaku still nodded obediently. I understand, Patriarch. Please rest assured, I will pick a good one. May I ask who it is for? A child. A child. He's not born yet. Seeing Uchiha Hikaku's strange look, Uchiha Madara knew exactly what the guy was thinking. He darkened his face and bit the bullet, saying, it's not my child. Besides, I'm not even married yet. What kind of look is that? It's just a friend's child. Gifting a house to a friend's unborn child. Patriarch, do you even hear what you're saying? No matter how much he respected Lord Madara, at this moment, Uchiha Hikaku's gaze couldn't help but reveal a hint of weirdness, but he still followed the Patriarch's wishes. May I ask when the child will be born? Probably, in over 50 years. Uchiha Hikaku was silent for a moment before asking hesitantly, Patriarch, may I ask, how am I supposed to deliver this? Seal it up as a top-secret clan matter. In the future, perhaps that child will come to Konoha. When the time comes, remember to have the clan members give it to him. A gift for the future. Now, Uchiha Hikaku finally understood what was going on. So it was for someone's future child. No, 50 plus years, it should probably be called a grandson or something. To think the Patriarch would prepare a gift for that person's child 50 years in advance. What a profound sentiment. Uchiha Hikaku hesitated. Patriarch, may I ask why? Why? How the hell should I know? Uchiha Madara fell silent. After a moment, he tilted his head slightly and said in a complex tone, "That guy saved my life. Is that enough? Just go and prepare it." Meanwhile, in the Konoha of the future, which is also the Konoha of the present. Inside the Uchiha clan compound. Fugaku, Sasuke starts school tomorrow. A gentle voice rang out, instantly pulling Uchiha Fugaku back from his thoughts. He looked up at his wife, Uchiha Makoto, who was nearby organizing what appeared to be items for their child's school, and frowned slightly. "Is it time for school to start already?" "Yes. Do you have time tomorrow? Sasuke is really looking forward to you and Itachi taking him to school." Hearing her husband's words, Uchiha Makoto nodded with a smile, then frowned as she looked at her husband, whose mind seemed to be elsewhere. "What's the matter with you? Did you run into troublesome work at the police force again? I've seen you sitting here motionless ever since you got up, and also." She glanced at a box that looked very old, which her husband had placed on the table. "What is that? Did you bring it back last night? I saw it on the table this morning." This. Hearing his wife ask about it, Fugaku lowered his head and looked at the box again, his face once more showing a complicated expression. "I found this on the shelf in Naka Shrine where the items of the past clan heads are kept." Items kept by past clan heads. Uchiha Makoto seemed to understand what Fugaku meant. Could it be something left behind by father? Judging by your expression, it seems to be something very important. It wasn't left by father, and as for it being important, the contents aren't really all that important. Fugaku shook his head with a bitter smile. "It's that this item was left behind by Uchiha Madara." Uchiha Madara. That's right. He also placed a special seal on it. No one was able to open it before, but the seal dissipated these past few days, so I brought it out. As a member of the Uchiha clan, and as the wife of the Uchiha clan head, Uchiha Makoto had also heard of this legendary figure in the history of the Uchiha clan. He ended the warring era of the Uchiha clan, put aside hatred, and joined hands with the Senju clan to found the village. However, for reasons unknown, he later suddenly defected from Konoha and was eventually killed by the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, with his own hands. An item left behind by that guy, and one that was specifically sealed, looked like a terrifying forbidden object no matter how you looked at it. Uchiha Makoto hesitated for a moment. Should we hand it over to Hokage-sama? Probably. No need. Uchiha Fugaku paused, shook his head, and opened the box directly. After all, it's not anything very important inside. As he spoke, seemingly noticing his wife's confusion, Uchiha Fugaku, with a complicated expression, took a piece of paper out of the box and handed it directly to his wife. Seeing that her husband had actually handed the item to her, she understood that it indeed did not seem to be anything very important, so she did not hesitate and took the paper. She lowered her head to look at it, but when she saw the words written on the paper, she froze in place. Then, with a bewildered and incredulous expression, she looked at the paper again carefully. A property deed. Yes, it's just a property deed. Why would Uchiha Madara leave behind a property deed? Uchiha Makoto still looked somewhat skeptical, and it looks like it's a property deed for the commercial district, too. Wasn't that area previously? Although Uchiha Makoto did not finish her sentence, Fugaku understood what his wife meant, though he likewise did not say it out loud. After nodding, he said in a complicated tone, "Legend has it that back then, Uchiha Madara was saved by a mysterious powerhouse. To thank that mysterious powerhouse, Uchiha Madara invited him to join Konoha, but was refused. It filled Uchiha Madara with regret, but to thank that mysterious powerhouse for saving his life, Uchiha Madara asked Uchiha Kan to buy a house in a bustling area of the commercial district. Although that mysterious powerhouse refused, Uchiha Madara felt that sooner or later, that powerhouse, or his descendants, would come to Konoha. Therefore, he prepared the house in advance, to be gifted to that person or his descendants when that time came." Speaking of this, his eyes flickered, and his complicated tone turned into emotion. "To think it would be unsealed at this time. It seems, perhaps this is fate. That legend. Uchiha Makoto had also heard of this legend, but isn't that fake? After all, this legend, that mysterious powerhouse not only saved Uchiha Madara but also saved the first Hokage and the second Hokage. Let's not even mention the second Hokage. One must know that Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage were already powerhouses standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world back then, yet they were both saved by the same mysterious person. Furthermore, when Konoha investigated that mysterious person later on, they ended up finding no information at all. At the same time, no one knew where this rumor originated, so no one took the rumor as truth. Now it seems it must be true. Uchiha Fugaku nodded, speaking with emotion, and the descendant of that legendary mysterious person has already arrived in Konoha. Achu tilde. Jien, did you catch a cold? No, it must be because I got up too early and feel a bit uncomfortable. Shi Jien's brows furrowed on his little face, but they soon smoothed out. He turned his head to look at Naruto beside him. Also, why did you suddenly drag me out? Didn't Hokage-sama already prepare the things for school for us? For some reason, when the third Hokage helped Naruto prepare his school supplies, he also prepared a set for him, not even leaving out the shoes specifically for school. Of course it's, ta-da tilde. Hearing Shi Jian finally ask, Naruto pulled a thick envelope from his chest and said with a grin, Grandpa Third gave me this month's living expenses. As he spoke, he took out half of the money from the envelope. I happen to want to eat ramen today. Although the food Jian makes is also delicious, let me treat Jian to ramen today. Looking at the food money being offered, Shi Jian did not refuse and simply took the money. Because he had a friend like him, Naruto no longer thought about buying cosmetics for his dad. As for the milk and instant noodles, because they ate them together, there was no issue of them expiring either. Moreover, thanks to the feeding from him and his mother, the current Naruto was not short and stunted due to malnutrition like in the anime. This also made him realize, the plot could be changed. Then let's go eat ram. However, before Shi Jian could finish his sentence, he seemed to notice some movement and stopped in his tracks. When he saw the scene inside the dim alley, his face immediately lit up with amusement. Naruto, who was beside him, noticed that Shi Jian had stopped, and just as he was about to say something, he also saw where Shi Jian was looking. An angry expression immediately appeared on his face, and he rolled up his sleeves. Those guys, how are they bullying others again? 1 against 3, none of these 3 were a match for Shi Jian. Now with Naruto added, 2 against 3, it went without saying for those 3. Even though these 3 had already learned Shi Jian's secret taijutsu, in the end, they were still defeated. Some hunched over, some lifted their feet, others clenched their buttocks. Finally, after throwing out a harsh threat, we will be back, they helped each other limp away. As for Naruto, because he wasn't careful, he was now lying on the ground, his face green and his back hunched. Shi Jian raised an eyebrow at the sight. Of course, he wasn't worried about Naruto. Not to mention the powerful vitality of the Uzumaki clan, even the nine-tailed inside Naruto wouldn't let its host become physically disabled. However, are you okay? Do you need to be taken to the hospital? It must be painful, very painful indeed. I'm fine. Hearing Shi Jian's concern, Naruto broke out in a cold sweat, his face still a bit green, and his body slightly hunched, but he gritted his teeth stubbornly. Those fools, they actually stole your secret technique. I'll be fine after a short rest. Actually, one of those moves wasn't my secret technique. As Shi Jian's sheepish words fell, a soft, sweet voice came from behind him. Thank you. Thank you for saving me again. Shi Jian turned his head to look at Hinata, who had already stood up, though her clothes were a bit dirty. That's right, it was Hinata being bullied again. Good grief, did the children of this generation, specifically target Hinata for bullying? By this time, Naruto had also stood up. His face was still a bit green, but he didn't seem to be in any major trouble. Looking at Hinata in front of him, he swiped his right thumb across his nose and struck a cool pose. Ha ha ha, you're welcome. However, his clenched thighs and hunched waist made his pose look not very cool at all. Especially when Hinata seemed to notice Naruto only then. A flustered expression appeared on her face, and she hurriedly bowed. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't see you just now. When those words fell, the not-so-cool expression on Naruto's face could no longer be maintained. He froze stiffly in place. A breeze blew gently by, and a desolate atmosphere suddenly filled the surroundings. You guy, even though Shi Jian saw you first, I saved you too, you know. I'm sorry. You. Watching the girl who was so scared by his words that she bent over to apologize, Naruto, who had been a bit unhappy, scratched his head and said embarrassedly, forget it, I was just joking. As he spoke, he looked at Shi Jian on the side. Jian, do you know her? Met her once before. Shi Jian nodded, then looked helplessly at Hinata and sighed. You should fight back. Otherwise, those guys will think you're easy to bully and will keep bullying you. Just like him, he was bullied before, so he fought those guys directly. Although he got a little hurt the first time, every time he saw those brats afterward, he would beat them up, and those brats didn't dare to bully him anymore. I. Forget it. Next time they bully you, just beat them back. Although looking at Hinata, he understood that she would probably be bullied again next time. As the number one anti-bullying person in Konoha, he still gave her a reminder. Immediately afterward, seeing Hinata standing there fidgeting as if she wanted to say something, he asked in confusion, "Is there anything else?" Hearing Shi Jian's words, Hinata came back to her senses. She took out an envelope she had been tightly protecting from her bosom, bent down, and handed it over with both hands. "Returning this to you. Last time, thank you." Money. Naruto recognized what the envelope was at a glance and looked at Shi Jian in confusion. "Jian, did you lend her money? Didn't he say they had only met once before? You lend money to someone after meeting them just once. It was just a poker-faced tsundere old man who made me lend it." After Shi Jian said this casually, he took the money. Come to think of it, Lord Madara said the money was from him, but how was Lord Madara going to pay him back? Of course, he didn't really care about that bit of money. Learning a few ninjutsu from Lord Madara later would be enough. He just didn't expect Hinata to come and return it today. Seeing Shi Jian put the money away, Hinata seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. A happy smile flashed across her face, and she bowed to Shi Jian again. May I treat you, guys, to ramen? This is to thank you for saving me again. Although there was one more person, she would just have to eat one bowl less later. However, as soon as the words fell, before Shi Jian could say anything, Naruto's voice rose immediately upon hearing the word, ramen, and he looked happy. You're going to eat ramen too. That's great. Jian and I were just about to go eat. Let's go together. But you don't need to treat Jian. With a confident tone, he patted his chest. I'll just treat you all. Is today the day the children in the village get their pocket money? Why does everyone have money to eat ramen? Shi Jian turned his head to look at the Konoha specialty Ichiraku ramen shop not far away. When he saw a pineapple-haired brat and a fatty, his face froze again. Sure enough, today was the day the new generation in Konoha got their pocket money. But before he could say anything, Naruto pulled Shi Jian and ran over with a worried expression. Oh no, someone else went in. There won't be any seats left. Jian, let's hurry. Before Shi Jian could react, he was dragged forward by Naruto. Naruto didn't even call for Hinata. Seeing Hinata still standing there at a loss, Shi Jian helplessly shouted at her, "What are you standing there for? Come over." When the words fell, hearing Shi Jian calling her, a happy expression appeared on Hinata's face. She nodded gently, said, and then, looking at the figure in front of her, she chased after them, skipping with a happy smile on her lips. And as she ran, she secretly vowed to herself, that she must not eat too much later. Otherwise, if she scared others, what would she do? Soon, it was the next day. And today was the day the Ninja Academy would open in the future. Although so many things happened yesterday that his head was a mess, and he had no interest in children going to school, he had originally planned to stay home today to sort out his thoughts. But for some reason, when the sky brightened, his body woke up quite honestly. Uchiha Madara was silent for a moment. Finally, he let out a long sigh, stood up, and after quickly washing up, he walked toward the Hokage office. Before long, he arrived at the Hokage office. Inside was still Senju Tobirama, but he wasn't the only despicable person there. There was another person, the one he had seen 2 days ago, the current head of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Sasuke, who also enjoyed a great reputation in the ninja world. Sarutobi Sasuke seemed to notice him entering. He didn't seem to expect that Uchiha Madara would get up so early, but he still politely greeted Madara, "Lord Madara, good morning." After receiving a response from Madara, seeing Lord Tobirama, whose gaze had been fixed on Uchiha Madara since he entered, Sarutobi Sasuke understood that it was time for him to leave. Lord Tobirama, if there's nothing else, I won't disturb you. Go ahead. Senju Tobirama did not stop Sarutobi Sasuke. He understood that since this naturally evil guy had arrived, it was about time, and it really wouldn't be good for Sarutobi Sasuke to stay here any longer. Creak, bang tilde. However, the two people inside did not know that as the door was gently closed, a look of confusion appeared on the face of Sarutobi Sasuke, who was standing outside the door. Especially when he heard the voices coming from inside. Naturally evil Uchiha Madara. Despicable villain Senju Tobarama. What on earth were these two doing? They clearly looked like they hated each other, yet they were huddled in a small room early in the morning. Especially Uchiha Madara, he clearly didn't need to get up so early. And the first Hokage had already been determined, which was Lord Hashirama, so Uchiha Madara didn't even need to come. Yet he still came over early in the morning to see someone he hated. Could this have some special meaning? Or was this some kind of game between them? Sarutobi Sasuke listened to the increasingly heated argument inside, but after no one came out, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion and shake his head. Sure enough, it seems that the relationship between Lord Tobarama and Lord Madara is not as bad as the rumors say. Now, in Konoha. Today, the Uchiha clan's second young master, Uchiha Sasuke, was especially happy. Of course, he wasn't happy because he could finally go to school, but rather because today, his father and brother had actually agreed to walk him to school together. Although his father, brother, and mother hadn't said anything, he had been able to sense that his father and brother seemed to have been quarreling lately. Every time his brother and father met, he could always feel a stifling atmosphere, and lately, his brother had rarely come home for dinner. Moreover, sometimes when he returned home, he would see his father and brother arguing, but upon seeing him, his brother would stop the argument and turn to leave immediately. Therefore, since his father was able to walk him to school with his brother today without arguing, perhaps it wouldn't be long before the relationship between his father and brother improved again. Just like before, the whole family staying happily at home. Sasuke held his brother's hand with his left hand and his mother's with his right, while his father followed behind. The family, just like in the past, strolled slowly down the street. He decided that he would study hard, become a ninja like his brother, make his father happy, and let the family return to the way it used to be. If possible, he even prayed in his heart that this walk could be taken a little slower. Perhaps by the time they finished walking, his brother and father would have reconciled. However, his prayer did not come true. Before long, they arrived at the Ninja Academy. Fugaku, Lady Makoto, and Itachi, you came too. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, a ninja who had been standing at the gate, appearing to be a teacher, walked towards the family of four. The four of them had already seen him. Uchiha Fugaku nodded indifferently at the ninja teacher, while Makoto wore a smile on her face. As for Itachi, his face, which had been equally indifferent, broke into a gentle smile at that moment. Good morning, Uruka. Good morning. The young teacher named Uruka smiled and nodded at Itachi, then looked down at the child being held by Itachi. Is this your younger brother? He looks just as handsome as you. I believe he will definitely inherit the will of fire of Konoha in the future. I'll leave Sasuke to you. Thank you very much, Uruka. No need for thanks, this is a teacher's duty. Although he felt the atmosphere of this family was a bit strange, Uruka, as a teacher, did not ask too much. Instead, he lowered his head to the child again. Sasuke, go on in. Yes, Uruka. Facing a strange ninja, the young Sasuke did not show any expression. He was already a cool kid at such a young age. After politely greeting Uruka, he turned around, just about to greet his brother, mother, and father. But suddenly, he discovered, his father was no longer there. Sasuke's little face froze instantly. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi also noticed that his father had left at some point. He frowned and scanned his surroundings. Finally, he spotted his father not far away inside the Ninja Academy. However, for some reason, his father was conversing with a young child who appeared to be the same age as Sasuke. What is he doing? At this moment, Uruka also saw it, a flash of surprise appearing on his face. That child is Shijien, who also just came to register. Could Uchiha Fugaku know that child? He actually left his family behind to go find a child. Shijien. X3. Hearing Uruka's words, Itachi, Sasuke, and Makoto were all stunned, and then Makoto seemed to recall something. Yes, come to think of it, Shijien and Sasuke will be classmates from now on. Although he didn't know why Uchiha Fugaku had gone to find a child, Uruka still smiled and patted Sasuke's head. Make sure to get along well when the time comes. However, Sasuke dodged the reaching hand, clenched his fists, and glared angrily at the small figure currently talking to his father. Was his father not here to walk him today, but to find this guy? And that guy was actually a new student at the school just like him. What are father and that guy talking about? Talking about what? Don't joke around. What could the head of the Uchiha clan possibly have to talk about with a child? Itachi's brow furrowed again, his eyes filled with a hint of worry, but it wasn't worry about his father having any trouble in Konoha, but rather worry about whether his father would bring unnecessary trouble to the Uchiha clan again. Mother, I'm going over there to take a look. Thinking of this, Itachi did not hesitate at all, wearing a serious expression as he walked in that direction. Wait a moment, Itachi, father is just. Looking at her eldest son's expression, Makoto also reacted, her face equally filled with worry, and just as she reached out to grab her son, she was dodged by him. Immediately after, Itachi didn't stop at all, nor did he listen to his mother's explanation. With a cold expression and clenched fists, he walked straight towards that direction. If he discovered anything that threatened the safety of Konoha, he would not be polite. Suddenly, seeing that of the three people who were supposed to walk him, two had left, Uchiha Sasuke's little face showed both disappointment and anger. Who on earth is that guy? Achoo tilde. On the other side, Shijien rubbed his nose, looked up, and looked suspiciously at Uchiha Fugaku, who had walked up to him for no reason. Originally, he thought Uchiha Fugaku was just passing by, but now it seemed, he had come to find him. The Uchiha clan. At this moment, the three people inside the window also noticed the guy who had walked up to Shijien. Especially Hashirama, who directly pulled the person next to him, Madara, with a happy expression. Madara, look, your clansman. Don't pull me, I'm not blind. Madara, who was being pulled by Hashirama, shouted discontentedly, but from the corners of his mouth that were turned up, one could see that his mood was actually quite good. After being told that what was recorded on the stone tablet was fake and that everything was a conspiracy, he suddenly discovered, the village that he previously found displeasing now seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Especially today, seeing the future Konoha school opening and the Uchiha clan children coming to the ninja academy to go to school, just like the dream he and Hashirama once had, made him feel even more relieved. The Uchiha clan. Kid, who is this guy? Uchiha Madara, you are naturally evil, don't speak at this time. Beside him, Tobirama frowned as he looked at the Uchiha clan member in front. This guy seems to be here to find the child. If you speak now, what if you are discovered by the other party? This fool is definitely doing this on purpose. Discovered. Don't joke around. Connecting with the past. How could that be discovered? If it could be discovered, it would have been discovered long ago. Uchiha Madara also knew that this guy was deliberately finding fault with him, but his mood was pretty good today, so he would let it slide for now. Especially after hearing what that Uchiha said, his mouth curled up again. Seeing the Uchiha guy on the opposite side say to Shijien with an indifferent expression, "Hello, Shijien, classmate, I have come to fulfill the promise from 50 years ago." A promise from 50 years ago. What promise from 50 years ago? Hearing Uchiha Fugaku's words, Shijien was stunned, and his gaze even drifted involuntarily toward the window. If there is a promise, couldn't you just say it here? Does it really need to span over 50 years, just to have someone else say it? But after seeing the faint smile on Lord Madara's lips, he realized, this must be true. However, this sudden backward glance was still noticed by Uchiha Fugaku. His gaze drifted involuntarily toward his own back, but he didn't discover anything. What is this child looking at? For some reason, he couldn't help but feel that there was something strange about this child. Standing in front of this child, he kept feeling as if several gazes were fixed upon him, yet he couldn't find anything. Well, it wasn't that he didn't discover anything, at the very least, he had spotted his eldest son, who was secretly hiding in the shadows. Of course, he had guessed what Itachi was trying to do, but he didn't pay it much mind. Shijien. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze fell back onto Shijien. He opened his mouth, about to say something, but then paused, seemingly unsure of how to begin. Uchiha Madara prepared a gift for you 50 years ago. After a moment of contemplation, he said in a flat tone, do you know about your family? Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. A family. What family? How come he didn't know about it? It wasn't just Shijien who looked confused, even Uchiha Itachi, who was hiding in the shadows and eavesdropping, furrowed his brows. Shijien, family. Could it also be a powerful ninja clan? Is his father seeking an alliance? But why come to find a child, and why had he never heard of them in the village? It seems you don't know. Seeing the look in Shijien's eyes, Uchiha Fugaku immediately understood something. After sighing inwardly, he took a piece of paper from his pocket. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to just say it. Back then, your grandfather or great-grandfather saved Uchiha Madara's life. To thank your great-grandfather or grandfather for saving his life, Uchiha Madara prepared a gift for your family back then and promised that if anyone from your family came to Konoha, a member of the Uchiha clan would hand it over to you. As he spoke, before Shijian could react, he handed the paper in his hand to Shijian. Once it was in his hand, he turned and left. However, after walking a few steps, he stopped again, his cold tone sounding once more, I have heard about your family's situation. Although Uchiha Madara defected from Konoha, the Uchiha clan will remember the kindness from back then. If you encounter any trouble, you can come to me. After finishing, he turned and left, but after reaching a large tree, he stopped again. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a flat tone. Rest assured, I haven't done anything, I am only here to fulfill a promise. With those words, he turned and walked away without any hesitation. Hearing his father's words, Uchiha Itachi leaned against the giant tree, remaining where he was, without coming out directly. He was not surprised that his father had discovered him. But, a promise, saved the life of that legendary ninja, Uchiha Madara. A certain legend involuntarily surfaced in Uchiha Itachi's mind. His eyes were suddenly filled with shock as he looked at Shijian, who was holding the paper his father had handed over and looking dazed. He muttered to himself, that legend is actually true. Quote question mark. Quote. On the other side, Shijian had already seen clearly what was in his hand. A deed. A house deed. In this location, it was a house on the bustling commercial street. Shijian looked up, looking at Uchiha Madara with an excited expression, Lord Madara, this is. At this moment, even Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama on the side looked at him with some surprise, seemingly not expecting that this arrogant Uchiha clan head would actually do such a thing. HMPH, it's for you kid. Seeing as you seem to have always wanted a house, it's really boring. Just take it as repaying the money I borrowed from you earlier. Under everyone's gaze, Uchiha Madara crossed his arms over his chest and snorted, I only decided last night. I didn't expect that after so many years, it would only be handed to you at this time. Oh well, this is fine too. It seems the future Uchiha hasn't forgotten this old man. What are you still stunned for? Hurry up and put it away, go somewhere else. I don't have time to keep watching you here. Thanks, Lord Madara. In that tone, Shijian could still detect a hint of Tsunere. Truly Uchiha. But he didn't dwell on it and smiled as he put it away. However, just as he put it away, he seemed to think of something. He looked up in confusion at Madara, Lord Madara, about the life-saving grace you mentioned. I was talking nonsense. HMPH, I don't need anyone to save me. Talking nonsense. That's true, their family wasn't in Konoha at that time. No, wait, Shijian remembered that legend from before and his mouth twitched. Could it be that from the very beginning, he didn't have any awesome ancestors? It was all past bragging. At this time, Uchiha Madara's voice sounded again, hey, kid, what are you still stunned for? Hurry up and move. And who was that guy just now? Uchiha Fugaku. The current Uchiha clan head. After Shijian put the deed away, he shook off the messy thoughts in his mind. Then, as if hearing something, he looked up at the opposite side and said with a helpless tone, it looks like it will have to be next time. The new students are already gathering, and it's time for the Hokage's speech. How about I turn it off first and we talk later? However, just as Shijian was about to turn it off, Senju Hashirama on the opposite side stopped him. Hokage's speech. Wait a minute, keep it on, keep it on. Let's hear what the future Hokage has to say. Hearing Senju Hashirama's words, Shijian could only helplessly agree. He then walked toward his class. The classmates had already arrived, and there were several familiar figures. That is, Uchiha Sasuke. But why is he looking at him with such a strange expression? Shijian didn't think too much about it and went to his spot. Before long, the class gathered, and then, led by the teacher, they arrived at the playground. And the Hokage-sama had long been waiting here. And it wasn't just the new students, even the upperclassmen were here as well. Upon seeing the Hokage-sama on the stage, all the children dared not make a sound and went quiet. At the same time, the voice of the third Hokage rang out at this moment. But, so boring. This sentence wasn't said by Shijian, but by Senju Hashirama on the opposite side, but Shijian expressed his agreement with it. Leadership speeches, they are always the same routine. Whether facing adults or children, as long as it's a leader speaking, it's basically the same three-step approach. Looking back at the past, standing firmly in the present, and looking forward to the future. The content might be a little different, but the framework is basically like this. Suddenly, just as Shijian and Senju Hashirama were yawning. Where the leaves dance, the fire burns, the firelight will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. The classic will of fire had finally arrived. This sentence immediately made Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, and Uchiha Madara on the opposite side tremble, looking somewhat surprised at the third Hokage who had spoken these words. Who would have thought that the future Hokage would actually have such insights? But before Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara could say anything, Senju Hashirama made a fist with his right hand and slapped it into his left hand, smiling as he said, "Where the leaves dance, the fire burns. The firelight will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout." This sentence is not bad. In a few days when I become Hokage, I'm going to say it. Idiot, that's what Hiruzen says in the future. If you say it, wouldn't that? Tobarama's face darkened upon hearing this, but he hadn't finished speaking. At this time, the third Hokage's voice came again. This is the will of fire summarized by the first Hokage. I hope every child can keep the first Hokage's will of fire in mind and pass on the first Hokage's will of fire. X3 This sentence immediately made the three of them fall silent, all looking at Senju Hashirama, who was chuckling there. Especially Shijian, whose mouth twitched. To hell with the will of fire summarized by the first Hokage. This will of fire was spoken by the third Hokage, right? Yes. Hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Shijian also snapped back to reality and nodded at the opposite side. In the original plot, the will of fire was just formed during the time of the first Hokage. It was created through the collective struggle of generations of Konoha ninja, and finally, it was summarized by the third Hokage. Where the leaves of the tree dance, fire burns on. Is that so? Under Shijian's explanation, Senju Tobarama also nodded in understanding. Did he not know exactly what his older brother was like? Such philosophical and meaningful words could not possibly have been spoken by his older brother. It was just that, it seemed, a little accident had happened now. Senju Tobarama glared at his older brother. Look at the good work you've done, and then looked at the elderly third Hokage on the stage, his face immediately showing an expression of admiration. It seems the future Hokage is even more outstanding than I imagined. After speaking, his gaze shifted back, looking at Shijian. Tell me about the third Hokage. The third Hokage. Shijian's eye twitched, and his eyes involuntarily carried a trace of hesitation, but after pondering for a moment, he adjusted his tone and said leisurely, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, studied under the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, but there are rumors that he was taught by both the first Hokage and the second Hokage. At the end of the First Ninja World War, he was entrusted with the post in a time of crisis, succeeding as the third Hokage of Konoha. Due to the sudden death of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, in order to manage Konoha, he pioneered the establishment of the Hokage Assistant and Konoha Advisors. He invited Danzo Shimura, who was a subordinate of Senju Tobarama at the time, to be the Hokage Assistant, and Homura Mitokado and Udatane Kaharu to serve as the high-level advisors of Konoha village. Together with the Hokage, the four of them managed Konoha, allowing Konoha, which had experienced war, to stabilize quickly. Hearing Shijian say this, the three of them understood, and they also understood why it was called being entrusted in a time of crisis. Especially Senju Tobarama, his face was full of emotion. It seemed that his accident at the time had a significant impact on Konoha. It was really hard on that child. But now it seemed the final result was good. During his tenure, he collaborated with Danzo Shimura, Homura Mitokado, and Udatane Kaharu, making Konoha village, which had experienced many wars, the strongest ninja village once again. Shijian recalled while speaking, he is the Hokage who has actually held the highest power in Konoha for the longest time in the history of the ninja world, and he is also the longest-lived Hokage, creating the heyday of Konoha village. And he himself is also a great ninja who deeply loves the village and protects the residents. His guidance ability is outstanding, he is proficient in 5 types of chakra attribute ninjutsu, and is known as the Professor of Ninjutsu. At the same time, his external methods were tough. During his tenure, he was admired by the kage of the other 4 of the 5 great ninja villages, known as the hero of the ninja, and even his strength was once called the strongest Hokage. X3 Wait, the strongest Hokage. Was this little monkey really that awesome? Upon hearing this, the three who were originally wearing gratified smiles were suddenly stunned in place. If they remembered correctly, Senju Hashirama would become the first Hokage next, and while others might not know the strength of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, as his younger brother Senju Tobirama and his rival Uchiha Madara, did they not know? The future third Hokage could actually be called the strongest Hokage. His tilde, but before the three could recover from their shock. In addition, during his tenure, he improved the education system of the Ninja Academy and cultivated outstanding ninjas such as Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru. According to records, Hiruzen Sarutobi was able to combine 5 different attributes of ninjutsu from a young age, demonstrating talent even more outstanding than the second Hokage. Shijien continued, not only that, he could also use thousands of ninjutsu, honing the 5 nature transformations, secret techniques, taijutsu, and genjutsu to a very proficient level. At the same time, he also studied all the techniques of Konoha village thoroughly, creating countless useful ninjutsu in his life, and is a well-deserved professor of ninjutsu. Was this child that outstanding? Not only was his strength called the strongest Hokage, but his application of ninjutsu also showed talent more outstanding than Senju Hashirama. Could it be that in the future, they were really already old? But just as the three were stunned, Shijien hesitated for a moment, his face tightening again, but. However, as soon as the word but fell, the window in front of him disappeared again. Shijien. He immediately understood. Time was up without him realizing it. Come to think of it, today he took the three of them to take a simple look at Konoha village, chatted with Uchiha Fugaku, and then attended the third Hokage's speech. Calculating the time, it was indeed about right. It's just that. Shijien scratched his head, I seem to have overhyped him a bit. But looking at it from the official guidebooks back then, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi was indeed quite versatile and powerful, it was just that in the anime, his performance was a bit weak. Forget it, I'll talk about it again tomorrow. He raised his head and looked at the stage. At this time, the third Hokage's speech had also ended, and it was time to go back to class. Shijien put the beads away, preparing to enjoy life in the Ninja Academy. It must be said that after seeing the 12 rookies he once saw on TV appear before his eyes, and becoming their classmate, he still had some expectations in his heart. However, he did not know. At this moment, on the other side, in the Konoha of the past, the three were still immersed in shock because of his words just now. Entrusted in a time of crisis, making Konoha the strongest ninja village again, creating a prosperous era for Konoha, not only was his strength called the strongest Hokage, but his ninjutsu talent was also far beyond Senju Tobirama. Was the Sarutobi clan about to produce a monster? I didn't expect the future third Hokage to be so outstanding. At this time, Senju Hashirama was the first to react, and sincerely let out a sigh of admiration, even more outstanding than I imagined. Not bad, not bad. Although I still think that kid probably exaggerated a little bit. Senju Tobirama's words appeared a bit calmer. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, but there is no doubt that that child is also an outstanding and qualified Hokage. Not to mention anything else, just making Konoha the strongest ninja village again, creating a prosperous era for Konoha, and leading Konoha into a period of prosperity was enough for him and his older brother to acknowledge that child. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama did not hesitate at all, with a firm expression, turned his head to look at Senju Hashirama. Older brother, I intend to take that child as a disciple according to the plot. Oh, and that child from the Shimura clan as well. Oh, isn't that normal? Senju Hashirama scratched his head. In the future, you have already taken him in. No. Senju Tobirama shook his head, his eyes flickering slightly, I plan to take him in now. Although I don't know how the situation of the third Hokage in Shijien's era compares to the third Hokage of the original plot, with the two of us teaching him in advance, even if something happens in the future, the child's situation might be a little better. The first day of school, there weren't really any classes. First, we familiarized ourselves with the environment, and then came self-introductions. Immediately after, the subject teachers didn't teach anything related to the curriculum, but instead delved deeper into analyzing and explaining the will of fire, so that the children could more easily understand the will of fire and become successors to it. Anyway, it was incredibly boring. Of course, Shijien was already prepared. Familiar with the plot, he knew that the Ninja Academy would only teach the children the three-body technique and some simple taijutsu and throwing techniques over the course of 6 years. As for the advanced versions, some children from ninja clans would be taught personally by ninjas within their own families. As for the commoners without ninja clans, they would just have to wait until graduation when they were assigned to teams, hoping to be noticed by their Jonin leader, taken in as a disciple, and taught ninjutsu, or perhaps the team leader would think you had talent in a certain area and recommend you study that specific type of ninjutsu. Time passed just like that, and soon it was time to leave school. Other than the feeling that Uchiha Sasuke's gaze toward him was a bit off, nothing else happened. But Shijien didn't go home the moment school ended, he even rejected Naruto's invitation to go eat ramen after school. He waited patiently in the classroom, seemingly waiting for something. Seeing that even after all the other children in the class had left, that small figure still hadn't departed, he felt a bit helpless. Seriously. Is this kid this diligent? Volunteering to stay behind to study on the first day of school. Didn't they not teach anything today? But this was enough. It just so happened that they were the only two left in the classroom now, and he believed that whatever he did now wouldn't be discovered. Shijien stood up and walked toward the person who, besides himself, was still left in the classroom. Hinata Tilda. Seeing Shijien walk over, Hinata's little face flushed red. It seemed she hadn't expected Shijien to actually come looking for her. She had originally planned to wait until Shijien left before going home, but she hadn't expected classmate Shijien to never leave. It seems classmate Shijien is really serious about his studies. Although she felt like nothing was taught today, in little Hinata's mind, an image of someone studying diligently suddenly appeared. Besides, what is classmate Shijien looking for me for now? Could it be that he intends to go home with me? This. Hello. Don't be nervous. Shijien looked at little Hinata, who was keeping her head down, afraid to look at him. He didn't mind and sat directly across from her, speaking in a serious tone, I just wanted to ask you for a favor. Hearing that it was just a favor, the expression on Hinata's face, which had been getting redder and redder, showed a hint of disappointment. But catching a glimpse of Shijien sitting opposite her, she still felt a bit nervous inside and said in a soft, sweet voice, "Oh okay, please, what do you need me to do?" This tone made it sound more like it was Hinata asking Shijien for a favor. Shijien smiled helplessly, but knowing the child's personality, he didn't mind and took the bead out of his pocket. Could you please channel a little chakra into this? Little Hinata looked at the exquisite bead in confusion. Although she didn't know what it was, nor why she needed to channel chakra into it, she agreed after hearing that it was a request from Shijien. After taking the little bead, she didn't hesitate at all and directly channeled chakra into it. Shijien watched Hinata's actions intently. Come to think of it, he had previously tried this with Naruto, but nothing had changed at the time. He had originally thought that his bead was different from the one on Senju Hashirama's side and could only be used by himself. Yet, yesterday Senju Tobarama said the time had increased. Therefore, this made him decide to find someone else to try it again. At first, he was planning to find an opportunity to have Uchiha Sasuke try it, just like on the other side, Ashura reincarnate, Indra reincarnate, plus a Senju Tobarama. And on his side, it was also an Ashura reincarnate, an Indra reincarnate, plus himself, an ordinary person, perhaps he would see some changes then. But after thinking about it, he decided against it. They weren't close. Besides, it would be bad if something was discovered. He wasn't like those three on the other side who possessed the strength to deal with everything. Right now, he was just a first-year student. Therefore, the timid and obedient Hinata became a pretty good candidate. Feeling Shijien's gaze, Hinata's face turned even redder, and she even became nervous inside. However, she suppressed it and continued to channel chakra into it according to Shijien's request. A moment later, she looked in surprise as the bead flashed once, and then, it returned to its original state. Just as she was about to continue channeling. That's enough. Shijien stopped her. It was the same last time with Naruto. After channeling for a while, the bead flashed twice, then returned to its original state. At the time, he thought there was no change, but now it seems the time had increased. As for whether this time would be successful, he would just have to wait and try again later. Shijien took the bead back, glanced at it, and then put it away. He looked up at little Hinata, who had sweat on her forehead, and was momentarily stunned. He said with an apologetic tone, "Sorry, I bothered you." No, not at all. Hearing Shijien's words, Hinata immediately waved her hands and said in a soft, sweet voice, it wasn't a bother at all. It's getting late, time to go home. Let's go. After Shijian packed up his things, he looked at Hinata. I happen to be going to the commercial district, let's go together. Going home together. Whoosh, little Hinata's face turned red again, but she suppressed the excitement in her heart and nodded. Oh, okay. Immediately after, as if thinking of something, she couldn't help but ask, do you need help tomorrow too? Meanwhile, within the Konoha of the past. From today on, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo Shimura, you two are my disciples. Senju Tobarama looked at the two excited children in front of him. His expression, which was originally full of dignity, revealed a faint smile. Don't be nervous. Since I have chosen you as my students, it means you have already earned my recognition. Listening to those words from Shijian, these two would definitely become pillars of Konoha in the future. He believed their talent was definitely not weak. Get up, both of you. Yes, teacher. Hearing Senju Tobarama's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura didn't hesitate anymore, responded loudly, and stood up. However, at this moment, their hearts were still filled with excitement. After all, one had to know who was in front of them. That was the famous Lord Tobarama of the ninja world. Who would have thought that Lord Tobarama would actually take them as disciples? And he did so under the gaze of Lord Hashirama and Lord Madara. As expected, the rumors were all false. The relationship between Lord Tobarama and Lord Madara was not as bad as rumors suggested. Especially. Not bad, not bad. Lord Hashirama had a grinning expression on his face as he nodded at them. You are both good children of Konoha. I believe you will definitely become powerful ninjas in the future. HMPH. As for Lord Madara, he crossed his arms over his chest and glanced at them coldly. Just average. Although it was only 4 simple words, being able to get Lord Madara to say this was already quite extraordinary. He hadn't expected Lord Hashirama, Lord Tobarama, and Lord Madara to acknowledge them so much. What exactly had they done? Why didn't they know about it? Now, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura were even more excited, secretly vowing in their hearts, they must not let down the expectations of Lord Hashirama, Lord Madara, and their teacher. At this moment, looking at the two children in front of him, Senju Hashirama, who was about to say something, paused, looking in surprise at the bead that suddenly lit up in his hand. There's still time. Immediately after, he said in a happy tone, Tobarama, Madara, she. But before he could finish his sentence, cough, cough, cough tilde. Senju Tobarama interrupted Hashirama with a cough, then looked up at the two children in front of him. You two go back first. Remember to train hard. Yes, teacher. Lord Hashirama, Lord Madara, Teacher Tobarama, we will take our leave. Although they were confused as to why Lord Hashirama had suddenly become so happy, upon hearing Teacher Tobarama's words, the two obediently accepted it and left with excitement. And when they left, Hashirama couldn't hold back any longer. He quickly activated the bead, and immediately the familiar window appeared again, and Shijian appeared before their eyes. At this moment, Senju Tobarama seemed to have realized something and nodded. It looked just as he had guessed, the time had really increased. However, before the three of them could say anything, Shijian on the other side suddenly shouted with a melancholy face, Madara, Lord Madara, the house you gave me, the house is gone. Time moves back a little bit. After seeing Hinata home, he made his way to the commercial district. Following the location written on the property deed, he asked around while searching, and finally, he found it. However, looking at the steam rising under the lights in front of him, Shijian, clutching the property deed, fell silent for a moment. So, Lord Madara gave him a bathhouse. And it is that very famous bathhouse in Konoha. That is not right, it clearly says residential area on it. Did he find the wrong place? Or did Lord Madara actually give him a bathhouse, intentionally gifting him a business because he saw he was an orphan with no income? Shijian scratched his head, and just as he was about to ask again, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. He was wearing the red Hokage hat, a white Hokage robe over a red ninja outfit, and held a pipe in his hand. After taking a slow puff, he looked up leisurely at the front, appearing as if he had just finished work, had not even had time to change his clothes, and was just stopping by to relax. This was none other than the third Hokage he had just seen that morning. Before the stunned Shijian could greet him, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, exhaled a cloud of smoke from his pipe. His wrinkled face wore a kind smile. Little one, you have not found the wrong place. This is indeed the location recorded on the property deed. Hearing Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, Shijian snapped out of his daze. A look of surprise crossed his face. He had not expected the third Hokage to know about this, but after a moment's thought, it seemed normal. After all, given the current situation in the village with the Uchiha clan, it was likely that every word and action of Uchiha Fugaku was being watched. It did not even need anyone else. If Uchiha Fugaku acted strangely anywhere, the young master of the Uchiha clan would report it to the higher-ups himself. I have not sent anyone to monitor clan leader Fugaku. Seeing the strange look on Shijian's face, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke before he could say anything, his expression helpless. It is just that this morning at school, I happened to see clan leader Fugaku looking for you, and I just looked into it a little. As he spoke, his wrinkled face wore a helpless smile again. Sometimes I feel that you, as a child, do not seem like a child at all. Of course, he was just saying that casually. After all, while children who are precocious are rare in the ninja world, they are not unheard of. For example, Uchiha Itachi is one such case. Before he even started school, that child had already begun to ponder the meaning of life. Therefore, it is even more normal for a child to just be a bit clever. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze fell on Shijian again. Recalling why he had stopped by, he continued in a melancholic tone, "This is indeed the place recorded on the property deed, but this bathhouse is not the house written on the deed." What does that mean? An illegal structure. This bathhouse is not an illegal structure either. In Konoha, this bathhouse complies with the regulations, it is just that there are some issues left over from history. Speaking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his forehead, looking a bit troubled. I did not expect that the legend was actually true. Forget it, let us go inside and talk. Hiruzen Sarutobi stretched his arms and neck, took another puff from his pipe, and looked at Shijian with a smile. This old man has been busy all day today. It is rare to be off duty. Do you want to just watch this old man stand on the street and chat? Since you are already here, let us go in and soak for a while. I will tell you more while we soak. Do not worry, this old man would not make a child pay. I did not bring any clothes. It is fine, the bathhouse provides temporary robes, and they have ones for children too. There is also a laundry and drying service. I will have the owner wash and dry your clothes as quickly as possible. By the time you finish soaking, they should be ready. Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled, then started walking inside. Let us go. Watching the third Hokage, who was actually inviting him in for a bath, Shijian raised an eyebrow, but after a moment's thought, he followed him in. No choice, that was his house. And it was a house in a bustling area. Led by Hiruzen Sarutobi, they entered the bathhouse lobby. Seeing the Hokage-sama coming to bathe, although the owner was long used to the Hokage-sama coming to bathe, he still enthusiastically hosted the third Hokage. And at the third Hokage's request, he opened a VIP channel and found them a quiet pool. Then, he also took away the clothes Shijian had changed out of. Feud tilde. When soaking in the steaming pool, Shijian could not help but let out a sound of comfort. You, as a child, really do not seem like a child sometimes. Hiruzen Sarutobi chuckled at the sight, but after saying that, his expression became serious. Let us get back to what we were talking about. Speaking of this, a hint of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. As he soaked, he spoke with a tone of deep emotion. This is indeed the place written on the property deed, and the spot where we are currently soaking is also part of the original house. And this house, no, back then it was considered a mansion. As for why it has now become a bathhouse. Was it destroyed? Hearing Shijian's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a wry smile. You guessed it. That is right, it was indeed destroyed. He sighed. Uchiha Madara must have intended this to be a mansion for your clan to thrive in, as a way to thank your family for saving his life back then. No, Lord Madara was just a little generous with his spending. Recalling what Lord Madara said this morning, Shijian could not help but show a strange look on his face. How could he not know what was going on now? Back then, no one believed that rumor. After all, that rumor. At this, the wry smile appeared on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face again. Saved Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Senju Tobarama. Good heavens, who would believe such a rumor? But now it seems it was indeed true. As for the house, I must apologize to you here. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long sigh. Konoha has not been peaceful in the past, and the commercial district has been destroyed several times. And in the most recent one, His tone paused, and a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes, as if he did not want to talk about this to a child. His tone shifted directly. Of course, the village will provide compensation for this, but this mansion, no one has lived in it for the past 10 plus years, and no one knew who bought it. And in that chaotic era back then, such situations were not common. Speaking of this, his old face showed a hint of embarrassment as he looked at Shi Jian. 3 years later, seeing that the owner of this house still had not appeared, now that I have said this, you should have guessed why, right? He had indeed guessed it. It wasn't just that the house's owner hadn't appeared for so many years, after it was destroyed for the last time, the owner still didn't show up. The village guessed that the owner might have all died, so they reclaimed it and later sold it to the current bathhouse owner. Wait, how did Lord Madara buy the house back then? Didn't the village keep a registry? The village did indeed keep a registry. Seeming to see Shi Jian's doubt, Hiruzen Sarutobi sighed again. But according to the village's records, this house wasn't purchased by Uchiha Madara, but in the name of the Uchiha clan. It's just that the village didn't record the house's owner, probably for the convenience of gifting it. Later, the village searched for the Uchiha clan, but after the Uchiha clan's internal audit, no one in the Uchiha clan had bought this place. And at that time, the relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could finish, Shi Jian roughly understood what was going on. The Uchiha hadn't found it. At that time, the Uchiha clan was in a bad situation and couldn't easily take action on the house. They probably figured that if they did, the people in the village would gossip, so they just ignored it. And the village, seeing no one claimed it, thought it was abandoned and directly reclaimed and repurposed it. Shi Jian looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi with black lines on his face. Wait, now that the owner has appeared, what should be done? Logically speaking, the previous announcement period has passed. In the case of no one claiming it, this house does indeed meet the regulations for reclamation. Seeming to see Shi Jian's thoughts, Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a dry laugh. It seemed that saying this to a child made him feel like he was bullying a child. With an embarrassed expression on his aged face, he said, but this was indeed the village's oversight that caused such a big mistake. Here. With a solemn expression, here, I, on behalf of the village, apologize to you. Looking at the third Hokage who had actually stood up and bowed to apologize, Shi Jian was stunned on the spot and didn't know what to say. After apologizing, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Shi Jian and said with a smile, as for the issue of the house, the village will also provide corresponding compensation. It's just that because so much time has passed and it happened so suddenly, how to compensate still needs to be discussed. But please rest assured, I will resolve it as soon as possible. How about this, what do you think? Of course, if you have other requirements, you can also put them forward. Alright. Regarding this, Shi Jian didn't say much more. Since the third Hokage had said so, he couldn't possibly make the bathhouse close down and have a house rebuilt for him here. Thank you for your understanding, child. Seeing that Shi Jian didn't refuse, Hiruzen Sarutobi also breathed a sigh of relief. He shook his head with a smile, collected his thoughts, and since it was settled, it was time for him to go home. I've finished soaking, so I'll be leaving first. Also, children shouldn't soak for too long. Remember to go home early. After speaking, he exchanged greetings with Shi Jian and turned to enter the changing room. After a while, he changed his clothes and walked out of the bathhouse. Just as he was about to leave, Hiruzen Sarutobi stopped again. Looking at the Anbu ninja who suddenly appeared in front of him, he was silent for a moment before speaking in a serious tone. Tell Danzo that the child doesn't know anything. Perhaps that was really just a legend. Warn him not to take action against Konoha's children privately. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Anbu ninja who received the order disappeared directly into the night. Hiruzen Sarutobi took another puff from his pipe, turned his head to glance at the bathhouse behind him, and muttered to himself, since such a family really exists, then, was that really just a legend? After speaking, he shook his head and walked toward the Sarutobi clan grounds. Why didn't the teacher say more back then? Come to think of it, when the teacher took him and Danzo as students, he had clearly said that he highly approved of him and Danzo. But after that, let alone after that, just one day later, he acted like a different person and directly called him and Danzo over for a severe beating. And later, whenever he was in a bad mood, he would call him and Danzo over to be beaten. Also, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, these two were watching from the side, gloating, and sometimes even wanted to beat them too. Why on earth is this? On the other side, Shijian had already opened the window and was looking at the opposite side with a pitiful face, as if he had finished complaining to the other side. HMPH, what is Konoha doing? Uchiha Madara, who understood what happened, shouted dissatisfiedly, they actually occupied the gift I gave to a brat. As he spoke, he turned his head and looked at Senju Tobarama. Could it be that you, this despicable villain, are the one who caused this? HMPH, Uchiha Madara, who is born evil, don't push the things you did wrong onto others. Also, I already registered it just now, but it seems there is no change. Perhaps it was lost, or perhaps some other accident occurred. Senju Tobarama also snorted coldly, then pondered for a moment, and said with a solemn tone, but fortunately, it didn't change. If a fixed fact were to change, who would know if some accidents would happen? For example, Shijian is currently taking a bath. If it changed, would he still be taking a bath now, and where would he be taking a bath? Speaking of this, he breathed a sigh of relief with lingering fear, this time it was indeed our lack of consideration. In the future, if it is not necessary, we should not rashly change the things that Shijian is experiencing. Hearing this, Shijian was also stunned. To be honest, he really hadn't considered this. He also didn't know whether the things he had experienced, when changed in the past, were fixed history or history that suddenly changed. Didn't the third Hokage already say that the village would provide compensation? Then let's see how the village compensates first. Senju Tobarama directly changed the subject. Considering that time was running out, he didn't hesitate and looked at Shijian, saying, it seems my previous guess was right. They could increase the number of people on their side, while the opposite side could extend the time, but it was unknown if the time extended on the opposite side also had restrictions like theirs. Unfortunately, the data was still insufficient to know for sure. Thinking of this, Senju Tobarama shook his head, intending to use these few minutes to briefly ask about the situation of Hiruzen and Danzo, so he could formulate the next training. However, before he could speak, Madara on the side seemed to have discovered something. His brows furrowed, and his Mangekyo Sharingan activated. He looked directly at an old, moss-covered fox statue next to the pool, and said in a serious tone, kid, walk over there, that's right, go to that fox statue. What's wrong? Although puzzled, Shijian walked over with doubts. Then, before he could say anything, he heard Madara's voice ring out again, hand signs, ox, tiger, sheep, rooster, boar. When Shijian, looking puzzled, finished the hand signs as Madara said, with a bang, a hole suddenly appeared in front of the fox statue. A small box was buried in the hole, and Senju Tobarama, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara on the other side also noticed it. X4. What is this? Tobarama, did you bury something from the future again? What did you bury? It wasn't me. Upon hearing his older brother's words, Senju Tobarama immediately collected his thoughts and looked at his brother with a speechless expression. Besides, this thing was clearly discovered by this naturally evil Uchiha Madara. At this point, Senju Tobarama crossed his arms over his chest and looked at Uchiha Madara, who was standing to the side, frowning while looking at the small box Shijian had picked up. A hint of sarcasm played on his lips, shouldn't you be asking this guy instead? However, in response to Senju Tobarama's words, Uchiha Madara, although he had heard them, did not immediately retort. Instead, after a moment of silence, he shook his head, I don't know. Looking at Senju Hashirama and the furrowed brow Senju Tobarama, he immediately understood what these two guys wanted to say and spoke with an impatient tone, I just sensed something was off, that's why I activated my Mangekyo. As he spoke, those crimson eyes fell back onto the stone-carved fox. After pondering for a moment, he spoke again with a puzzled tone, it's a special jutsu seal that can only be detected with a Mangekyo Sharingan, but that despicable man is right, this should have been left by me, but why would I leave something like this? When these words fell, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama were both stunned, they roughly understood what Uchiha Madara meant. That thing was indeed left behind by Uchiha Madara, but not the current Uchiha Madara. And it seemed to have a special jutsu seal left on it, one that could only be discovered with a Mangekyo Sharingan. However, this thing was different from what Senju Tobarama had left behind previously. The previous jutsu seal on Hokage Rock was left by the past Senju Tobarama at the request of the current Senju Tobarama, whereas the thing by the pool now was not left by the future Uchiha Madara at the request of the current Uchiha Madara. Especially Senju Tobarama, compared to his older brother, he thought much more deeply about it. Left behind by Uchiha Madara from that future period. Why would he leave such a thing? And specifically leave it using the Mangekyo Sharingan? You have to realize this is a bathhouse. What kind of lunatic would suddenly activate their Mangekyo while taking a bath? Moreover, it is not that easy for the Uchiha clan to activate the Mangekyo, so, was this thing deliberately left by the future Uchiha Madara for the current Uchiha Madara to discover? Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama's eyes narrowed, and he glanced at Uchiha Madara, who was also deep in thought beside him. This guy seems to have guessed it too, but what exactly does that guy from the future want to do? Is he leaving some information for his current self? In just a split second, a frenzy of thoughts erupted in their minds because of this sudden seal and wooden box. Furthermore, both of them watched each other discreetly, as if each had their own hidden agenda. At this moment, oh my, tilde, Senju Hashirama scratched his head in frustration, then crossed his arms over his chest, sat down directly, and looked at Shijian opposite him with a serious expression. Forget it, let's just open it and see. Little Shijian, open the thing. As he finished speaking, Shijian, who had long wanted to open it, did not hesitate. Upon hearing Senju Hashirama's words, he opened it immediately. It seemed the seal was only left on that stone-carved fox, not on the box itself. The moment the box was opened, the four of them saw what was inside. A familiar kunai. X4. The four of them blinked in unison, then Senju Hashirama slapped his thigh, looked up, and stared at his younger brother, Tobirama, still going to say you didn't leave this. I don't know either. At this moment, Senju Tobirama's face turned somewhat dark, he seemingly hadn't expected that there would actually be a kunai with a jutsu seal inside. A flying Raijin kunai. No. Senju Tobirama seemed to have discovered something, his brows furrowed, and his eyes stared straight at the kunai. It looks a bit like a flying thunder god jutsu seal, but it seems a bit different. What is it used for? However, he realized with despair that this thing should indeed have been left by him. Why is the future Uchiha Madara hiding his kunai? At this time, Madara beside him had also recovered from his earlier surprise. He had not yet deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan and was still staring straight at the box, speaking in a flat tone, "Kid, what is that annoying kunai pressing down on?" When these words fell, Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama nearby also noticed it, and they looked at the box together again. Paper. Idiot brother, it's letter paper. It seems to have been left by the naturally evil Uchiha Madara from the future. After pondering for a moment, Senju Tobirama's brows furrowed again. What on earth does that guy want to do? Little Shijian, pick it up and let's see. However, before Senju Tobirama could finish speaking, Shijian had actually already picked it up and opened it. The moment the letter paper was unfolded, the eyes of the four fell upon it. They saw the opening sentence. Hey, little Shijian, has the past me finally discovered the jutsu formula I left behind? The four of them. Now they could finally confirm that this was indeed left by the future Uchiha Madara for the past Uchiha Madara. They continued reading. Alright, to make a long story short, I know you have a lot of questions you want to ask, but you can't ask them right now, so just honestly keep reading. Remember to hide that kunai well, it was left by that despicable man. It was originally prepared for you by his future self, but unfortunately, that guy is already dead. I don't know specifically how to use it, but I believe you will know in the near future. Now, back to the main topic. I know what you want to ask, but I can't explain it too clearly on my end. Hashirama is dead, and that despicable man is dead. That's right, just like in the original plot, I outlived both of those guys, tilde. It was clear, when writing this part, Uchiha Madara's tone seemed somewhat smug. I have also met the Black Zetsu you mentioned. That guy is very vigilant, without absolute certainty, that guy won't easily show his face. Of course, you don't need to worry about him. Since I already know that idiot's secret, that idiot can no longer control me. Hey tilde, seeing this sentence, Senju Tobirama seemed to recall what happened in the future previously and let out a sneer of disdain. However, the letter seemed to have already guessed Senju Tobirama's reaction, and it continued writing. I know that naturally evil Senju Tobirama must be mocking me right now regarding Uchiha Obito and the nine-tailed incident. But I can only say that the event was different from the original plot. Some things happened within my expectations that were also outside of my expectations, and by that time, I should have already been dead. Expected, or unexpected. What is this guy talking about? At this moment, Senju Tobirama also put away his mockery. Like Uchiha Madara and his own big brother beside him, He furrowed his brows, wearing a serious expression as he looked at what was written on the letter paper. Kid Shijian, everything you said is true. Although this real ninja world is somewhat different from that so-called story, the Otsutsuki clan has indeed been lurking in this ninja world. In the end, Senju Hashirama and I finally discovered that guy's traces. But that guy is very cautious. He seems afraid to fight me and Hashirama easily. Even after realizing we had discovered something, he hid again. But in the end, we did manage to clash. Although it is embarrassing to say, Hashirama and I did fall into a disadvantage. Of course, that guy didn't have it easy either. Ha ha ha, this is the ninja world, how dare a mere Otsutsuki clan act arrogantly in front of me and Hashirama. I'm getting a bit old, and I've started liking to ramble again. Kid, I feel that the Uchiha Madara in the story you mentioned is different from me. At the very least, I am not as taciturn as the story you mentioned right now. Alright, I estimate there isn't much time left. One more thing, keep that kunai hidden. As for how to use it, that despicable villain will tell you when the time comes. As for the Otsutsuki clan, it's not time for someone your age to worry about it. Go and enjoy your life. Oh, and don't rely too much on that bead, and don't blindly trust the so-called past and future. The future can be changed, and the past can be changed too. Nothing is set in stone. To use a phrase you once said, since you already know that the so-called fate and future are not good, wouldn't it be a waste of knowledge if you didn't change them? Ha ha ha, even a stingy kid like you can say something full of metal. This old man acknowledges you. Strive to become stronger. I will be waiting for you in the future. I believe we will meet again before long. By then, will you be able to display your strength in front of this old man? Shi Jian. He raised an eyebrow. He felt that Lord Madara probably wanted to say, dance, but for some reason, he suddenly changed it. Oh, one more thing I didn't get to say back then. Welcome to the ninja world, alien kid Shi Jian. As the four of them saw this sentence, sure enough, the letter in Shi Jian's hand suddenly burst into flames, burning his hand so much that he let go. And at this very moment, in the eyes of the four, this letter was instantly reduced to ashes. And, click tilde. The moment the letter turned to ashes, the window, also vanished instantly. Shi Jian. He fell silent again. Immediately after, he scratched his head and said with a tone of emotion, so, one person only gets 5 minutes. That's way too short. After finishing, he rinsed off briefly and prepared to leave. Although he hadn't expected that just looking for a house would lead to so many things, as Lord Madara said in the letter, these matters were not for a 6-year-old kid like him to handle. It was better to just honestly live his own life. It's just that, looking at it now, he had exposed a bit too much of the future. Even the Otsutsuki clan had been brought up. And the stinky rats mentioned in Lord Madara's letter. Shi Jian roughly guessed who they were, though he didn't know if his guess was right. But he hadn't done anything, nor had he shown any talent. Could it be the past, traces left over from Madara's era? Forget it. After some thought, Shi Jian shook his head. The clothes should be about ready. Time to go home. I won't cook tonight, I'll just grab some ramen on the way. As for other things, let them worry about it over there. And at this moment, just as Shi Jian said, because of the letter left by the future Madara, the three people here were indeed agonizing over it. Even Senju Hashirama, who usually didn't like to use his brain, was looking serious at this moment, which caused Senju Tobarama, who noticed this, to show a gratified expression. That's right, his big brother just didn't like to use his brain, it wasn't that he had no brain. However, before Senju Tobarama could be gratified for long, Senju Hashirama clapped his hands, with a tone of sudden realization and distress, almost forgot, I haven't said welcome to Shi Jian yet. Senju Tobarama. No, you pondered for so long, and that's what you were thinking about. But Senju Tobarama didn't say much. Having grown used to his big brother, he sighed inwardly and ignored him. If everything recorded in this letter by future Uchiha Madara was true. That special kunai. Why would he specifically leave that kunai behind in the future? What was the purpose? And the Otsutsuki clan, they were actually already in the ninja world, but it seemed like it was recorded in Shi Jian's stories, just not mentioned yet. However, it could be seen from Madara's letter that that guy's strength must be very high, as even his big brother and that naturally evil guy were no match. Also, both the past and future could be changed. What exactly did that mean? And the last point, what was Uchiha Madara's purpose? Looking at what was written above, in the end, he seemed to have cooperated with that black Zetsu again. Although it sounded like no accidents happened, and he said he was controlling that Black Zetsu himself, but looking at Uchiha Obito and the nine-tailed incident, how was that not an accident? Thinking of this, Senju Tobarama looked up, his chakra surging, and he stared at Uchiha Madara with a serious face. What exactly is your purpose? Purpose. How would he know what his future self wanted to do? And his future self, he didn't know what he had encountered either. Why was he rambling so much? He didn't look like himself at all. Couldn't he just say what happened in the future? But as Uchiha Madara, he wouldn't directly answer the questioning of a mere despicable villain. He also flared his chakra, confronting Senju Tobarama's chakra, and neither backed down. Ridiculous, I have no mood to answer you. As expected of the naturally evil Uchiha Madara. Although I don't know what you are trying to do, it seems it is still not. However, before the cold-faced Senju Tobarama could finish speaking, Senju Hashirama grabbed his hand and stopped him. Enough, Tobarama. You should be able to see that the future Madara hasn't turned bad. I can't see it. Senju Tobarama's mouth curled in mockery. Perhaps this is just him trying to paralyze us. Although he said that, seeing his big brother's expression, he still put away the special kunai. Seeing this, Senju Hashirama nodded with satisfaction, then stood up immediately with a serious expression. Alright, now there is a more important matter. What more important matter? Was his big brother preparing to handle official business? But before the frowning Senju Tobarama could ask anything, he saw Senju Hashirama put his hands on his hips, his serious expression instantly changing to a smile. We haven't eaten dinner yet. Let's go eat ramen. To be honest, after seeing that kid eating ramen earlier, I wanted to eat some too. Ichiraku ramen, right. Let's go. Once these words fell, Senju Tobarama looked at his big brother speechlessly. As expected, his big brother was his big brother. But he still said irritably, forget it. Although I don't know when Ichiraku ramen will come to Konoha, there is definitely no Ichiraku ramen in Konoha right now. Ah. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama's style instantly dimmed, with a disappointed expression, not yet. But I really wanted to eat it. Idiot. At this moment, Senju Tobarama also inwardly agreed with Uchiha Madara's evaluation, but he didn't pay attention to his big brother anymore, instead pondering again, those rats written in the letter, who exactly are they? And how did Hiruzen and Danzo protect Konoha? They actually let some rats hide inside Konoha. Lord Danzo. This place was hidden beneath the shadow of Konoha, the root that protected Konoha from within the darkness. At this moment, the leader of Konoha's root, Danzo Shimura, looked coldly at the masked subordinate kneeling on one knee before him. A promise from 50 years ago. He hadn't expected that even after more than 50 years, the Uchiha clan would still be upholding that promise. And that mansion, which had gone unclaimed for so many years and was reclaimed by the village a few years ago, had actually been purchased by Uchiha Madara back in the day and gifted to that mysterious powerhouse out of gratitude for saving his life. He tapped his left hand against the cold armrest, his brows furrowing slightly as he seemed to be deep in thought. After a moment of silence, his gaze fell back upon his subordinate. Have you investigated what that brat obtained by the pond? Reporting to Lord Danzo. Hearing his superior's question, the root ninja answered immediately and respectfully without any hesitation. It has been investigated. Just like the one on Hokage Rock, it is suspected to be a flying Raijin kunai left behind by the second Hokage. Teacher. Wasn't it said that the mansion was a gift from Uchiha Madara? How could the second Hokage's flying Raijin kunai be found inside? But soon, Danzo Shimura seemed to recall something, and he felt that it wouldn't be strange to find the second Hokage's flying Raijin kunai in a mansion gifted by Uchiha Madara. Although it was rumored throughout Konoha that the second Hokage and Uchiha Madara had a bad relationship and wanted to kill each other, as the second Hokage's student who had personally experienced that era, he felt that the relationship between his teacher and Uchiha Madara might not have been as rumored. After all, the two of them, they claimed to hate each other, yet they were always together. Could that really be hate? In any case, he had always felt that there was something strange about his teacher and Uchiha Madara back then. They would constantly curse at each other, but the next day they would be together again, safe and sound. Although the first Hokage's presence was a factor, he felt it wasn't the main reason. One had to know that back then, Uchiha Madara had already lost his eligibility to compete for the position of Hokage. There was no reason for him to go to the Hokage's office every day. Yet, what about Uchiha Madara? He would call the second Hokage a despicable villain, Yet he wouldn't stay away, and would turn right back around to be with him. And what about his teacher? He would talk about how Uchiha were naturally evil, yet even when he was busy, he never drove that guy away. Instead, he would close the door and get together with Uchiha Madara again. What was this all about? Just as Danzo Shimura was recalling the past. The subordinate in front of him continued respectfully, there was a letter left beneath the flying Raijin Kunai, suspected to be from either the second Hokage or Uchiha Madara. A letter. Hearing this, Danzo Shimura immediately snapped back to reality. He narrowed his eyes and looked hastily at his subordinate. Speak, what was written on it? Apologies, Lord Danzo. However, facing Lord Danzo's questioning, the root ninja lowered his head. We did not see it clearly. Furthermore, worried about being discovered, we did not get too close. The letter appeared too suddenly, there was no time to find a suitable reconnaissance ninja. Moreover, there was a technique seal on the letter, and it automatically burned up after 1 minute. You didn't see it clearly, and it burned up. Danzo Shimura's brows furrowed, his cold tone laced with dissatisfaction. A bunch of trash, you couldn't even handle something like this. 1,000 apologies, Lord Danzo. Hearing Lord Danzo's rebuke, the Anbu ninja dared not show any dissatisfaction. Still keeping his head low, he said with a hesitant tone, do you need me to bring that brat back for interrogation? Bring him back. HMPH, Hiruzen just sent someone to warn me, and now you want me to bring the person back. Danzo Shimura snorted coldly, then paused for a moment before continuing in a brooding tone, regardless, Hiruzen is still the Hokage. Even if Hiruzen wouldn't do anything to him afterward, this would be going a bit too far. If Hiruzen hadn't said anything before, it would be one thing, but since he had already spoken, now was not the time to do such a thing. Thinking of this, a surge of irritation welled up in Danzo Shimura's heart. He waved his hand. Leave. Yes. Receiving the order, the root ninja did not hesitate and immediately vanished from the spot. Suddenly, the large, dim hall was left with only Danzo Shimura once again. He tapped his left hand on the armrest, falling into deep thought. 50 years had passed, why would his teacher suddenly leave behind a letter and a flying Raijin Kunai? And how did that brat discover it? So many people enter and exit that bathhouse every day, why had no one ever discovered that seal? Could it be that his teacher left some specific secret code for that brat's clan? Only members of that brat's clan could discover it. It was like that on Hokage Rock, and like that by the pond. But why would his teacher leave a specific code for that clan, and what was written on that letter? And to be burned after 1 minute, what kind of secret required such caution? At this moment, Danzo, who had been thinking continuously, seemed to think of something. He suddenly raised his head, his pupils shrinking instantly. Could it really be that legend, the legend about the past? Thinking of this, Danzo Shimura did not hesitate any longer. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, his cold tone echoed once again in the empty hall. Someone come. As the voice fell, with a swish, a figure instantly knelt on one knee before Danzo, speaking with a respectful tone. Lord Danzo. Arrange for people to keep watching that brat. Watch him every single moment. Once you discover anything strange, you must report it to me immediately. But remember, do not get caught. Yes. Remember this. Any strange behavior or action must be reported. Danzo's cold, grim tone rang out again. Seeing the root ninja respond solemnly, he nodded in satisfaction. Then, after pondering for a moment, his eyes flickered slightly. After reading that letter, where did that brat go? Or rather, did he exhibit any strange behavior? Reporting to Lord Danzo, no. After that brat left the bathhouse, he went to eat ramen. Hearing this, Danzo was stunned, and his brows furrowed again. Went to eat ramen. No other reaction or action. No. Oh, right, that brat went to eat ramen with the demon fox brat. With that demon fox brat, isn't that just eating ramen? Phew, finally alive again. Naruto rubbed his stomach in satisfaction, then looked at Shijian opposite him with a resentful expression. Shijian, why did you come back so late? I was waiting for you to come back and cook. I originally planned to go back and cook. Shijian did not hide it and explained a little. He hadn't expected Naruto to wait at home for him to cook, only coming out for ramen when he couldn't hold out any longer. And so, the two of them happened to meet in front of the Ichiraku ramen stall. But I was dragged off to take a bath on the way. Take a bath? Who dragged you to take a bath? Hearing that his best friend had actually abandoned him to go take a bath, Naruto immediately shouted with dissatisfaction, who was it? How could they not call me? As he finished speaking, before Shijian, who intended to tease Naruto by using the third Hokage, could say anything, a voice suddenly came from the side. I know. It immediately attracted the attention of the two. Naruto and Shijian turned around together. A chubby kid was eating ramen while saying, the eldest miss of the Hyuga clan. I saw him go home with the eldest miss of the Hyuga clan. As these words fell, Naruto. Shijian. What? Slander, pure slander. Shijian immediately glared at the little chubby kid spreading rumors. Well, little Choji, to think you would spread rumors right in front of him. That is right, the brat currently eating ramen was his classmate, Akamichi Choji. Although they were classmates, school had only just started today, and since they had not really hung out before, they did not know each other very well yet. And Naruto, what kind of look is that on your face? Are all the brats in Konoha this mature? Shijian said crossly, I did walk Hinata home, but I went to take a bath with the third Hokage. Grandpa third. Oh, the third Hokage. Hearing Shijian's words, Akamichi Choji nodded. While eating his ramen, he said, that is true. I only saw you walking the young lady of the Hyuga clan home on the road, but I did not see you two go take a bath. No, with that calm, undisturbed expression, who knows if this brat actually understands anything or is just pretending to. Shijian did not even know how to retort for a moment. But Naruto, who was beside him, upon hearing that Shijian had not gone to take a bath with the young lady of the Hyuga clan, but instead with Grandpa Third, became even more curious. With a look of confusion and dissatisfaction, he asked, how come you went to take a bath with Grandpa Third, and why did you not invite me? We just happened to run into each other on the road, and the third Hokage happened to want to go take a bath, so he invited me to keep him company. Shijian waved his hand casually. I originally wanted to find you at the time, but there was not enough time, so I had to go first. Don't worry, I will invite you next time. Sure enough, upon hearing that he would be invited next time, Naruto immediately brightened up. Shijian also understood that Naruto was not upset about not being invited to the bath. He was worried that his best friend would not want to hang out with him anymore, and he would be all alone again. It is a deal then, but next time, let me treat you. Naruto patted his chest. Then, he turned his head to look at Choji, who had already finished 3 bowls of ramen at such a young age. His mouth immediately formed an O shape, but he quickly recovered. Seeming to remember something, he extended his right index finger and pointed at his own head. Right, you are that, who is it from this morning? Akamichi Choji. Having finished another bowl, Akamichi Choji finally felt somewhat satisfied. He then pulled a bag of snacks from his pocket and, while eating, looked at Naruto and Shijian and said, we are classmates. Oh, right, classmates. Naruto, who finally remembered that Choji was a classmate, said happily, hello, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, and he is Shijian. It seemed that because he could make friends again, Naruto appeared especially happy, and Shijian did not disturb him. Come to think of it, although the anime always depicted Naruto playing alone, lonely and desolate, when he was at school, quite a few friends actually appeared around him. For example, Choji was one of them. Choji, who usually treasured his snacks very much, would even share his snacks with Naruto. Therefore, the plot was sometimes a bit contradictory. Perhaps Lord Madara was right, there is no need to trust the so-called plot too much. At this moment, Choji seemed to feel that it was about time, so he stood up directly from his chair. I am going home to eat dinner, so I will not chat anymore. This was just an after-school snack. Although Naruto did not say a word, Choji still guessed what Naruto wanted to say. I have not had dinner yet. After saying this, he waved his hand very politely before leaving. Seeing this, Naruto's brows furrowed. Looking at the 4 bowls left on the table, his tone could not help but carry some amazement. This guy can really eat. These were just snacks. It looks like he must be the biggest eater in the class. No, you guessed wrong. Guessed wrong. All 4 bowls were just snacks. Could there be someone in the class who can eat even more than him? Who could it be? It seems like Choji is the only chubby kid in the class. Naruto was shocked, but before he could ask, let's go, it is getting late, let's head back too. Shijian stood up and paid the bill, and incidentally, paid for Naruto's portion as well. Naruto did not say anything about this. Sometimes he treated Shijian, and sometimes Shijian treated him, he was already used to it. To him, Shi Jian, like Grandpa Third, was also his most important family. Alright, you have already taken a bath, but I have not even washed up yet. Thinking of this, Naruto muttered another sentence, but quickly did not care anymore. As if thinking of something, while walking beside Shi Jian, he said, Shi Jian, do you know that stuck-up brat? Stuck-up brat. Who? It is that, very stuck-up one. The annoying brat that all the girls scream about as soon as he walks in the door. Oh, are you talking about Uchiha Sasuke? I do not know him. Why? That annoying guy came to ask me about you, and he did not even have the proper attitude to ask someone. Speaking of Sasuke, Naruto seemed to wave his fist in disgust, and immediately after, he revealed a grinning expression. He, of course I did not tell that annoying guy anything about you. Wait, on the first day of school, Naruto and Sasuke already know each other. Shi Jian looked at Naruto with a strange expression, but it quickly vanished, and he fell into deep thought again. But why did Sasuke come to find Naruto to ask about him? Meanwhile, just as Shi Jian and Naruto were walking toward the apartment. On the other side, inside the Hokage building. Not long after the root organization received the intelligence, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who should have been home resting, also received the same intelligence inside the Hokage building. However, compared to Danzo's excited expression, Hiruzen Sarutobi's wrinkled face appeared somewhat distressed. No way, I only just left, and this kind of thing happened. To think that a seal left by his teacher could be discovered right by the pool. No, although there was a flying Raijin kunai of his teacher's inside, it could be a seal left by Uchiha Madara, or it could have been left by his teacher. But it had already been so many years, what exactly were his teacher and Uchiha Madara trying to do by leaving these seals within Konoha? And he had been Hokage for so many years, so why had he not discovered a single one? Are specific jutsu seals only discoverable by specific people? Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows knitted together, and he took a puff from his pipe. What exactly did Shi Jian's ancestor do back then? It has been so many years, yet Uchiha Madara and his teacher would still leave things behind for his descendants. The flying Raijin kunai did not count for much, his teacher was already dead, and that thing could only be considered a special souvenir. But that letter, what exactly was written on it? Was it left by his teacher, or was it left by that Uchiha Madara? Hiruzen Sarutobi lowered his head, staring at the slightly damp, somewhat charred scrap of paper that was less than a finger's width. This was found in the pool, and it was all they had found. Perhaps it had landed on the pool as it drifted down, and therefore, it had not been burned to ashes. It could be seen that the three characters passed and were written on it. Passed and what? Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a long sigh, his tone filled with distress. Could it really be related to that rumor from the past? What happened last night didn't affect Shi Jian. The next day, he still went to school with Naruto. The morning was dedicated to academic classes. At first, Senju Hashirama and the other two were quite interested, but after listening for a while, they felt bored. Lord Madara even complained, what is the use of learning these things as a ninja? However, he was shut down by Senju Hashirama with, this is what a ninja of the peaceful era is like tilde. Of course, despite saying that, the three of them honestly ended the connection. After all, it wasn't good to disturb Shi Jian during class, so they decided to save their time and contact him again after school. The morning academic classes passed quickly, and the afternoon class finally arrived at the ninja-specific taijutsu class. However, since school had just started, the taijutsu class wasn't anything special, it was just like a PE class. Still, they did teach some taijutsu. For example, after running a few laps, the taijutsu teacher taught them a little about how to react to and dodge others' attacks. They didn't teach how to attack first, instead, they taught how to block and dodge. Lord Madara laughed at the sight, how boring. If we had taught children these things in our era, let alone living to 30, whether they could survive past 6 would be a question. To this, after a moment of silence, Hashirama again shut him down with, this is what a ninja of the peaceful era is like tilde, and added, in our era, we could only struggle to survive with all our might, but these kids have 6 years of learning time, so there's no rush. That's right, as school was about to end, the three of them made contact again and saw this scene on the other side. Senju Tobarama also noticed other aspects, the children from ninja clans are progressing faster than the civilian children. It seems that before starting school, ninja families provide specialized education to their children in advance. He immediately identified the issue of educational imbalance between civilians and ninja families. It seems that teaching these things isn't just because of the peaceful era. At the same time, the school is also trying to accommodate children who have never been exposed to taijutsu. Whatever, boring is boring. Madara curled his lip in disdain, then looked at Shi Jian, speaking with an impatient tone. Kid, when do you get out of school? Let me calculate the time. Since he wasn't in class, Shi Jian could answer a few words. It should be about time. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the taijutsu teacher, Funano Daikoku, had already gathered the children. That's all for today's class. Funano Daikoku clapped his hands and said with a serious expression, remember, starting today, I will be teaching your taijutsu and throwing classes. In 1 month, I will conduct a practical taijutsu assessment. I hope everyone will not slack off during this time. After speaking, that serious expression was replaced by a smile. So now, class dismissed. Everyone, be safe on your way home. As these words fell, the children, who had been somewhat dejected upon hearing about the practical assessment, immediately cheered. Shi Jian also stretched his body, preparing to go home. Oh, no, that's not right, preparing to tell stories to those three behind him, but just as he was about to leave. A handsome little kid with his hands in his pockets, followed by a group of girls, walked up to him. Shi Jian, Uchiha Sasuke. What is this guy doing here looking for him? Come to think of it, yesterday he felt that Uchiha Sasuke had been secretly watching him, and combined with what Naruto said at night, could this guy have set his sights on him? But before Shi Jian could speak, the cool Uchiha Sasuke, who was still so young, stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at Shi Jian with an aloof expression. Shi Jian, I hope you won't disappoint me in a month. After saying this, without waiting for the stunned Shi Jian to say anything, he turned and left with his group of fangirls. Shi Jian. This guy really has set his sights on me. But why? Just as Shi Jian was confused, Senju Hashirama's voice came over again, an Uchiha child. He scratched his head and said in a puzzled tone, I feel like this child looks somewhat familiar. After speaking, just as he was about to raise his head to say something to Uchiha Madara, he saw Uchiha Madara staring blankly at that Uchiha child, but before the surprised Senju Hashirama could say anything, Senju Tobarama, who was standing to the side with his arms crossed, said in a complex and cold tone, Uchiha Izuna. But as soon as the words fell, HMPH, that is not Izuna. Izuna was killed by you, you despicable villain. Seemingly because of Senju Tobarama's words, Uchiha Madara came back to his senses, the complexity in his eyes fading away. At this moment, he only retorted at Senju Tobarama and didn't seem to want to argue with him. Uchiha Madara's gaze fell on Shi Jian again. Who is that brat? He looks so punchable, not like Izuna at all. Uchiha Sasuke, the younger son of the current Uchiha clan head, Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Sasuke. Hearing Shi Jian's words, the complexity in Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed again, but after muttering to himself, it quickly disappeared. With an arrogant tone, he looked at Shi Jian, to dare to have that face, kid, 1 month from now, beat him hard for me. Defeat him. X3. At this moment, let alone Shi Jian, even Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama on the side were stunned. It seemed they hadn't expected Uchiha Madara to ask Shi Jian to beat up his own clansman, and one who looked like Izuna at that. What is he trying to do? But Shi Jian scratched his head and said in an embarrassed tone, although I really don't want to admit it, to be honest, right now I might. Stop with the nonsense. Before Shi Jian could finish, Madara interrupted him with an impatient tone, as long as you defeat that brat, I'll give you another gift. Lord Madara, you're generous. Hearing this, what else is there to hesitate about? Shi Jian rolled up his sleeves and said with a confident smile, no problem, trust my taijutsu. Bullying, beating up a kid is more than enough. However, upon hearing this, Uchiha Madara, seemingly remembering something, suddenly had his face darken. Stop, you can't use those taijutsu of yours. Lord Madara, you're making things difficult for me. Starting tomorrow, I will teach you the Uchiha-style taijutsu. Uchiha Madara glared at Shi Jian, forget those messy taijutsu of yours, I can't afford to lose face like that. Teach me Uchiha-style taijutsu. Before the stunned Shi Jian could say anything, at this moment. Right, tilde, Senju Hashirama's voice rang out again. It really is necessary to teach Shi Jian, otherwise, what if he dies? Madara is thoughtful after all. In that case, I'll teach you the Senju-style taijutsu too. HMPH. Senju Tobarama, who was on the side, also snorted coldly. What's the use of learning those messy Uchiha-style taijutsu? Without the Sharingan, you can't unleash your full strength. If you want to defeat an Uchiha, you must learn Senju-style taijutsu. Senju-style taijutsu is the best, I'll just teach him. You despicable villain. Hearing this, Madara looked at Senju Tobarama with a gloomy face, but I spoke first. I didn't expect that you, the naturally evil Uchiha Madara, would say something so naive. Senju Tobarama didn't back down at all. Whoever speaks first gets to teach. How ridiculous. If that were the case, I already taught this child the Flying Thunder God technique before. You. Oh my, stop arguing, both of you. Seeing the two about to quarrel again, the headache-ridden Senju Hashirama quickly tried to pacify them, then said to Shijian, I think we should ask the child who he wants to learn from. As these words fell, three gazes immediately landed on Shijian, causing Shijian, who was watching the show, to raise an eyebrow. He looked at Senju Hashirama speechlessly, but after seeing the apologetic look in Senju Hashirama's eyes, he immediately understood Hashirama's intention and sighed helplessly in his heart. Learn from whom? If it were up to him, of course he would learn from Lord Madara tilde. No choice, Lord Madara is generous. But if he didn't learn from Senju Tobarama, it would probably be difficult to learn any ninjutsu from him in the future. So, Shijian scratched his head, finally took a deep breath, looked at the three people in front of him, and gave a sheepish smile. I'll learn from both, Lord Hashirama, what do you think? That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching. Please subscribe and support our channel for more stories.